The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
November the 18th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1477 AD, first English dated printed book, Dictates and Sayings of the Philosophers by William Caxton at his printing press in London. In 1626, St. Peter's Basilica is consecrated in Rome, replacing an earlier basilica on the same site and becoming the world's largest Christian basilica. In 1916, British General Douglas Haig finally calls off the First Battle of the Somme in World War I after more than 1 million soldiers had been killed or wounded. In 1978, in Jonestown, Ghana, 918 members of the People's Temple are murdered or commit suicide under the leadership of cult leader Jim Jones. In 1993, black and white leaders in South Africa approve new democratic constitution. In 1928, Walt Disney's Steamboat Willie released first Mickey Mouse sound cartoon. In 2011, the X Factor group One Direction releases their debut album, Up All Night, in Ireland and the UK. In 1990, first Solheim Cup Women's Golf, Lake Noah G and CC, US beats Europe 11.5 to 4.5 in inaugural event. Katie Whitfrup, U.S. captain, Mickey Walker, European skipper. Born on this day were Louis Jacques Dungrary, Sojourner Truth, George Gallup, Alec Isilgonis, Helen Shepard, Margaret Atwood, Linda Evans, Owen Wilson, Carl Marini von Weber, W.S. Gilbert, Ignacy Jan Paderewski, Eugene Ormandy, Johnny Mercer, Kirk Hammett, Craig Wood, Thomas Hubber, David Oritz. And dying on this day, Chester A. Arthur, Niels Bohr, Joseph P. Kennedy, Jim Jones, Cab Calloway, Ujona Lumu. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, the presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company. Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 69, a hold-up. Suspected drive is 5 feet 10 or 11 inches. Weighed about 190 pounds. Escaped in a maroon-colored coupe. License number unknown. This suspect held up and robbed May West, motion picture actress, of more than $15,000 in jewelry and cash. Go get him, boys. That's all. Rolls and clips. Many listeners tonight have already read the story of the May West diamond robbery in the March issue of Calling All Cars News. Over 300,000 motorists have already driven into Rio Grande service stations and asked for their free copy of this unique publication. But this isn't the only free gift you get from Rio Grande. If you fill up with Rio Grande cracked gasoline, you get extra speed, extra power, extra energy for emergency, extra fast starting. And all these extras are free because you pay no more for Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl than for uncracked gasoline which lacks these extra features. Because of these extra features at no extra cost, the police department which solved the May West robbery has specified Rio Grande cracked gasoline for all police cars for 3 consecutive years. You get another free gift if you ask your Rio Grande service station for Sinclair Opaline motor oil. It comes in oversized cans, a quart for a quarter, with 2 extra ounces free. You save when you buy Sinclair Opaline, yet you get complete motor protection. Sinclair Opaline motor oil enjoys a worldwide sale and is world famous for quality. The price is lower because the sales are larger. You see, the independent service stations selling Rio Grande cracked gasoline and Sinclair Opaline motor oil are actually giving you better values for your money. During 1935, it will be the policy of Calling All Cars to bring you from time to time rebroadcasts of outstanding cases we have dramatized in the past. Thousands of you have written us and expressed your desire to hear the May West jewel robbery dramatized again. So it is with pleasure that Calling All Cars tonight brings you the May West jewel robbery, with Miss Martha Wentworth playing her now famous impersonation of Miss West. What other past cases of Calling All Cars would you like to hear again? Write to Calling All Cars, care of the station to which you are now listening, and tell us what preceding case you would like to hear. And now we turn the microphone over to Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department, who has a message for you.
Good evening, friends. When I became chief of police, there were several crimes on the police records which had not, I felt, been investigated to the utmost. To run down these crimes, I selected from the force 3 officers, Detective Lieutenants S.S. Stone, W.M. Robinson, and E.Y. Kynette, and appointed them special investigators working directly under my supervision. Among these unsolved cases was the theft of the May West jewels. I assigned Robinson and Stone to work on this case, which was, at that time, more than a year old. Although every peace officer in Los Angeles County had worked diligently on this case, nothing had been discovered of any value. Still, I felt that the case could be solved. The quickness and dispatch with which Lieutenants Robinson and Stone brought the case to a successful close speaks more volumes than any words I could utter in praise of them. Tonight's dramatization is based completely on the confidential reports of the investigating officers and the court transcript of the trial of David Friedman. It has also been read and approved by the plaintiff, Miss Mae West. I turn now to Frederick Lindsley, who will tell you of the Mae West jewel robbery.
In the latter part of September 1932, Mae West's automobile is damaged in an accident. She is seriously inconvenienced by the lack of a car. And we find her in her apartment on North Throckmore, talking the situation over with her manager, James Timoney.
Oh, I tell you, Jim, it's a nuisance being without a car right now with this new picture starting.
Well, you can rent a car.
Yeah, and put your life in the hands of any palooka they send along to drive it.
You could use cabs.
Oh, it's just as bad. And anyway, there's never a cab around the studio when you want one. See who it is, will you, Jim?
Sure. Hello. It's West Department. Who? Come in and I'll see. There's a Mr. Brennan in the lobby. You in?
Oh, that's Dave. Sure. Tell him to come up.
Send him up, please. Who's this guy?
Oh, you heard me speak of Dave Brennan. His wife and I were good friends in the big town.
Oh, yeah. Seems to me I do remember the name.
Well, he looked me up at the studio today. Just isn't in town. I told him to come up and sing us sometime. Oh, Revolver, what's the matter with you? Hey, Jim, this monkey looks hungry. Did you feed him?
Yeah, right on his throat it's heaven.
Oh, okay. What is it, fellow? What are you trying to tell me? You know, Jim, the Revolver here, he has more sense than any man I've ever met. Except in you, of course.
Yeah, thanks for the exception. It's all on your manager, and that does require some sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Well, that must be Dave, Jim. I'll let him in. Oh, Dave. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, man.
Well, I didn't have a minute to talk to you this afternoon. Come on in. Oh, tell me, how's Morgue?
Fine as silk, man. Wants to be remembered to you and everything.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Oh, Dave, this is Jim Timoney, the manager. I don't think you ever met. Jim, this is Dave Brennan.
How you do?
Hello, Jim. I'm glad to know you.
Sit down, Dave. Have a cigarette?
Thanks. Gold tips, huh? You're all right, ain't you, man? Little different from the time they closed Pleasure Man over in Jersey, huh?
Well, I wasn't doing so bad then either.
Yeah, you ring the bell every time, man. Well, tell me, how's every little thing out here in Hollywood?
Oh, it's okay. I can't complain. Only I'm walking instead of riding these days.
Well, what are you talking about, man? You walking? You turned over in a new leaf?
Oh, don't be funny. Well, that lousy chauffeur of mine wrecked the car the other night, and I fired him. And they're still fixing the car, so I haven't a chauffeur or even a car to put him in.
Hey, that's tough. And the same, man. I'd be glad to help you out.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not doing anything out here, just looking the place over. I'll drive you around.
Oh, no, Dave. I couldn't ask you to do that.
Why not? You're welcome to it.
Oh, Jim, that sounds like the answer to a maiden's prayer.
Well, anyway, the answer to a prayer.
Okay, then I'm your new chauffeur.
Oh, Dave, I accept with pleasure.
So Dave Brennan, friend, serves as Miss West's chauffeur. In a few days, he is completely familiar with her daily schedule. Then on September 27th, 1932, as he is driving Timoney and her along Wilshire Boulevard.
Hey, Dave, stop here a minute, will you?
Where's that, man?
There's a shop at the next corner. I got to see about a fitting.
Come on, man. Let her go till later. I got an appointment with that Chetter right at the studio. We have a rehearsal.
Oh, now, Jim, it'll only take a minute.
Yeah, no, your minute. Needs a couple of hours.
Listen, you eggs. I'll give you each $1 for every minute I'm in here over 10.
The bet. Dave, this is the easiest show you ever made.
Yeah, if you make it.
numbers at last.
Yeah, and look at all the buns.
Yeah, what'd I tell you? What's the place out?
Oh, there, boys. That wasn't long, was it?
Yeah, not much. Spent 26 minutes in there.
26 minutes. Oh, you're through it.
Oh, man, that's right. 26 minutes.
So you owe us each $16.
Oh, it was worth it. I found some of the loveliest lads
Never
here.
mind what you found, May. Come on, pay off.
Gee, I can't right now.
Why not?
Well, I haven't got the car.
Oh, go on. You're a biker.
Oh, on the level. I haven't any change.
Woman, I don't trust you. Let's see your purse.
Oh, here you are.
Gee, $3,000 note and 400.
Nothing smaller, so I can't pay off.
What's the idea? Toting that fortune around with you, May?
I just got it out of the bank. I'm sending it east. You know, my mother.
Yeah. It isn't safe to carry it around like that.
I'm getting a postal order for it this afternoon.
No, you're not. We've got rehearsals all afternoon and all day tomorrow, too.
Oh, I'll have to carry it with me then.
$3,000 and 14. The next afternoon, Dave Brennan makes a date to meet a friend of his at the corner of 6th and Rampart.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Ed.
This is a pal of mine. Shake hands with Sammy. He's one of the boys.
Oh,
Yeah. What's on your mind, Dave?
yeah? Listen, do you want to make a grand?
What's the job?
Grab Mae West jewelry and her dough.
Sure, that's worth $1 grand. How about my pal here?
Oh, I'll cut him in for $1 grand, too.
Fair enough. How about it, Sammy?
Well, fair enough. Okay, hop in and I'll take you out to the joint and give you the layup. Well, here we are. There's the apartment house where she lives, see?
Yeah, but it's going to be sort of tough making a getaway from that joint.
Wait a minute. You don't have to knock her over in there. Like I've been telling you, I've been driving her around, see? Now, every night after she leaves the studio, her and Jim Timoney, that's her manager, and me, we all put on the feed bag together, see? And right on the dot of 7, we pull up here, and Timoney goes up and feeds Revolver.
What do you mean? He loads his gas?
No. Revolver's the name of her pet monkey.
Oh, I get it.
Now, look here. I drive her up here at 7 sharp. I'll pull up by that fire plug across the street, see? Nobody will be parked by it. There's sure to be a vacant place there.
Yeah, then what?
You guys be parked right here. When you see Timoney get out of the car and go into the apartment house, you move in, see?
Easy.
Get the rocks and the dough and take it on the lam. I'll meet you at 11 p.m. at the same place as this afternoon. That night, as is her custom, Miss West returns to her apartment house at 7 o'clock and requests Timoney to feed the monkey. She waits in the car, intending to go on to the fight. She has been chatting with Brennan about 3 minutes when she notices a man, coat collar turned up around his face, hat pulled low, staggered across the street toward the car.
Hey, Dave. I don't like the looks of this guy coming across the street.
Oh, him. Just some drunk, I guess.
Oh, maybe. But what's that he's got in his hand?
I don't know. Looks like a handkerchief.
It's a sticker. Hand over the poke.
What?
I said hand over the poke. Come on, give it to me. Now give me the bracelet. Quit stalling.
Oh, don't get in a hurry.
Take your time, buddy. You'll get it.
Oh, there you are.
Now, that necklace. Come on, make it snappy. Good. Now I'll have those rings.
Well, you haven't overlooked anything, have you?
No, I can't think of anything. Can you? Now listen, Mug. Start this car. Keep on going, and don't look back.
Okay.
Hey, Dave, stop.
Yes, they keep on going.
I don't care what he said. Stop right here. I'm going to try to get his number.
All right.
Big mug.
Yeah, he's able to turn the heat on you, May. He sounded tough to me.
Oh, he's nothing but a hoodlum.
Well, did you see anything?
No, I couldn't get the number. The coupe, that's all I made out.
What's the matter, man? The idea of standing here in the middle of the street. Anything wrong?
Oh, it's plenty wrong. Some mug just turned a rod on me and lifted my jewelry and that dough I was carrying.
Well, come on. Let's report you to the police right away.
Hey, listen, May, I wouldn't do that.
Well, why not?
Well, if you get the bulls on this job, you may never see the rocks again. I tell you, these gunmen are tough monkeys.
Well, what did you propose doing?
Now, listen, you leave this thing to me for a few days, will you?
Why, what could you do about it?
Well, I had some connections back east. Might do some good out here. Let me look up some guys, and maybe I can get the stuff back for you.
Well, what are you afraid, Jim?
If you think you can reclaim the stuff, go to it, Dave.
4 hours later, Dave does reclaim the stuff for himself. Well, boys, that was one of the neatest jobs I ever saw pulled. Nothing messy, you know. Clean from start to finish.
Thanks, Dave. Here's the stuff.
Let me see. Ah, swell.
Wait a minute. What about our cut?
No, I'll pay you off in a couple of days.
Yeah, well, why not now? You got $3,000 notes there.
Hey, you don't want to try to change a $1,000 bill with every bull in town looking for them the way they made it, do you? Well, no. No, I'm trying to stall May from reporting it to the cops, but she might jump out of line. Now, you fellas just leave this all to me, and I'll pay you guys off day after tomorrow.
Well, okay, Dave. Hey, Dave.
What?
Hadn't you better return the ice?
Why?
Look, Dave, those rocks are her business. She looks like a good dame to me. We got $1,000 a piece of her dough. Ain't that enough?
Yeah, but there might be another $10,000 in sparklers there. Hey, you don't expect me to turn that back, do you?
Look, Dave, it's none of my business. I done the job for you, and you're going to pay me off. What you do with the rocks is your own business. But if I was you, I'd turn them back. Gee, the dame's going to make a pitcher soon, and she's going to need him.
Yeah? Oh, maybe you're right.
Sure I am, Dave. Give them back to her.
Okay, pal. I will.
The next morning, Timony and Miss West are discussing the robbery in her apartment when the phone rings.
I'll answer it, May. Hello.
I want to talk to Miss West.
Who's speaking? This is the manager.
Well, you do. It's about that holdup last night.
Yeah. Get a load of this, May. Well, what about it?
Well, I just wanted to tell you where you can find the purse.
Fine. Where is it?
Well, you go down Rossmore from the apartment to Rosewood Avenue.
Yeah?
Then you turn to the right.
Yeah?
Well, in the middle of the block is a white garage. And behind the garage is a pile of lumber. And under the lumber, you'll find the purse.
Well, that's fine. Where is this Rosewood Avenue? It's strange in Los Angeles, you know.
It ain't far from your apartment. Next block down Rossmore.
What's that? I'm a little deaf.
I said the next block down Rossmore from your apartment.
Yeah, I see. And you said something about a garage.
Yeah, I said the purse is behind the white garage in the middle of the block under a pile of lumber there.
Yeah, well, thanks. Who was speaking?
Hey, Mud, do you think I'm nuts? I'm doing you a favor as it is, telling you where you can find that purse.
No, but I'd like to... Hello. Hello. You hung up on me. You got that, man?
Oh, most of it. What's the idea of all the stupid questions and that crack about being deaf?
I just followed him so I could remember his voice if I ever got a chance to hear it again.
Oh, smart boy, Jim. You ought to be a cop. You got the figure for it anyway.
Oh, that's right.
So they left the purse for me, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if there's anything in it.
Well, let's take a walk over there and find out.
Miss West and Timony follow Friedman's directions and recover the purse under the lumber pile, but it is empty. 2 weeks pass, and Brennan's daily promises to contact the jewel thieves come to naught. Finally, Miss West, advised by friends in New York, contacts Lieutenant F.L. James of the police gangster squad and makes a confidential report of the holdup. James devotes weeks of his time to the case. The sheriff's office and the district attorney's investigators also work on it, but no substantial clue is discovered. Months pass. The Mae West jewel robbery becomes another unsolved crime. Then James E. Davis is appointed chief of police. Shortly after taking office, he calls Detective Lieutenant Stone, Robertson, and Kynette into his office for a conference.
Boys, beginning today, you three are to work out of this office as special investigators directly under my supervision. You will be relieved of all routine duties, and I want you to spend all your time on certain cases which haven't been cleared up yet. There are a bunch of robberies that have been hanging fire. For one reason or another, no arrests have been made, and no substantial clues turned up. You know the way I feel about such a state of affairs. I have yet to see the perfect crime. There is no case that can't be solved. It's up to you boys to prove that I'm right. The first case I want you to go to work on is that May West jewel robbery. Go out and get the men that did that job and bring them in here. We'll put them away for a while where they can't bother anyone.
Detectives Stone and Robertson studied the investigation reports of the officers who had originally worked on the case, and then planned their criminological strategy.
Well, it's clear from these reports that only two people knew Miss West was carrying that dough around with her.
Yeah, but remember she says here that she thinks maybe somebody spotted the diamonds at the fight.
That doesn't mean anything. The first thing the stick-up man said was, hand me the poke. The only thing in the purse he wanted was the money.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, two people knew about that money. Timoney and Brennan.
And Timoney's out. He's been her manager and trusted friend for years.
Right. So that leaves Brennan, who, after all, was only a casual friend. Let's work on that angle.
Holmes, your deduction is astounding.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary.
Well, all right. Let's get a line on this Brennan guy. The investigation of Brennan's acquaintances limits itself finally to Edward Friedman as the man most closely resembling the general description of height and weight given in Miss West's report. Friedman, having been booked on a previous charge, the police records include his picture and fingerprints. Stone and Robertson take Miss West to the Morgue of Freeman for identification.
Well, is this your man, Miss West?
Oh, let me see now. Sort of dark and handsome, isn't he?
What about it? Is he the guy?
Well, I can't tell for sure. You see, he had his hat pulled down and his coat collar turned up, so his face was pretty well hidden. But if I could hear his voice or see his hands, why, then I'd be sure.
What do you mean, see his hands?
Oh, he had short, pudgy hands. That was the one thing about him that impressed me.
Well, we'll run this guy down and let you get a look at his hands.
Stone and Robertson set out to run down Friedman, but they are blocked when they discover that he's out of town. A couple of weeks pass, and then an anonymous telephone call informs them that he's returned. For several days, they cruised the neighborhood of 6th and Dunsmuir, where Friedman lived, without spotting his car. Then, on Thanksgiving Day, accompanied by their wives to avert suspicion, they once more visit the place. This time, they are successful in locating Friedman's coupe parked on 6th Street. For 2 hours, they wait, parked nearby, and then at last a man comes out of an apartment house and approaches the car. They recognize him from the picture in the mug book as Friedman. As he gets into the coupe, Robertson walks up to the right side and Stone poses him on the left side of the car.
Open that door.
What's the big idea?
We're from the Detective Bureau. Get out.
What's the rap?
We want you for the May West robbery.
It's a bum beat.
Come on, get out of the car.
I'm coming, you big flatfoot. All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'll go.
Put the braces on, Bill.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Stone and Robertson take Friedman to the University Police Station, where they question him.
You know Dave Brennan?
No, we know you do. Well, so what? We want that jewelry back.
Oh, that lousy jewelry. Brennan promised to return it to May West. If he had, I wouldn't be here now.
What did you get for that job?
All I got was $1,000.
It's hardly worth it, was it, Friedman?
Well, I needed dough. But it was a crying shame to take that dame's rock.
Well, what are you going to do about it now?
I'll take my rap, and I'll take that double-crossing rat Brennan to the pen with me.
Having obtained Friedman's full confession, Lieutenant Stone calls Miss West and informs her that they have a suspect in custody who has confessed. Miss West asks him to bring the man over to the apartment at once. He and Timoney greet them outside the apartment house.
Miss West, this is Mr. Friedman, the suspect I told you about.
I remember Miss West from the night I held her up.
Oh, yeah. I remember your voice now. This is the man, all right, Lieutenant.
Well, what would you say, Mr. Jiminy?
Sounds like him to me, but you have to hear his voice on the phone to be sure.
Well, I guess we could arrange that, too, Mr. Jiminy.
Now, listen, Lieutenant. No, I'd like to talk to Mr. Friedman alone. Mind if we get into the car? It's kind of cold standing out here.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks. Well, look here, Charles. This was a big idea.
Listen, Miss West, I'm sorry about the whole thing. I really am. If I'd known you were so regular, I never would have agreed to do it.
Well, it's all very nice to hear, but how about them diamonds of mine, huh?
I don't know where they are. I got $1,000 for the job, and I was through. Brennan took the rock.
Oh, so Brennan was in on it, eh?
Sure.
Oh, that's the limit. And I call that guy a friend. I guess I'm just a chump.
I made Brennan promise to return the diamond.
Well, you're good at moving mountains, too.
I wanted to come and tell you about it a lot of times. If I could have gotten the jewels back for you, I would.
Well, you're not a bad guy, Friedman. I don't know, but I feel kind of sorry for you. But that double-crossing Brennan, if I could get my hands on him...
You and me both.
The long arm of the law reaches out for Brennan, and he is arrested in Chicago. Friedman is indicted by the grand jury on December 4th on 2 counts of robbery, the May West job, and a prior holdup. On January 24th, 1934, Friedman goes on trial before Judge Harry Sewell. Day after day, the courtroom is packed as May West gives her testimony. On February 2nd, the jury is given its instructions and retires. At 1 a.m. on February 3rd, the jury files back into the still crowded courtroom.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Read the verdict, please.
We, the members of the jury, find the defendant, Edward Friedman, guilty as charged in the indictment of robbery in the second degree. Stand back there. Get the water somewhere.
Oh, what seems to be the matter, Jim?
Friedman's faded.
Oh, a pet guy, huh? Just a poor hoodlum. He can dish it out, but he can't kick it.
Judge Sewell sentenced Friedman for from 2 years to life in San Quentin Penitentiary. He appealed his case, and the appellate court confirmed the judgment. Stubbornly, he carried his fight to the state Supreme Court, but that august body refused to review his case, and Friedman must serve his time. Dave Brennan, instigator of the plot, was arrested in Chicago, jumped a $10,000 bond, and traveled to Miami, Florida, where he was arrested again. Although Captain Stone traveled all the way to Miami to bring back his man, the governor of Florida ruled that as Brennan was under bond in Illinois, he would have to be extradited from that state. So the fight for extradition goes on. We, the police, have performed our duty and discharged our obligation to Miss West and to society in apprehending these criminals. But how quickly they can be locked behind prison bars is a question that can only be answered by those who manipulate the red tape of the law.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want further information on the May West diamond robbery, you can get the story illustrated in the March issue of the Calling All Cars News. Just drive into any Rio Grande service station and ask for your free copy. You are under no obligation to buy anything. But if you have not yet tried Rio Grande cracked gasoline, we urge you to fill your tank and then hunt for a hill. As soon as Rio Grande cracked reaches your carburetor, you will find your car developing new energy. It will accelerate easier. You'll go over hills in seconds where you formerly had to crawl in low gear. You won't have to shift gears so often in traffic. For Rio Grande cracked gasoline with tetraethyl has extra energy, extra speed, extra power, because it's refined by the distinctive cracking process that creates a livelier gasoline. To prove to you that Rio Grande Cracked is a better gasoline, we refer you to cities like Oakland, Berkeley, Merced, Los Angeles, and to Maricopa County, Arizona, which have made tests and specify Rio Grande Cracked gasoline exclusively for all emergency engines. Wherever it is sold, Rio Grande Cracked gasoline powers more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other brand.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars. Cancellation broadcast 69 regarding a holdup. Suspect described in this broadcast is now in custody. That's all. Rose and quit.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation, a hostile alien race threatens to annihilate an entire planet.
The lives of 15,000 people are riding on you.
We are not leaving.
Data's mission, force an evacuation.
You will die, and their weapons are far more powerful.
But his own life is in jeopardy. On Star Trek The Next Generation.
They grab you with the headlines. What they don't tell you is how they get them.
Make her an offer she can't refuse.
You get them when their defenses are down. That's when you get blood.
I want her out of my house!
Scandal Sheet at 9, 8 Central tomorrow.
It takes getting up early, ahead of the rest. It takes moving faster and being the best. To make you smile, we know we gotta be tough. When it's a matter of pride, enough is never enough. We know what it takes to go that extra mile, so we gotta be tough. To make you smile. CounterSpy,
Squaw Valley, acres and acres of snow. Ford takes it on with Tempo and Ranger and Escort and full-size pickups and with the official truck of Squaw Valley, Bronco 2. Find out what Squaw Valley already knows. You can't go down the mountain if you can't get up it. See why Ford is #1 in the West. See your Bay Area Ford dealer now.
A fight against the odds tonight.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Hello, folks. This is Bing Crosby again tonight, as every night, Monday through Friday. Glad you tuned in. We hope that what we prepared for you will amuse and entertain you in a mild way. We don't aim for anything stupendous or catastrophic, just mild little items we're going to throw around, songs and patter. Do hope that you like them.
Buddy, we're away then.
How every honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness knows. honeysuckle rose. When you're passing by, flowers droop and sigh, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows, honeysuckle rose. Well, I don't buy sugar, you just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar, so sweet when you stir it up. When I'm taking sips from your tasty lips, seems the honey fairly drips. Your confection, goodness knows, honeysuckle rose. Taking sips from your tasty lips, honey fairly drips, confection, goodness knows, that's honeysuckle rose.
That was Honeysuckle Rose, backed musically by Buddy Cole at the piano, Don Whitaker at bass, Vince Terry guitar, and Nick Fatul on the drums. And as soon as the boys complete their bows, we're going to get along with I Need You Now.
If I ever needed you, I need you now. I can't remember when I've ever been so blue. If I ever needed love, I need it now. I feel so all alone, I don't know what to do. No day or night goes by when I don't have my cry. I feel like I could die from wanting you. I can't ease my aching heart, but you'd know how. If I ever needed you, I need you now. No day or night goes by when I don't have my cry. I feel like I could die from wanting you. I I can't ease my aching heart, but you'd know how if I ever needed you. I need you now.
Now, I note that our guest has arrived. This young fella has a song copy clutched in his grubby little hand, so we may assume safely that he's a singer of some sort.
Singer of some sort is right, Dad.
Well, then I think you might be called a sort of an unrehearsed baritone.
Mm-hmm. Runs in the family, I guess.
I guess your guess is as good as anybody's.
Say, Dad, did you see in Llewellyn Parsons' column the other day where it said that this is going to be a very important year for you?
Yeah, I did read that. The astrologer Blanca Holmes predicted that it's going to be a very big year for Frank Sinatra, Arlene Dahl, John Wayne, and myself.
Golly, wouldn't it be wonderful if you could get into the movies like John Wayne and the others?
Son, I don't like to throw my weight around, but I already am in the movies. As a matter of fact, I'm appearing in a picture right now.
Say, you're not the same Bing Crosby I saw in Country Girl, are you?
I certainly am.
Oh, you're looking better.
Thank you very much. Hey, you got a song for us now?
Yeah, I'd like to sing Mobile. They saw a swallow building his nest. I guess they figured he knew best, so they built a town around him, and they called it Mobile.
Where's that?
Alabama. They took a swampland heavy with steam. They added people with a dream, and that dream became a heaven by the name of Mobile. Pretty soon, the town had grown till they had a slide trombone and a man who played the piano and a swallow who sang soprano. No use you're wondering where you should go. It's on the Gulf of Mexico, where the southern bells are ringing and the climate's ideal. It's a honeysuckle heaven by the name of Mobile. Where's that?
Alabama.
Pretty soon, the town had grown till they had a slide trombone and a man who played the piano and a swallow who sang soprano. No use you're wondering where you should go. It's on the Gulf of Mexico, where the southern bells are ringing and the climate's ideal. It's a honeysuckle heaven by the name of Mobile.
That was quite nice, Lenny. I found it very interesting.
Well, if you ever need anyone to fill in, let me know. I'm always available.
Well, I'll cruise the bus stops in my Go Devil some night, see if I can run into you. Now it's time to count our blessings. From the Paramount picture White Christmas, of course.
When I'm worried and I can't sleep, I count my blessings instead of sheep. I fall asleep counting my blessings. When my bankroll is getting small, I think of when I had none at all. I fall asleep counting my blessings. about a nursery, and I picture curly hair, and one by one I count them as they slumber in their beds. So if you're worried you can't sleep, count your blessings instead of sheep, and you'll fall asleep counting your blessings. About a nursery, and I picture curly hair, and one by one I count them as they slumber in their beds. So if you're worried you can't sleep, just count your blessings instead of sheep, you'll fall asleep counting your blessings.
Well, c'est fini pour ce soir, as they say on the left bank. On the right bank, too, for that matter. In other words, that's it for tonight. Do hope you can listen again tomorrow night, same place, same time.
This is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight to you all and reminding you that Bing Crosby can be heard Monday through Friday, transcribed from Hollywood.
If you like the Bing Crosby Show, you're sure to enjoy two other great CBS radio song shows brought to you regularly over most of these stations. One is the Tennessee Ernie Show, starring the irrepressible Tennessee Ernie Ford in a half hour of music and fun every weekday evening. The other is the Perry Como Show, which comes to you Monday, Wednesday, and Friday evenings, with Perry and his special musical guests. Bring music into your home with the Tennessee Ernie Show, the Perry Como Show, and, of course, the Bing Crosby Show. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy
Gotta tell you, this just wouldn't be Computerland without the people. Where's that patient man who guided you through your first computer? Good. And that lady, the one who showed you everything you needed to know about software?
Good question. Let me show you.
Where are the business professionals who'll be there to help you months, years later?
See? That's all you do.
Where are all these good people? Where they've always been.
Computerland.
Computerland. The one thing to know about computers.
Mother, I hear a screen door slamming, and you're calling to me. Mother, I hear your voice across every memory. And now that all our younger years slip into yesterday, I want you to remember.
Hello?
Mom?
I won't drift away.
Oh, baby dear, how are you?
Thank you. I want you to know why I feel so proud right now. It's not because I won the tournament. It's because you allowed me to be part of your winning team. After all, you Northern California Toyota dealers sell more small 4x4 trucks than anyone else around. about double your nearest competitor. And
Excuse me, Mr. Madden. About that protest.
As I was saying, when you got a winner, stay with the winner.
What will you do with all the money you save?
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
This is John Wherry for the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Vicki Nagel, kindergarten teacher at Central Elementary School, has some suggestions for parents whose children will start school next year.
If a child can come to kindergarten knowing how to write his name, or at least a beginning of how to write his name, it's a big help. It would be really nice if they knew how to tie their shoes, knew how to button their coat, knew how to zip their coat, because when you get in a group, it's really helpful if they can all take care of that themselves.
Some tips for helping kids get started right in school. Listen again when WDAF and your Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools present another school note.
WDAF, Kansas City.
Kansas City teachers and the school board have given overwhelming support to a contract hammered out during extensive bargaining with a federal mediator. Sunday's vote clears the way for reopening all 100 public schools today, or rather tomorrow. This is WDAF Kansas City. It's 11 o'clock.
News of the hour on the hour from American Information Radio. This is Steve Powers from New York. And at this hour, a positive reaction to the acquittal of John Mitchell and Maurice Stans extends from the defendants themselves to the White House and to Geneva. For the defendants, the reaction was predictable. They were happy. Maurice Stans.
Looking back, all I would like to say in conclusion is that even the book of Job has a very happy ending. And that's the way I feel today.
Stans had praise for the jury, and so did John Mitchell.
It was decided by 12 good American people, part of the cross-section of all of America.
Mitchell says now he's going to take a vacation and a drink. The other side, that story coming up.
You may live with it for 1,000 years, and there is still challenge. And you see, the young people are searching for the answers to life.
Organist Virgil Fox for music in our schools.
I don't think there's any way possible to have children have music too early. I think that music in the lives of the young is probably as important as the breath in their lungs or the blood in their veins. The child who is permitted to brush with music, to cope with it, to dance to it, to feel it, to express it, to make it, is a child who is always several plateaus higher. There's no doubt that beautiful music brings out the finest, and the more we have of it, the better everything else is.
Help to bring out the finest in all our children. Support music in your schools. A message from the Music Educators National Conference.
The chief prosecutor, John Wing, said he felt rotten after the jury found Mitchell and Stans innocent of all counts in the Vesco affair.
I'm disappointed in the verdict, and there's nothing else I really can say.
Are you satisfied with the government's case as you presented it and your fellow prosecutors, sir?
Absolutely.
One of the jurors agreed that Wing did present his case well. Andrew Choa tells ABC News.
An extremely skillful, brilliant job. But the jury came to the conclusion that their presentation of the case did not allow them to arrive at a verdict that was otherwise than the one that was given.
And Choa says the credibility of John Dean as a witness against Mitchell and Stans was not the deciding factor. What about Dean's credibility? Here's ABC's Vic Ratner in Washington.
Lawyers at the special prosecutor's office here were disappointed but not disheartened at the verdict in New York. They feel that the Vesco case had little connection with their major Watergate cases. They feel John Dean's testimony played only a small part at the Vesco trial. He'll play a much bigger role in future Watergate trials. The Vesco case wasn't even the special prosecutor's baby, having originated in the U.S. Attorney's Office in New York and being handled there all along. Vic Ratner, ABC News, Washington.
ABC's Jerry Landay reports that President Nixon is being described as pleased about the not guilty verdict for Mitchell and Stans and their families. We asked ABC's Ted Koppel, who's traveling with Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in Geneva, if the verdict will have an effect on Kissinger's current negotiations.
Some of the president's critics in Congress have been suggesting for several weeks now that the United States might be forced to make negotiating concessions simply because the president is in a weakened position at home. The fact that Messrs. Mitchell and Stans have now been acquitted is not, of course, going to take the heat off altogether. There is still the danger of impeachment hanging over the president, but Secretary Kissinger was clearly elated when he heard the news of the acquittal this evening and felt that his hand was somewhat strengthened as he goes in now to his first round of negotiations with Soviet Foreign Minister Gromyko here in Geneva.
Correspondent Koppel said Kissinger was beaming when he heard the news that Mitchell and Stans had been acquitted in the Vesco affair. This is Information Radio News.
From the Kurt Murray Sports Desk, Johnny Miller sank a clutch 4-foot putt to win the $200,000 Tournament of Champions today. Miller fired a final round 69 to win by a single stroke over Buddy Allen and John Mahaffey. Ferguson Jenkins notched his 5th victory in pitching the Texas Rangers to an 8-5 win over the New York Yankees for a split of their doubleheader. The Yankees won the first game 11-2. The New York Mets defeated the San Francisco Giants 6-4 for a sweep of their doubleheader. The first game also went to New York by a score of 6-0. The San Diego Padres rallied for 5 runs in the bottom of the 9th to edge the Philadelphia Phillies 5-4. Steve Yeager slammed a 3-run homer to face the Los Angeles Dodgers to their 6th straight victory, a 4-0 decision over the Montreal Expos. And Cecil Cooper's leadoff homer in the 4th of the 13th inning gave the Boston Red Sox a 5-4 triumph over the Kansas City Royals. The win snapped Boston's 5-game losing streak. The Kansas City forecast, cloudy with a chance of showers or thunder showers, possibly with heavy rain for the rest of tonight and tomorrow. The low tonight in the low 60s, high tomorrow in the mid to upper 70s. Partly cloudy with a chance of showers Monday night and Tuesday. The low Monday night in the 60s, high Tuesday in the 70s. Right now, cloudy skies, south winds at 14, the humidity 87%, and our current Kansas City temperature, 64 degrees. This is Pat Ross, WDAF News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense, to the fear you can hear, to the world of terrifying imagination. They say, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. And perhaps it's true. But the question is, how long can that fury endure? How long can the passions burn? Well, Miss Charity Youngblood was left waiting at the church some 200 years ago, and she still isn't over it.
Sheriff's Office, Deputy Palmer speaking.
Sheriff, there's someone who wants to murder me.
Yes, sir. Your name, sir?
Well, is that important?
Yes, sir, it is.
Well, I hesitate to give you my name because you might think I'm unbalanced.
Now, why would I think that?
Because of the peculiar circumstances involved.
Why don't you let me be the judge of that?
Well, this young lady wants to kill me, and she's armed.
What's her name?
Well, I wouldn't want her to get into trouble.
What?
She doesn't look like a killer, and besides, I can't prove it. It's just that I know it.
Now, sir, calm yourself and tell me, why does she want to kill you?
Because I broke our engagement.
All right. It's possible. Now, when did you break that engagement?
Oh, about 200 years ago.
Our mystery drama, A Dream of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by new sugar-free Diet 7-Up and by the Kellogg Company makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Hello, Ms. Goldilocks here, and welcome to my professional taste testing laboratory. Oh, Papa Bear, could you bring that case of sugar-free Diet 7-Up over here?
Another case? Miss Goldilocks, you're drinking this sugar-free Diet 7-Up like there's no tomorrow. You can't still be taste testing it.
Oh, no, Papa Bear. Sugar-free Diet 7-Up has already earned my seal of approval. It's fresh, light, natural, delicious. I drink it because I love its taste. Now hurry up.
Okay, here.
This sugar-free Diet 7-Up really tastes delicious. Ladies, if you're tired of switching from one diet drink to another, take some advice from Ms. Goldilocks. Try sugar-free Diet 7-Up and you'll say, yes, this one's just right.
I'll bear witness to that, Goldie.
Young I may be, but still I'm a man. Just turned 18 and I'll do what I can to find me a place where I can be me. Get ready for life and be free as the sea. Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here? I finished school, but what lies ahead? Don't want to get trapped, want to feel free instead. All over the world, there's so much to do. The call of the sea, don't you hear it too? Where do I go from here? Oh, where do I go from here?
What about the new Navy? You'll get your chance at success, learn an exciting job, and see the world. Call toll-free 800-841-8000. That's 800-841-8000. Or see your Navy recruiter. Be someone special in the new Navy.
I know where I'm going from here.
Sometimes a few notes of an incomplete melody may steal through your head. It isn't like any tune you know, and yet you've heard it before. For no reason, a name, a noise, an aroma may evoke a dim and distant memory. A memory of a place you cannot clearly remember, but it's a place you cannot completely forget. A great poet said, "Life is a dream, and even dreams are dreams." Perhaps. But sooner or later, there must be an awakening for every dream. And for Rexford Patterson, there was the rudest awakening of all.
Hey, Patterson, wake up. Your lawyer's here.
Huh? What?
Your lawyer's here.
Lawyer? Why? What do I want a lawyer for? Where am I?
You're in a jailhouse.
Jailhouse? How did I get... I demand to see a lawyer.
Mister, no sooner said than done. He's all yours, Counselor.
All right, Sheriff, if you would leave us.
Bang on the door when you want out, Counselor.
Who are you? Why am I in here?
My name is Peter Evans. I'm an attorney. I was retained by the university on your behalf.
Why do I need a lawyer?
Why? Well, you're going to be tried for murder.
Who is?
You are.
But that's impossible.
You don't remember?
Murder?
Murder.
No.
Well, according to the sheriff, you were found unconscious on the floor of your study, and she'd been shot.
Who?
Your fiancée.
Charity? I killed Charity?
No. Madeline Betty, your fiancée, Madeline Betty Powers. Who's Charity?
Charity Youngblood. She was my fiancée.
You had two of them? Look, we know you were engaged to Madeline Betty Powers. Now you say you were also engaged to a Miss Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
Well, what happened to that engagement?
I broke it.
Was the parting amicable?
No.
How did Miss Youngblood take it?
She was She was hurt, angry. She was violent.
What do you mean, violent?
She swore she would make me regret it. She swore she would have her revenge.
Can you prove any of this?
Oh, yes.
How?
I have it in writing.
Well, now, this may throw a new light on the case. When did you break your engagement to Miss Youngblood?
When? About 200 years ago.
Good. You see, if we can produce written evidence... When did you say you broke this engagement?
I was killed at the Battle of Monmouth in 78. And 3 years before that would be, the early spring of 1775.
Allow me to suggest the only plea that will save you. Insanity.
No, I will insist that we plead the truth.
Well, what is the truth?
Self-defense. I killed Charity Youngblood in self-defense.
All right. Look. Now, you may have killed Miss Youngblood in self-defense 200 years ago, but it's over. It's gone. It's done with. Nobody wants you for that. You're going to be tried for the murder of Madeline Betty Powers.
Exactly. Charity Youngblood is Madeline Betty Powers.
Professor Patterson.
You're my attorney. I have to tell you the truth.
But I can't believe it.
But I can prove it. Look, go to my apartment. In the middle drawer of my desk, there's a book. An old book, an old leather notebook. Bring it here. You'll see. You'll see for yourself. Proof. You read the book?
Yes. It's a diary kept by a girl named Charity Youngblood, daughter of a Connecticut gunsmith during the Revolutionary War. She was jilted by a young officer named Eli Wallington. Naturally, she was quite upset about it. But where is the proof you promised me?
I was that young officer. I was Eli Wallington.
Look, Professor Patterson, if I'm to represent you, you'll simply have to tell me...
The truth. I know the truth. But I tell you the truth and you refuse to believe me.
It's impossible to believe you.
Impossible. That's the key word. Well, today's commonplace was yesterday's impossibility. People said it was impossible to transplant a heart, impossible to walk on the moon.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Last summer, I stopped at an antique shop in central Connecticut. Heaped high on a counter was a pile of old pictures, letters, books. I picked up that little notebook, the one you're now holding. I read that name, that hand-lettered name, Charity Youngblood. And suddenly I felt as if I'd been stabbed through the heart. I knew that name. I knew that name.
Please, Professor Patterson.
No, don't tell me to be calm. Don't humor me. Just listen to me. I knew that name. I knew the girl. I knew the time. I knew the place. Here, turn to the page where she describes how he proposed to her.
Just don't see how
Just
all of...
do it.
All right. This is what you want? Monday. Eli proposed marriage to me this morning.
I read the name Eli. An electric shock ran through my system. I knew I was Eli. And the entire scene ran through my mind. Exactly as she wrote it in her diary. Good morning, Charity.
Oh, it's the high and mighty Lieutenant Eli Wallington. Come to see my father? Well, that pistol of yours isn't ready.
I've come to see you, Charity. I've been foolish.
It doesn't interest me.
Charity, I love you.
Oh, yes, you love me.
Believe me.
Oh, I believe you. You love me here. You love me now. But tomorrow you'll be somewhere else. You'll see someone else. You'll love someone else.
Men are fools. We don't realize at first how important it is to have a woman who really loves us. And you love me.
Please go.
Marry me, Charity.
Eli?
We'll have the banns on Sunday and marry the week after. Now, come, close the shop. We'll go riding this morning.
But I promised Father...
Let's be together this morning. Come with me.
Oh, Eli, you're a scoundrel.
Yes, Charity. But I'm your scoundrel.
You must never forget that, Eli. Never forget that.
What are you trying to tell me, Professor Patterson?
Don't you see, as Eli Wallington, I had lived through that scene. I knew how I felt. I loved her.
How do you know you were Eli Wallington?
How do we know you're Peter Evans? You just know, that's all.
None of this is proof in a court of law.
You can read in her diary. Yes, Sunday. This morning, the banns were read in the church. But Eli never married her. Do you know why? Because Charity was right. The very next week, Eli was somewhere else. He saw someone else. He loved someone else. He never saw Charity again. And 3 years later, he was dead at Monmouth. Turn to Charity's diary. See what she wrote when she heard the news of Eli's death. Here's the evidence you need to defend me in court. Read it.
All right. Now, Friday. This morning, the Reverend Fallowfield came into the shop with news.
Charity, I am told that Eli Wallington has fallen at Monmouth. I thought you might wish to know.
Thank you, Reverend.
He died bravely for his country, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him.
I will not forgive him.
Charity.
On that Sunday, that awful Sunday, I swore I'd kill him.
But the boy is already dead.
He'll live again. I'll live again. I'll find him and kill him.
Give up this frightful hatred before it destroys you.
He won't escape.
If only I could help you, Charity.
No one can help me. And no one can help Eli. Somewhere, somehow, someday, I'll have my revenge.
And when I picked up that diary in the antique shop, Mr. Evans, I was almost frozen with terror. I knew I had come back. Why shouldn't she? But you know something? After a while, I began to laugh at myself.
Why?
Well, for the same reason you're probably laughing at me. After all, we live in the modern, rational 20th century. Every night, I'd sit alone at home and wait for Charity to come and kill me. And nothing happened.
She didn't show up.
No. And you can't maintain an emotional pitch forever. And so soon, I stopped thinking about it. And then one afternoon, I was sitting in my study. Come in, it's not locked.
Good afternoon, Professor Patterson.
Yes. Let me see, you're Miss...
Powers. Madeline Betty Powers. I'm scheduled for a conference at exactly 1500 hours.
1500 hours?
3 p.m. We use this terminology at the engineering school.
Oh, I see. You're an engineering major, Miss Powers?
Have you any objections?
Oh, no, certainly not.
Professor, I require 3 credits in the humanities for my degree. I chose your American history course.
I am flattered.
It was the only one open.
You shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I have no interest in the dead past, only in the dynamic present. How can I survive your course?
First, show up for class, occasionally. Second, don't snore too loudly at my lectures. Third, write me a term paper.
On what subject?
Oh, any subject related to the Revolutionary War.
I know what I'll do. I'll write a novel.
Miss Powers, what are you saying?
Yes, a novel. A novel about a girl.
But, Miss Powers, you ask for an easy way out. A novel is the most difficult project.
You know what gave me the idea for it, Professor? This antique pistol on your desk.
What? Broken down, rusty old relic?
It just came to me by just looking at it. I'll write about a girl whose father was a gunsmith.
What did you say?
In one of the 13 colonies, Connecticut.
But, Miss Powers, do you know anything about Connecticut during the Revolution?
No, I'll make it up. After all, it's a novel.
Have you ever been to Connecticut?
No, never in my life. Now, the girl, the heroine of my novel, will be beautiful, sexy. I can see her. I can just see what she looks like. And her name, I even know her name.
What is it?
I think I have a good one. Her name...
No, don't tell me. Write it down on a piece of paper. But don't let me see what you're writing.
But why?
Please do as I ask, Miss Powers.
All right.
You've written her name?
Yes, Professor.
Her name is Charity. Charity Youngblood.
Professor Patterson, how did you know?
How does he know? Funny how these things work out, no? You can never tell who you'll come back as. Devil-may-care adventurer.
He's getting any money, but he's entitled. Well, what's wrong with writing a letter saying that under the law, this man is entitled to receive $220 a month for attending school on a full-time basis? Believe it or not, he can take that letter with the little job, take it to the real estate people, and because he has an additional income of $220, although he isn't receiving it, it makes his chances of getting that apartment much better. And this is what I mean about the little things. Going beyond the duty every once in a while. Just go a little bit out of your way to help someone. That's my philosophy. To me, these are little things, but big things to that person. A big thing to that person.
At VA, we try a little harder to help.
Professor Patterson, a quiet teacher of history, is in jail, accused of killing his fiancée. He doesn't deny it. What he's desperately trying to prove is that he killed the one he had 200 years ago.
Where, Miss Powers, have you heard that name, Charity Youngblood, before?
Nowhere. I made it up.
You made it up?
Well, Charity sounds like a name a girl might have had 200 years ago. And Youngblood has a kind of colonial quality to it. Charity Youngblood. It just sort of popped into my head.
And everything just came to you, the whole idea for the novel, the heroine, her name, it all occurred to you just now?
Yes, that's right, Professor Patterson. I simply can't account for it. It has no scientific basis. But suddenly, I have feelings that I've never experienced before.
What sort of feelings?
I can't describe them. Vague ideas, hazy pictures.
Of what?
But this woman, this girl, this Charity Youngblood, she's a creature of my own imagination. I only conjured her up a few moments ago, and yet she seems to be alive.
Give it up, Miss Powers. You know, sometimes when you write fiction, the character takes over, and unless you're a skilled professional author, this can be dangerous. Just attend class, look intelligent, and you'll pass the course.
Oh, Professor, that wouldn't be ethical.
Miss Powers, we'll just let that be our secret. All right. Hello.
Professor Patterson, this is Miss Powers.
What? Miss Powers?
Madeline Betty Powers. Did I wake you? I'm sorry. I know it's midnight, but I must see you at once. Please.
Well,
It's important.
Where?
Well, I'm calling from the all-night cafeteria at the Student Union building.
I'll be there.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I had to see you. And I didn't think it would be proper for me to go to your apartment at this hour.
Well, what seems to be the problem, Miss Powers?
The story.
The story?
The story of Charity Youngblood.
Well, I thought we decided to drop it.
But that's the problem. I can't seem to get it out of my mind.
Well, I'm sure you...
It's taken over. I can't think of anything else. Well, I'm obsessed by it. This girl, Charity Youngblood. I know her so well, I sometimes think... No, you'll laugh.
No, tell me.
I sometimes think she's me.
Well, of course she's you.
What are you saying?
Well, when you write fiction, every character has to be yourself in one form or another.
No, it's more than that. It's a feeling in my bones. I seem to have an urge to do something.
What?
I don't know. But I keep writing. Now, I've written 20 pages so far, and most of the time it doesn't even seem that I'm the one who's doing the writing. I get the feeling that I'm just holding the pen, and my hand is being guided. I'd like you to read what I've written so far. Please.
Miss Powers, you've been working too hard.
No, I just feel that something is happening to me. I seem to feel I have some sort of mission.
What kind of mission?
Well, I don't know. But every day I feel it's becoming clearer. But I still have no idea of what it is.
And every day, Mr. Evans, she would hand me a chapter of her novel. And that novel will win me acquittal in court.
Why?
Because each chapter is word for word a day in Charity Youngblood's original diary. In Madeline Betty's own handwriting.
Where's that novel now?
In my desk. I did everything I could to get her to stop writing, hoping that somehow I could get her mind off it. But of course that was useless. After all, if she really was Charity Youngblood, and there was no doubt in my mind about it, nothing would stop her from finding it out. And every day she was getting closer. Not just to Charity, but to me.
Professor, I decided to give Charity a love interest. We're about to have the war, and I've created a young cavalry officer of the Connecticut Brigade. I have a name for him. Eli Wallington.
Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Miss Powers, you've already written more than enough to earn a good grade. It's already longer than the average term paper.
Oh, but I have to finish.
Why? This whole thing started as a term project,
Yes, it
and
may
as far...
have started that way, but now it's something that belongs to me, and I can't help it. I have to keep writing until...
Until?
Until something happens.
What? What is supposed to happen?
I don't know. But I'm afraid. I'm very much afraid.
I was afraid too, Mr. Evans. Afraid that at any time she would suddenly realize that she wanted to kill me.
But surely you realize...
What? You mean I had nothing to be afraid of? Suppose someone's determined to kill you, and you know it. You tell me.
You know what I think? Although it's academic now. I think you should have gone to a psychiatrist.
I did. I went to the top. I went to the head of the Department of Psychiatry at the University Hospital.
All right. Now, let us see if we can delve into the core of these hallucinations.
No, let's not, Dr. Laufer. You see, these are not hallucinations.
No?
No. These are matters of fact. I know them to be true.
You're talking about reincarnation.
Yes. And you obviously don't believe in it.
That's hardly the point. It may exist, for all I know. However, if it does, then we have no way of knowing who we were in a past lifetime.
Perhaps we had no way of knowing. Perhaps today, with heightened powers of communication, perhaps our modern scientific technology has upset certain natural balances. Whatever. The fact is, I know.
If you know, you know. What do you want me to do?
Suggest a way I can live with it.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Look, if a man was an alcoholic or a drug addict or a gambler, and he said to you, this is what's wrong with me, how do I live with it? What would you tell him?
You are oversimplifying.
I am I'll coin the word. Reincarnate. How do I live with it? Especially since my life is in danger.
Very well. Why is your life in danger?
I told you. Charity Youngblood wants her revenge. And she's here in the person of Madeline Betty Powers to exact it.
Don't you see what you must do?
No.
This is all within the framework you yourself have created. If you remove the motive, you can prevent the crime.
I still don't know what you mean.
If she wants to kill you because you jilted her, well, all you have to do is give her satisfaction.
How?
Marry her.
Marry her? Marry Madeline Betty? She's hardly my type.
You're 32 years old. You're not married. Are you going with anyone?
No. But marry her? How do I know she'll have me?
Were you once Eli Wallington?
Yes.
Was she once Charity Youngblood?
Yes.
She'll have you.
Oh, Professor Patterson, you really didn't have to take me to dinner.
Well, our conference ran late. We have to eat.
Well, I mean, to a place like this.
Well, this is a very nice place. Or so I thought.
Oh.
Would you care to dance?
Oh, no, thank you. I dance rather poorly.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Why can't you believe it?
Because you're so charming.
I don't think so. At least no one ever told me that.
But I think so.
Do you? Why?
Well, it's a subjective thing.
I lied to you just now. I said I dance poorly. The truth is, I don't dance at all.
Now, how is that possible?
Girls who don't get asked usually don't bother to learn. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. It's just that since the day I met you, I started thinking. I don't know how to describe it.
Well, what were you thinking?
Oh, crazy things. That is, for me. I suddenly wanted to write a book. Why, I'll never know. And I began thinking of a girl who lived hundreds of years ago in a place I've never heard of. I can't understand it.
Madeline Betty, maybe I can help you.
Would you, Professor Patterson?
Rex. Go on, say it. Call me Rex.
Rex.
I've also felt something since the time you walked into my study for conference. And I've been trying to analyze it. And I finally discovered what it is. It's love.
Professor Patterson.
Rex. And so I'm asking you, I hope that you will marry me.
If you're going along with what Rex believes, they're playing the scene again. Rex and Madeline Betty have now reached the point where Eli proposed to Charity. Charity said yes, but will Madeline Betty? Yes or no will be the first word you will hear when we return shortly with Act 3.
And now, another story of the ball and chain, as Kellogg's Special K presents The Library.
Welcome to the public library. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I'd like to check out... I'd like to check out Famous Laundromats of the World by Audrey Schnorbart.
Sir, excuse me, but isn't that ball and chain you're wearing just like the ones they use in the Kellogg's Special K commercial?
This ball and chain?
Yes, that one. How are you going to get rid of it?
Well, you know, lots of good exercises, and by eating smart at every meal, starting with the Special K breakfast.
Don't you have to watch your calories?
Yes, and the Special K breakfast is less than 240 calories.
Less than 240 calories?
Right. A 1-ounce bowl of high-protein Special K, 4 ounces of skim milk, tomato juice, and coffee. It's really tasty, and it's going to help me get rid of this ball and chain. I'd say it's long overdue, get it?
Your happy ending could begin with the Special K breakfast from Kellogg's.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? Your Better Business
Business Bureau knows.
Listen, Lou, this fellow is at the door about the home repair, you know, and he wants me to sign the contract now. What'll I do?
You don't have to sign that contract now, madam.
You're not Lou. Who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau with some advice to help you to protect yourself. Read all the documents before you sign and take your time. He'll come back tomorrow. And incidentally, keep a copy of any form you do sign. And be sure you understand what you're signing.
Oh, thank you for telling me.
No need to thank me, madam. That's what Better Business Bureaus are for, to help protect consumers like you.
Eliminate the motive, and you prevent the crime. Excellent advice. And Rexford Patterson has taken it. He has just proposed to Madeline Betty Powers because it's the only way he can think of to keep her from killing him. And now, she looks at him and says,
Yes, Professor Patterson. Yes.
You can't agree to marry a man and call him Professor Patterson.
Rex.
I know it's sudden, Madeline Betty. We can get married after you graduate.
Oh, I'll marry you anytime you say, Rex. I love you.
I love you, too.
I fell in love with you. Must have been at first sight.
Why?
Why? Because you're handsome.
I was hoping I had other qualities.
Oh, you do. You do. But being handsome's part of it. Why did you fall in love with me?
Because you're beautiful.
Oh.
No, you don't believe it.
No, Well, I feel beautiful. You make me feel beautiful. Oh, Rex. I can't believe this is happening to me.
It's happening. It's happening to both of us.
And I'll be such a good wife for you.
What is it?
Oh, my head.
What's the matter?
Suddenly feels so light, so clear.
Well, that's good.
And different.
Different?
Yes, different.
How?
The book. You know the novel that I'm writing for the course?
Yes.
All of a sudden, I don't want to write it anymore.
Why not?
I don't know how it came into my head in the first place. Just as suddenly as it came, it's gone out.
Gone out?
That girl, Charity?
Oh, yes, Charity, the heroine of your book.
Yes, that's her name? Yes, I seem to remember. Well, she's gone from my mind, too. I simply can't understand how it happened.
Well, why bother?
Yes, that's right. Oh, why bother about anything except us? Except you and me.
So you proposed to a professor and you were accepted. She seemed happy. Apparently you were reconciled. What was the problem?
The problem was, Mr. Evans, I didn't really love her. Just as Eli didn't really love Charity.
But within the theory you'd set up...
Don't call it a theory. It's a fact.
Oh, whatever. But this is what you had to do. You had to marry the girl.
And I tried hard. But she made it impossible. She was...
What did she do?
Nothing, really. She was just so grateful to me. You pay attention to a wallflower, and what you create for yourself is a clinging vine. A vine that can strangle and suffocate you. And besides...
Yes?
Besides, there was Susan Miller. Come in, Madeline Betty.
I'm not Madeline Betty, but I came in anyhow.
Well, how do you do?
Professor Patterson?
Yes?
I'm Susan Miller, of the English department.
You're new here.
Oh, I received my teaching appointment last week. Early American Lit.
A favorite field of mine.
Well, that's the scoop on campus. Anything early American, see Rex Patterson. I just thought we'd chat.
Fix you a drink?
A soft one.
Naturally.
Diet, if you have it. I'm watching my weight.
Why? I think it's most attractive the way it is.
Well, if you think so, I'll keep it that way. Did you know that General Burgoyne wrote a play?
Yes, it was called Maid of the Oaks.
And it was produced in New York during the Revolution.
Yes, and I'll tell you who was in the cast. And that's how it all started, Mr. Evans. Easy, relaxed, delightful. There is such a thing as love at first sight. And it was there for both of us.
But Madeline Betty.
Madeline Betty. Well, I knew I had to do something about her.
Yeah, exactly. So you killed her.
No. No, that's not the reason.
You wanted to marry Susan Miller.
It never reached that point. I mean, we didn't get that far.
But the prosecution will know about Susan Miller.
No. They don't have to. No one really knew.
No one?
No one. Except Susan, myself, and Madeline Betty.
I'll get it. Hello?
Hello? Is Rex, Professor Patterson there?
Oh, who's calling?
This is Susan. Miss Susan Miller.
Rex is for you, Miss Susan Miller.
Oh, thank you, Madeline. Yes, Susan?
Rex, how about a drive in the country?
I have considerable work to do.
But I thought you had nothing to do all weekend.
So did I, but, I have this research project.
I see. Did your project answer the phone?
No. No, it's nothing like that.
Well, maybe we can get together tomorrow.
Sure thing. Goodbye.
Bye.
And who is Susan Miller?
She teaches here.
I'll bet. What does she teach?
English. You could look it up in the catalog.
I'm sorry. I'm so jealous. Forgive me.
You're forgiven.
I just can't believe my good luck, that's all. Rex, you said you'd marry me any time I chose.
Well, yes.
Well, I choose now.
Now?
Well, next month. I want Mother and Dad and my sisters, and I have some cousins. I'd like to see the looks on their faces. The first Sunday next month. That's almost 4 weeks from now. Is that all right?
Well,
You haven't changed your mind, have you?
But I had changed my mind, Doctor.
I see.
I wish I knew what doctors meant when they say, I see.
Patterson, you are the one who set up the ground rules. You said she was Charity Youngblood, reincarnated to have her revenge.
I know. I know.
And using that, I suggested marriage. It was your only chance.
I realize that, but you see, I really don't believe that anymore.
You don't?
I should have listened to you when you called it an hallucination.
You agree with that now?
I think I do.
What caused this radical change?
I'm in love.
With whom?
A woman.
A woman?
Yes, a woman. Not a girl, not an immature, neurotic girl, but a woman. A woman who is beautiful, intelligent, who has everything in common with me, who has something to offer me, just as I have something to offer her.
And what of Madeline Betty or Charity Youngblood?
Charity Youngblood was an adolescent delusion.
You're hardly an adolescent.
In many respects, I was. I fell in love with the idea of Charity Youngblood, this voluptuous creature, but...
Yes.
You grow up when you meet a real woman.
As I said before, you're hardly a boy.
It takes some of us longer than others.
And Madeline Betty? What of her?
She'll have to grow up, too.
Somehow, all this, it doesn't seem fair to her.
Life itself is unfair, Doctor.
You make everything seem very neat. Somehow, I don't think you'll be able to unwrap the package as easily as you think.
Why? Why?
I told you, Madeline Betty. I told
But you said you loved me.
I thought I did.
No.
Oh, please, Madeline Betty, don't make this difficult for both of us.
Oh, Rex, please, marry me.
No, it wouldn't be right.
I told everyone, my parents, my sister, my friends. Oh, Rex, what can I tell them now?
Would you want us to live a lie?
I don't care. Rex, why did you do this to me?
These things happen.
You loved because I was here. You went somewhere else. You saw someone else. Now you love someone else.
What do you say?
I don't know what I'm saying.
Look, you'll find someone else, too.
I'm sorry, Rex. I've been speaking to you like a fool. You want to break our engagement?
Only because it would be best for both of us.
For whatever reason. I won't stand in your way.
Excuse me. Hello?
Rex?
Could you...
She doesn't have to call back. I'm leaving. But before I go, Rex, I'd like to have a memento of us. I'll leave you what I wrote about Charity Youngblood, and, could I have...
Anything, Madeline Betty.
That...
Anything.
Pistol, that old broken antique pistol?
Well, certainly, of course.
Well, goodbye, Eli.
What did you say?
Nothing.
What did you call me?
I called you by your name. Goodbye.
That night, Mr. Evans, she left the college. Her roommate called me and said Madeline Betty had disappeared.
Didn't you feel that perhaps you should investigate?
No. Well, to tell you the truth, I felt relieved. I thought she was embarrassed and had decided to go somewhere, and I forgot all about her.
You forgot? How could you forget?
Maybe I wanted to forget. Anyway, about a week later, I came home. It was late at night.
Good evening.
What are you doing here?
I have a key, remember?
Look, what can I do for you?
Nothing. Ask me what I can do for you.
Well, what?
I can kill you.
What do you say?
Yes. I can kill you very easily. And I'm going to.
Madeline Betty,
Who are you talking to? My name is Charity.
Charity?
Yes, Eli. Charity. Remember Charity?
No, you're Madeline
It's
Betty.
taken me such a long time to find you, Eli. Such a long time.
Listen to me. I'm not Eli. I'm Rex Patterson, and you're not Charity. You're Madeline Betty Powers.
Sweet talk, Eli. You always could do it, but it doesn't go with me anymore.
Look, Madeline Betty, I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, I will. After I kill you.
No, you can't kill me.
I can. With this.
What are you talking about? With that rusty old antique pistol?
No, not anymore. I brought it home to Father, to Isaiah Youngblood's gun shop, and I said, Father, fix this pistol. And he did, you see, how he cleaned it and oiled it. See how it shines now.
Madeline
Don't
Betty.
move any closer, not one step closer. See how it sparkles. He gave it a new frammer and a fresh flint, fitted a new flash pan, and then primed it. Poured in the powder, rammed home the ball, and now it's ready to fire.
Charity, no. No.
Get away from me. Take your hands off.
No.
Get away from
Drop
me.
it.
Let go of me, Eli.
Charity,
Eli.
drop it. We struggled for the gun, and at the last second, the barrel must have turned toward her, and she pulled the trigger.
And that's your defense?
That's my defense.
You want me to plead that defense?
I want you to tell the jury exactly what happened, why it happened, and the way it happened. Show them the written proof.
You're sure that's what you want me to do?
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure because it's the truth.
Well, I hope the jury buys it.
Would you have bought Professor Patterson's story? You would. A pity you weren't on the jury. because 12 good men and true, actually 6 of them were women, deliberated for a full week and decided that Rex would have to pay the price. Not just the price for Madeline Betty, but also, as it turned out, the price for charity. I'll be back shortly.
This is Ray Scott for the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports. Sometimes we're accused of exaggerating the importance of a game, along with millions of Americans across the country. Well, maybe so. But one thing is sure. We certainly under-exaggerate the importance of physical fitness and sports among our children. We send our kids to the best schools we can to get the best education they can, and yet we often completely neglect their physical education. Phys ed departments are usually the first to suffer when budgets are cut. That's why we urge you to support the physical education departments in your schools and to make sure your kids are getting the kind of programs and instruction that will do them the most good. Physical fitness can help them develop into healthier adults and help them live up to their full potential. For more information, write the President's Council on Physical Fitness and Sports, Washington, D.C., 20201.
Can a desire for revenge span the centuries? Not a comforting thought, exactly. It's all most of us can do to hew to the straight and narrow during one lifetime. If we're going to have to pay for the sins of other incarnations and existences, well, who has the price? But there is no price for our next meeting, when we shall enjoy another suspenseful experience. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Marion Seldes, E.V. Juster, Ira Lewis, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
The answer's still the same. No dog, no baby. Just be happy with these dumb plants. They're bad enough. Taking out the whole bloody windows.
I hate you.
Yeah, look, I'll let you keep them.
I hate you. I wish you were dead.
What did you say?
I said I hate you. I wish you were dead.
Did you really say... Hey, what? Hey, what's this? The bloody plants are on my neck. Hey, Barbara, they're all around me. They're choking me. I can't get them off. Hey, Barbara, they're too strong. Barbara, don't stand there. Get them off. No. Get the scissors. Barbara, the scissors.
I hate you. I hate you. I want you dead.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
WDAF, Kansas City.
This is my daddy's Round Table Pizza place.
This is my daddy's pizza place.
We're rolling out fresh pizza dough.
We're taking the dough out of the freezer.
We're making fresh pizza sauce.
We're taking the sauce out of the can.
We're grating fresh cheese.
Well, we're taking the cheese stuff out of the box, and our pizza is all ready.
Here comes the garbage man.
Round Table, one of the last honest pizzas.
Don't believe everything you hear about the revolutionary new Volkswagen Jetta. The rumors about its roominess,
Want a lift?
the exaggerations about its German road car handling, and its trunk space. The one about the Volkswagen Jetta costing $79.94, it's $79.95. We hope this brings all those wild exaggerations to an end. Jetta, it's not a car, it's a Volkswagen.
State-of-the-art medical equipment. Hospitals use it to locate pain. And to help fight pain, they have a choice of pain relievers. What do they use most? Tylenol. Look, Last year, hospitals dispensed 10 times as much Tylenol as the next 4 brands combined. Hospitals can trust Tylenol to give effective relief without the stomach irritation possible with aspirin or any other type of pain reliever. Well, if hospitals use Tylenol, shouldn't you? Tylenol, the pain reliever hospitals use most.
Well, this sounds gruesome. It's Chetter's Tales from the Morgue next.
M&J Audio Theater presents Chetter's Tales from the Morgue.
Come in, my friend. Yes, have a seat, won't you? There. There you are. My name is Chetter. I'm the morgue attendant and resident storyteller. We here at the morgue have just bought a new computer. I'm trying to transfer the information from our old filing system. Now then, let's see. Press S for store and then enter. Oh, drat. Failed again, I'm afraid. I'm afraid I'm not mentally equipped for this sort of thing. Computers and technical manuals and such. However, I do recall a story about a young man who knew this technology very well. Yes, he lived in a 2-story house in the country, and not too far from a big city. I think he even went so far as to put a laboratory on the 2nd floor.
There we go. Let's see now. I'll just adjust the transmitting signal. Adjust the head size. Accelerate the receiving coordinates to 17. There it is. It is finally complete. My greatest invention. Now, all I need is a guinea pig to test it on.
Hey, lane break!
Ah.
Hey, you moron, you up there goofing off again, huh?
Oh, brother's home. I think I have a volunteer. Yes, brother. I'm upstairs. Come up here. I have something I want to show you.
Oh, yeah? Oh, well, the excitement's killing me. I can't wait. Hey, you been up here all day playing with this stupid chemistry set, hey, you little geek?
It is a laboratory, brother. I need it for my work. I'm an inventor.
No, wrong. You ain't no inventor, 'cause you never sold nothing. You know why you never sold nothing? 'Cause these inventions of yours, they crap, that's why.
Oh, well, now that hurts, brother.
Well, when you gonna wise up, huh? Why don't you go out and find a job and bring some money into this house?
Now, brother, I do contribute to this house. I have that job at the library.
Oh, that's nickel and dime stuff. That ain't nothing. Hey, I'll tell you what I can do. I can put in a good word for you up there at Tino's, all right? Oh. I mean, he needs a guy that's good with numbers. You can count money, can't you?
No, thanks, brother. Perhaps working for a loan shark is okay for you, but organized crime doesn't interest me.
You little pinhead, you got the right to talk like that to me? My head.
Now, look what you've done. You've broken a beaker of hydrochloric acid.
It burns.
Well, of course it burns. It's acid. Here, give me your hand.
No.
Easy. Let me put this ointment on it. There you go. Now, isn't that better?
Yeah, that is better.
Yes. I invented this ointment, you know. It immediately counteracts acid burns. But wait till you see my latest invention, brother.
Oh, no, I ain't interested. Buzz off.
Now, don't be hasty. Let me fix you a drink.
Well, now you're talking. I could use a drink.
Yes, I thought so. You could always use one. Here you go.
Yeah.
Drink it down. It'll make you feel better. There you go.
Yeah, you're right. I feel better already.
Yeah.
I still want you to buzz off, though. Hey, what's that you got in your hand there?
Oh, this is my new invention, brother. I call it the Lobometer. It is capable of transforming even a man like yourself into a genius.
Looks like a football helmet.
Yes.
What do you mean, a man like myself?
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to touch a nerve. Shall we try the helmet on?
Hey, get the thing away from me. I ain't putting it on.
I'm afraid I must insist, brother.
Hey! Hey, get this thing off my head!
Easy?
I can't move!
Yes.
Hey, did you put something in my drink, you crazy moron?
It's a very harmless drug, brother. It causes only temporary paralysis. Now, if this works, we'll both be very, very rich. Won't that be nice, brother?
What are you gonna do to me, huh?
Well, now, observe. I only want to explain this once. This is a computer keyboard, you see? And this is a disk drive. And this is a transmitting cord. It links the computer to the helmet.
Look. You take it off my head now, and I won't kill you later, I promise.
Now, don't be silly, brother. I'm going to wake up that sleeping brain of yours. Now, you see this? It is a floppy disk. It contains an entire dictionary. I'm going to send this information through the helmet into your brain in less than 10 seconds. Are you ready, brother?
Get this thing off my head!
I knew you'd be ready. Now, we'll just switch the helmet on.
Hey, my head's vibrating!
It works. Goody. Now, I'll place the floppy disk into the disk drive, press a few keys, and then initiate the transmission procedure. Hold on, brother. Your brain is about to take a little ride.
Take it off! I don't... Hey, what was that?
It is pulses of information, computerized information, going into your brain. Take it easy now, brother.
My head.
Easy.
What did you do to my head?
Now, easy now. Your brain has just received a vast amount of information. It needs time to process it all. How do you feel?
Like someone kicked me in the head. Hey, take this thing off of me, jerk face.
Oh, yes, of course. There you go.
Hey, I think I can move now.
Well, of course. I told you the paralysis was only temporary.
Yeah, well, that's too bad for you.
Brother, let go of my neck. I can't breathe.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, egghead. You're catching on. I get a little irritated when someone tries to kill me.
No, brother, no. I've made you smarter.
Yeah, well, I don't feel no smarter. It feels like my brain's been fried or something. I know what your game is. You tried the thing on me to see if it works right, huh?
No.
You could have killed me.
No. Demophobia, brother. Demophobia.
Huh? What did you say?
Demophobia, brother.
Oh, now you're calling me names, huh? You got all the nerve in the world, you little...
Ow. No, brother, no. Demophobia. Think a minute, you know the word. Demophobia.
Yeah, I do know that word. Demophobia. An unnatural fear of crowds, derived from the Greek word demos.
Yes.
Hey, I never heard that word before.
Yes, brother. You have a detailed knowledge of thousands of words now. And that's just the beginning. Anything that can be stored on computer software can be sent through the helmet into the human brain. Imagine the possibilities.
Yeah, I'm imagining all right. I'm imagining some very beneficial uses for that little gadget of yours.
Huh?
Beneficial. I'm word smart.
Now, I don't like that look in your eyes, brother. The Lobometer is to benefit society.
Yeah? Well, to hell with society. I'm looking out for numero uno. You got that? I got some plans for that thing of yours. And you're gonna help me, right?
What are you talking about?
Well, don't the banks keep credit card and checking account numbers in the computer?
No, I will not use the Lobometer for that.
You're gonna do it exactly like I tell you. You understand? You're gonna start earning your keep around here.
Brother, please, don't shove me like that. I'm getting too close to the window.
Maybe I don't even need you, huh? Maybe I can work this computer gadget myself. Yeah, how can it be?
Brother, please, the window.
You're gonna do exactly like I tell you. You're gonna...
Brother!
That stupid moron. broke a perfectly good window.
Well, now, this is just a wonderful situation to be in. 2 broken legs, a broken arm, and being pushed around like an invalid in a wheelchair.
Yeah, well, that's what you get for taking a dive out of a second-story window.
You are shoving me. I lost my balance.
You tripped over an electrical cord, huh?
Yes, but I wouldn't have tripped over the cord if you hadn't been shoving me.
Ah, shut up. Before I push you the wrong way down a one-way street or something.
Very well.
Now, here we are at the credit bureau, okay? Remember how our little game's going to be played?
Ah, yes. We're going to pretend, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right. You got that helmet thing ready?
Well, of course. It's been in my lap all this time. You know, I'm not exactly thrilled about entering a life of crime with you.
Yeah, well, you're gonna do it, though, ain't you?
Yes.
You know, I wasn't exactly thrilled about being drugged up yesterday.
You're never going to let me live that down, are you?
I'm not gonna let you live it all if you don't shut up.
Very well, brother, very well. It appears I'm at your mercy in this chair.
Yeah. At my mercy. I like the sound of that. Yeah, try to keep it that way. Now clam up, all right?
Yes.
We're going to go over to that broad at the computer desk over there, and I'll do all the talking.
Oh, of course, brother. Talking is your forte, isn't it?
Hello. Welcome to Big City Credit Bureau. I am Patty. May I help you?
Well, hello, Patty. Actually, we're here to help you. We're from Citywide Computer Repair.
Oh.
We come to give your system the once-over.
Oh.
And by the way, that is a lovely shade of lipstick, Patty.
Well, thank you. It's lavender, you know. Well, actually, I think our computers are running fine.
Well, it may appear that way, Patty, but, you ever hear of a computer virus?
No.
They're nasty little devils. They get in a computer program, and just when you think things are running fine, zap!
Ooh.
It completely erases.
Well.
Now, would you want to be responsible for that?
Oh, my, no.
Well, of course you wouldn't. I can see you're an intelligent girl. So we'll just go about our business, all right? Assistant Bernard, hand me that helmet, would you?
Of course. Here you are.
Pardon me, but what is that you're putting on your hand?
It's of a highly technical nature, Patty. Let's call it a glitch detector, yeah.
Oh, I see.
Hook it up to the computer, would you, Assistant Bernard?
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted to.
Thank you. Now, Patty, my assistant here is going to need to use your computer for a couple of seconds, if you don't mind.
Oh, no. You're the experts. I'll just stand back here and watch.
Okay, you do that. You're a lovely girl. We got to get to some of those nasty viruses now. Assistant Bernard, see if you can find the credit card numbers.
Yes, very well, very well.
Pardon my intrusion, but why do you need the credit card numbers?
Oh, hey, Patty. Those nasty computer viruses, they head right for those credit card numbers. They like those the best.
Oh, I see.
Here we are. I found the numbers. We're ready for transmission. Turn the helmet on.
All right, here we go.
Here we are.
Oh, wow, what a blast.
Oh.
All right, we're approaching the first pulse now. Here we go.
Here we go.
Hold on. Here it comes.
Oh, my.
There you are. Second pulse coming. Hold on. Here we go. Right now.
Oh, my heavens.
Hey, it worked.
Oh.
Yeah. All those names and numbers in my head, clear as day. It's like they were always there.
I'm afraid to ask, but, how does it look?
Well, Patty, I'm delighted to announce that your computer is completely free of viruses and glitches.
Oh,
and I also want to thank you for cooperating during our little test here.
Oh, well, it was very, very interesting. I just wish I knew what you were doing.
Well, why don't you give me your card, and I'll send you some pamphlets and some brochures explaining how all this stuff works.
Sir, don't you think we should go now? We have other appointments.
Oh, yeah, I guess we should go. Well, Patty, it's been lovely meeting your acquaintance.
Well, it's been very, very nice meeting you, too. I suppose you'll just send us a bill, right?
Oh, yeah. We'll send you a bill, yeah.
All right.
So long, Patty.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that Patty's my kind of girl.
Yes, I figured she would be, brother.
Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, look at that. $10,000. Look at that pile of lettuce, eh? Not bad for 2 days, huh, little brother?
Oh, it's wonderful. You've managed to turn a great invention into a tool of evil in only 2 days.
Yeah.
I congratulate you, brother.
Yeah, now you better be careful. I know sarcasm when I hear it.
Oh, yes.
I'm a walking dictionary. Now give me a beer before I kick those crutches out from under you.
Of course.
Yeah, I tell you, these credit card numbers was only the beginning. They got everything on these computer software disk things now. Look at this. Look at the stuff I stole from the computer store. How to win at poker, roulette, craps. I'll clean house at Vegas.
Well, gambling is legal in Las Vegas, brother. That's hardly your style, is it?
What did I tell you about that sarcasm?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Let's see how you walk with one crutch.
No. Ow! Oh, dear me.
Yeah, you better learn to watch that smart tongue of yours. The life you save could be your own.
Yes. Here's your beer.
Yeah, give it here. And it better not spew up in my face when I open it either. Yeah, who the hell could that be?
Shall I crawl to the door and find out for you, brother?
No, let's stay there and dummy up. Hey, get lost. Nobody's here.
Open up, Bruno. The boss wants to talk to you.
Yeah, it's rat-faced Charlie. All right, I'm coming. Well, hey, rat-faced, boss. Hey, come on in out of the rain.
Thanks. I hadn't seen you in a while, Bruno. Thought I'd better come check on you, see if you was sick or something.
Yeah, you ain't sick, are you, Bruno?
Oh, no, I'm not sick, boss. I forgot to tell you. Can you believe it? I actually found the job.
Well, you found a job.
Yeah, found a job.
Well, ain't that beautiful?
Yeah, it's pretty. Found a job.
Now, Bruno, you was shining shoes for dimes when I found you.
Yeah, shining shoes for dimes.
I cut you in on some very sweet deals. Now, if you found something, I'd like a little share of it.
Yeah, share of it, Bruno, share of it.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna cut the strings right now. I ain't working for you no more. You hear me? I got my own thing now. I don't need yous no more. You find some other bum to do your dirty work.
You dirty, backstabbing. You got some nerve using that tone with me.
Hey, boss, put down the gun, huh?
Yeah, blow his brains out, boss.
Now start talking. Tell me what kind of deal you found, Bruno, and I might let you live.
Listen, boss, it ain't like that.
I'm tired of talking. Dirty bum.
You shot the boss. You killed him.
Yeah, I never touched him.
I shot him. And there's plenty where that came from, so I suggest you leave now.
You're dead. Yeah, wait till the gang finds out. You're dead, both of you. Dead.
Hey, red face.
You're dead.
You're
dead.
God.
You're dead. You hear me? You're dead.
I can't believe you did it.
Well, if you're going to have a gun, brother, I suggest you keep it with you. I found this in a dresser drawer.
Oh, God, are we in trouble now?
I had no choice. I had to shoot him. He would have killed you, and myself as well, more than likely. One less mobster in the world. Now, brother, take the body to the river and dump him there. Take the back roads. Don't draw attention to yourself. Drive the speed limit.
I can't do that.
Do it, brother. You have to do it. For once in your life, listen to me. When the police find the body, they'll think it's just another mob hit. That's all. However, if you leave him bleeding here on the front porch, that might draw suspicion.
All right. I'll do it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about them? They're gonna come after us.
I'll think of something, brother. Believe me, I'll think of something.
Yes, indeed he did think of something. The meek little inventor was unwillingly pulled into a life of crime and deception. And now he had taken the life of another man. The shocking thing was that he was beginning to enjoy this new lifestyle. He had invented something that was turning an enormous profit, and committing a criminal act was thrilling. Still, he wanted to be in charge of his destiny. He wanted to be the boss. And only one man stood in his way. He knew exactly what to do about that problem.
Here we are. Here. I believe that will work. Now, I just need to tighten the screw on this transmitting circuit. There. All ready. You've returned, brother.
Yeah.
I trust you got rid of the corpse?
Yeah, I got rid of it. I dumped it in the river just like he said.
Good.
God, the body was, it was real heavy. It was like a sack of wet cement or something.
Well, you weren't seen, were you?
No, there wasn't no traffic or nothing. There's blood in the trunk, though. Not much, but you can still see it.
Well, I'll take care of that later. I'm sorry that I had to put you through all this, brother, but it's your own fault for not choosing a better class of people to play with.
I don't need your lip. I need a drink.
Well, I'm sorry, brother. We're all out of liquor.
What? You forgot to go to the liquor store again, didn't you little twerp? We gotta get out of here. We gotta take the money and get a plane ticket and get out of here. Go anywhere.
And spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders? No, thank you. We're not going anywhere. We're staying right here.
But they're gonna come after us for killing the boss.
Let them come. I know how to handle apes like that. You think they really care about that man I killed? Ha! They would have done the same thing for the right amount of money. So when they come, I'll give them a few $1,000s and tell them there's more where that came from. And then, once I've gained their trust, I'll eliminate them.
What are you talking about? You gonna shoot them too?
Oh, no. Too crude, too messy. There are other ways, less detectable ways.
Oh, God. I need a drink. I need to relax.
I have the cure for what ails you, brother. A little surprise.
I ain't no mood for no surprises.
Well, I think you'll enjoy this one. Now sit here, make yourself comfortable. I made a small adjustment on the lobometer while you were gone.
What kind of adjustment?
Well, you see, before, the lobometer only transmitted words and numbers to the brain.
Yeah?
But now, it can actually transmit images.
Yeah.
You see, your brain has a section that's called, well, for lack of a better phrase, we'll call it the dream center.
Okay.
By centering on that specific part of your brain, the dream center,
Yeah?
you can experience images like a dream. For instance, I can type the words rainstorm on the keyboard, and you would see, feel, even smell rain like it was really there.
Yeah.
Here, put on the helmet and I'll show you.
It ain't some kind of trick, is it?
Trust me, brother. Here you go. Put it on. Now, we'll just turn it on. There we go.
I hate when you turn that thing on, that jolt in my brain.
Now then, tell me, brother, where would you like to be right now? Pick any place in the world.
I don't know. How about one of them tropical islands with the palm trees and all that crap?
One tropical island coming up. Now let's see. Blue sky, sand, ocean, palm trees. Enter.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah, I see it. It's like I'm really there. I can even feel the sand under my feet. Hey, any dames around here?
Oh, you want a female companion, do you? All right. Let's see, blonde hair, tan, measurements. There you are.
Yeah.
Well, hello, handsome.
Hey, little lady. Come here often?
Uh-oh. There's trouble, brother. The girl is turning into a giant, man-eating lizard.
Huh? Get away from me! Get away from me!
Suddenly, a Chet flies by and drops a big bomb on the both of you.
A bomb? Get me out of here! Get me out of here!
Oh no! Oh no, brother! Look out! Look out! A herd of wild animals is stampeding straight towards you.
Here they come! What am I gonna do? Oh my God!
Wait, brother! The animals!
What?
They're changing! They're changing into
what?
Into
what?
Bees!
No, not bees! Not bees! No!
Yes, they're bees. They're African killer bees. All around you. And they're stinging you, brother. Stinging your face. Stinging you in places you never knew you had. Stinging your entire body. Oh, now they're in your brain now, brother. They're stinging your brain.
My head.
There's no escape, brother. There's no escape from the stinging bees.
What am I gonna do? I gotta get out of here.
Brother.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Jump through the window, brother. Jump through the window. It's the only way.
The window.
Sorry, brother. I'm very sorry. Rest in peace.
Open up, Bruno. We know you're in there. Open up.
The door is open.
Yeah, there he is. There's the bomb that killed the boss.
You want me to break his neck, rat-faced Charlie?
Hold up, Knuckles. Hey, you bum you. Hey, where's Bruno at, huh?
He was very frightened that you were going to come and kill him, so he committed suicide. He jumped out of the window.
Yeah, look, there he is down on the street. He did jump out.
Holy moly. Hey, look at all that money there on the table. Where did all that come from, eh?
Oh, I thought you would see the money sooner or later. There's plenty more where that came from. How would you two like to be my partner?
Work for a bum like you after you killed the boss?
Hey, let's face it, rat-face, the boss was a bum too.
Yeah, and I like the look of that money. Okay, say we did join up with you, eh? Well, what would we have to do?
Oh, it's very, very simple. All I would need is your brain.
There you are. A story for the computer age. Personally, I prefer to leave modern technology in the hands of those who know how to use it. Besides, a damp morgue is no place for electronic equipment. And now, I'm afraid I must go. I have to poison the maggots. That's a poor man's job. But please, do return for another story, won't you? Until next time, pleasant dreams.
You have just heard Chet Chetter's Tales from the Morgue. Today's installment, Interface to Terror. The names and characters portrayed in this production are fictitious. Any similarities with actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. A production by M&J Audio Theater.
For correspondence, sent to M&J Audio Theater, 923 East Main, Magee, Texas. Magee is spelled M-E-X-I-A. The zip, 76667. 667. 667. 667.
What's that Fred's getting?
A computer.
He can't even drive a car. He's going to run a computer?
Yep, they sent him to a special class to learn how.
Hope he did better in theirs than he did in ours.
And if there's a problem, they'll come right here and fix it.
Right here. Who was it that gave Fred such a great deal?
IBM. IBM.
IBM. You sure we're talking about the same Fred?
Peter Jennings. Experience sets him apart. His knowledge enriched the Olympics. He brought a fresh view to American politics.
Better than rather a Brokaw, the Philadelphia Inquirer.
I think the best thing that can ever be said about me is that I was fair.
Weeknights, ABC's World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
For my angel, I sewed for days. Now I deserve a little praise. I thank me very much with Andy's Candies. For the program I created, I ought to be appreciated. So I thank me very much with Andy's Candies.
Andy's Cream de Mint. You'll be amazed by just how much chocolatey mint taste we packed into that perfect little piece.
I thank thee very much.
The perfect little thank me. Andy's Cream de Mint and 4 other flavors.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Duffy's Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company. With Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy. That's Bichon at the piano, our guest, Deems Taylor, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. That was no household word. Now, it's Deems Taylor. Deems, you know, like in Deems, Dem, and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffy's an institution. Deems is to American music what au gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, you know? Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, you know, austere and dignified, and aristocratic, bald-headed. Yeah, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I have wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises.
That's your first mistake.
Quiet, Fats. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, What a Beautiful Morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats?
Longren?
Yeah, that sounds a little corny.
How about Pagliacci?
No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that'd catch on.
How about Figaro?
Don't be silly. That's a fertilizer.
Well, we're getting close.
What do you mean? Don't mind when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor first.
Who's Deems Taylor?
Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
Well, Fats, he's a critic. You know, the guy ain't got no talent himself. He's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, you know. He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, you know. He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asked him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Howard.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Art, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You a singer.
What's the matter, Sing? I've been studying. You want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Art, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Oh, exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing? What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Pond. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing, the hard way. Now, leave me get back to my opera. Now, let me see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has a stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... What's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word, lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste me time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder and a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire, scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang oftener.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Now, beat it, Miss Duffy. I got to get back in my creative mood. Oh, Fats.
Yeah?
Fats, play me some opera to put me in a mood, huh?
Sorry, boss. I only know the popular stuff.
Oh, then. Okay, then play some popular stuff. It may please the peasants.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for cars to roll by. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we're alone, from out of society we'll stay alone. Live in propriety there on our own. To heavenly hermits we will be in truth. When we're alone, we live life's mad pattern. As we view old Manhattan, we can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always confide. Keep love and romance forever alive. In view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we're alone. We'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive. In view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we're alone.
Attaboy, Fats, but I gotta finish this opera now before Deems gets here. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. "Egad gad," he yells. "I am my own half-brother."
Oh, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E flat.
Dean Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the Tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, James. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me
Yeah.
see. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me, what you been doing? You been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Berle started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
You're sensitive, huh? Well, then leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Tell me, how'd you get so baldy, James?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But I am being a thoughtless mine host. How about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50-cent dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise.
Hey, Art.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
Please. The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word, Art. Leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Oh, you do, don't you? and simultaneously, too.
Hey, Art, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else, sir. Talk about music.
Oh, can you say it, Mr. Taylor? Why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant.
Huh?
Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
Boy, James.
Why, say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
James, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it?
Well,
Why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutz's mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutz's mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutz get into this?
Oh, I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know it's mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written, huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here. And it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't. So why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet-like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah.
Toreador.
Boy, Deems. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore Pasto will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Thank you. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, Joan.
Egad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
This you are telling me.
Dear, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, ho, ho. Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music,
Yes?
it's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hies you hence?
I come tidings bad bearing. Tidings bad bearing. I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with this son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee. Stop tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here is your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with this son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I wither right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do. We hate each other with a love.
Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I did.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst?
Then, sir, on guard.
Oh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will thunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood's life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh.
'Tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee have stabbed thine own daughter.
What? Verily?
Yes.
What dire loud doest thou sayest, thou man?
'Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse. And when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got them all mixed up one day.
Thou mixest them up?
Yeah, I mixed them up. I got them all mixed up. I couldn't tell them apart. I got them all mixed up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And T for two and C for
Please. Stop it. Don't massacrate this noble music. Now, go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
For Gabriel blows his horn and I...
Please don't die.
Oh, Princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no. Then she is not the only one. There goes Dean.
He's had all he can stand. It's
Deems.
Come back, Deems. No, Archie, I must leave. Methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera...
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
All right, it's time for the question of the day, and my question today is, what is your favorite puzzle video game, if you have one? For me, it's a rather unusual choice, but it's one I spent so many hours on as a kid when my family got our first computer. It used to come pre-installed on Windows, and it was called Jazz Ball. And it's this puzzle game where you're trying to get these balls that are bouncing around into smaller and smaller sections and cut off at least 75% of the play area from them. But you get bonuses for getting more than that, but the game ends when you get to 75%, so there's a lot of timing and everything. I really like that game, and I wish it was available on modern systems. But what is your favorite puzzle video game? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
You will recall that in the last episode, Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson, awakened by a strange noise coming from the hangar, crept out to the building and discovered someone among the planes. Seizing the prowler, they learned to their astonishment it was Flash Lewis. But it develops that Flash, too, had been awakened by the same noises and had gone to the hangar to investigate. In talking over the events, they are all convinced someone had been in the hangar before Flash arrived. About to return to their quarters, Speed sees a light in the mechanic's hut, and accompanied by Flash, he finds Mike Mancuso fully dressed. The mechanic claimed he had just returned from a nearby village, but another mechanic in the building tells Flash that Mancuso had retired that evening with the other men. It is now early the following morning. Jimmy and Speed are on the field, waiting for the director, Donald Stewart, to appear.
You know, that's certainly a funny thing, Speed. You say Mancuso was fully dressed, huh?
Yeah, he had on his regular clothes and a suit of coveralls over them, just like he's dressed out here on the field now.
And he claimed that he'd been into the village and just got back.
That's right. Then the mechanic who sleeps next to him said Mancuso went to bed when the rest of them turned in.
And what time was that?
Well, according to the other mechanics, it was around 11:30.
Well, couldn't Mancuso have dressed and gone into town after the other boys went to sleep?
Well, not very well, Jim. He has no car, and he couldn't have walked into the village and returned by about 2 o'clock. That's the time we found him.
By George, that's right.
That's nearly 18 miles into town.
Speed, who is this mechanic Mike Mancuso anyway?
I've asked Flash to check up on him a little. He showed up here the other day and asked for a job. Flash says he knows his business. He's a good airplane mech and a hard worker.
Well, where has he worked before?
Well, Jim, I don't think Flash has taken the trouble to get much dope on any of these mechs. The job here is so temporary, and we had to get started in such a hurry that there was no time and not much reason for investigating any of the men.
Do you suppose Mancuso was out in the hangar last night?
Well, it sure looks darn funny, but of course we have no direct proof against him.
Has Flash discovered anything wrong with the ships?
Well, I can answer that question in just about half a minute. Here comes Flash now. I told him to check over all the equipment and report to me as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah. Hello there, Flash. How you feeling this morning, fella?
Good morning, Jim. I'm feeling swell. I could lick my weight in Wildcats this morning.
Ah, that's great. You look as though everything was okay.
Yeah, what's the dope, Flash? Are all the ships ready to fly?
I checked over everything, Speed. We can get 8 ships on the line right away.
Did you find anything that might indicate someone had been tampering with the equipment last night?
No. Whoever he was didn't do nothing. All I could find was them tools we saw last night, and a cowling had been jerked off one of the Thunderbolts. Whoever was out there was just getting started when he heard you and Jimmy.
Well, I'm glad to hear we can get some equipment in the air. Now, look, Flash, we're way behind schedule. We're going to have to do a lot of flying the next few days. Your boys may have to work day and night to keep the ships running, but it's going to have to be done.
We'll keep the ships running, Speed, so long as no one don't sneak in a hangar at night and undo what we fix in the daytime.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to you about that later. Now, what can you put on the line for us to fly today?
Well, you can have 3 P-38s, 3 51s, and 2 Thunderbolts.
Is one of the 38s mine, Flash?
Yeah, your ship's all ready to go, Jim.
You know, the engine and 2 of them have got blowing valves. With the compression ratio raised, especially for this picture, the fellas have to be careful not to warp valves. I've warned the pilots about that.
Well, you better tell them again, Speed. Yesterday I seen one of the fellas slip a 38 in from 4,000 feet, and he wasn't fooling either. He was really slipping it in. By the time he taxied up to the line, that engine had a cough in her like a polar bear with a croup.
Yeah? Well, who was the pilot?
Well, I ain't mentioning no names. After all, you're in charge of the flying, not me.
Now, don't be silly. Now, don't get any crazy ideas about a false sense of honor. This is a matter of business and keeping these ships in the air. If the pilots continue to mishandle the engines, it just means more work for your men and causes us delays.
Well, I ain't going to mention no names, but I understand that the pilot was some guy who's doing his first movie and hopes to win a big race pretty soon.
Gosh, I wonder who you mean, Flash. Why, we don't have anyone like that around here.
Well, that's what I heard.
Uh-huh. Were you flying a 38 yesterday by any chance, Mr. Allen?
Well, come to think of it, Captain Robertson, I do recall spending a little time in a Lightning yesterday.
Now, listen here, you young scamp. If I catch you side-slipping a P-38 from 4,000 feet again, I'll put sand in your breakfast food.
Okay, Speed. I really didn't mean to. I just forgot, that's all.
Well, the next pilot that does it is fined 5 days' pay. And I'm going to put that up on the bulletin board, too.
Hey, here comes your old pal, Stewart, the director, Speed.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank heavens we can do some flying today. Flash, will you go and call the pilots together while Jimmy and I find out from Stewart what the schedule is for today? Tell the boys to come over here and then start getting your ships out on the line.
Right. I'll have them over here in a few minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Stewart.
Morning, boys. Morning. Ready to go?
And you? Just fine. Ready to go to work. What's the job today?
Well, looks like we'll have a fine day for flying, Robertson. I'd like to run 3 sequences. 2 of them require mass flying. The third's a crash scene.
Oh, a crash, huh? What do you mean, a crash on the ground?
That's right. A very thrilling scene. We want it true to life.
Well, a formation shot shouldn't be hard to do, but this crash scene's going to take a little planning and some work. We better do it first.
You mean a ship is actually going to be crashed?
Right. There'll be no faking or trick photography in this scene. The airplane comes in, smashes right into a hunt, and splinters fly everywhere. Should be quite a shock.
Boy, it sure sounds like it.
Well, give us a dope, Mr. Stewart, and I'll figure out who's to do the crash and how it'll be done.
Okay, now here's the story. A pal of the hero, another young American lieutenant, is attacked by a flight of MEs while returning from a mission. He puts up a brilliant fight, but the Messerschmitts are too much for him.
Well, that'd certainly be true to life. There's no doubt about it.
Trying to get away, the young officer hits the deck with the Germans right on top of him. But he's so preoccupied with watching the enemy that he doesn't see a small thatched peasant hut directly in his path and crashes into it.
Boy.
Now, does that end the scene?
Oh, no. Here's the dramatic climax. The airplane is carrying bombs, and as the ship crashes, the force of the impact explodes the bombs, and the whole blamed mess goes up in the air. Hut, airplane, and men. Of course, you know, all we want you to do is to crash. We'll take a shot on the ground later of the explosion.
Yes. Well, I presume that thatched hut that the carpenters have been building at the far corner of the field is the building we're to use in this scene.
That's correct. I'll have 3 cameramen ready to catch it.
Well, it's going to be a tough job, but we'll do it.
That's fine. The crash should be done at 12 o'clock. The cameras will be ready to start grinding then.
Okay, Mr. Stewart, we'll be ready.
I'll have the cameras ready. And tell your pilot to do that job right. See you later.
Okay.
Gee, Speed, what do you think about this crash business?
It's a ticklish proposition, Jim, but it has to be done. It's possible to bring the 38 in, make a very realistic crash without hurting the pilot. But if the pilot doesn't know his stuff, he can get pretty badly bunged up.
Yeah. What pilot are you going to have do the crash?
I don't know yet, Jim. Now, here comes the gang now. I'll have a talk with them.
Well, now, look here. I'll do it, Speed. I'll bet I can crash that baby and not get a scratch.
Well, wait a minute, Jim. We'll see. Morning, boys.
Morning, Speed. Morning, Speed.
Come around here, will you? We have an important mission this morning, and I want to discuss it with you.
Okay.
Now, look, fellas. As you all know, there's some crash scenes in this picture, and we're going to have to do one the first thing this morning. A 38 is to be crashed into that hut you see on the edge of the field. The ship will have both pilot and observer. Now, we have a special job for this. It's an old, worn-out crate, and everything has been removed from the cockpit. Everything, that is, except what is absolutely necessary for flying. The cockpit is reinforced in accordance with the latest aviation engineering science and is heavily padded to absorb the shock. Both pilot and observer will wear special crash suits designed for this kind of work. Now, in spite of all these precautions, however, it's a ticklish job. I'll make that a bit stronger. It's a dangerous job. Unless that ship is brought in properly, there's a chance of both pilot and observer coming out with some broken bones. Now, I'm not going to ask any one pilot or observer to do this job. I'll call for volunteers, just as we used to do during the war when we had a particularly rough trip. I prefer to have a pilot who has had some experience in this work if possible. All right, I'll call for volunteers. All pilots willing to take this job, raise your right hand. Not many of you anxious to take it on, I see. 2 men, huh? Jimmy Allen and Nails Ballou.
I can do the job, Robertson. Give you any kind of crash you want. I've done those crashes before. I'll take the job on one condition.
Well, I think you can handle it all right, Ballou, but what's the condition?
That I have the privilege of selecting my own observer. I want a man to ride with me that I can depend upon.
You want to select your own passenger, huh? Well, boys, as a matter of fact, if the crash is done properly, there's much less danger to the passenger than to the pilot. Due to the fact that he has no controls to worry about, he can be more heavily padded. Then, of course, he'll be surrounded by padding.
Well, what do you say, Robertson?
Okay, Ballou, that's fair enough. Pick your man and be ready to shoot the scene at noon.
Okay, I'll give you a real crash.
Well, who's your man?
I'll pick Harry Phelps.
Oh, you want Harry Phelps, huh?
Did I understand you correctly, Ballou? You want me to go along with you when you crash the ship?
That's right, Harry. You're the best man I can think of. I can depend upon you not to do anything foolish.
Well, look here now, Ballou. This isn't fair. I won't have it. I won't fly with you. I'll do anything in the world, but I won't fly with you. You can get someone else.
Oh, you won't fly with me, huh? What's the matter? Yellow?
No, sir, that's not it. I'm not yellow. I'm not afraid to fly, but this is different. It's just that I just can't explain it.
Now, wait a minute. There's a job to be done, and I don't want to question the personalities that enter into it at all. It's too dangerous a mission to have any question about. I'll do it myself.
Well, let me go with you, Speed. I'll ride with you.
Wait a minute, Robertson. You asked for volunteers, and I didn't hesitate.
Nothing doing, Ballou. I'll handle it myself.
Well, Speed, that's different. I'll ride with you. I'll show these boys I'm not afraid to fly. But I just wouldn't.
All right, Harry. Fair enough. You and I'll do the crash.
Listen here, Phelps. Before I get through, you wish you'd gone up with me.
Speed Robertson prepares for one of the most dangerous of flying jobs, deliberately crashing an airplane for the movie cameras. Can he escape unscratched? And why was Nails Ballou so anxious to crash the airplane with Harry Phelps in it? Tune in the next episode for some gripping developments in the air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
It's new, and it's right here.
1310 AM.
The only radio station
That's news. All news and nothing but news.
all day, every day, all night, every night. Your news. Accessible, reliable,
Checking the KFYI
immediate,
traffic.
and up to the minute. The minute you want it. KFYI.
1310 AM.
Turn to us for your information.
Last time you changed planes in the Southwest, did it seem a bit like the Wild West? Well, next time, fly into an airport that feels like an airport and not like a stockyard. Fly Eastern to Kansas City. In Kansas City, you can stroll from one Eastern plane to another without being trampled and make connections to New York, Boston, Washington, or 9 other Eastern cities. So fly Eastern through Kansas City and break away from the herd.
The best is here today. It's as good as you can get until you've seen your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. You ain't seen nothing yet.
You ain't seen nothing yet until you've seen the glorious 1985 Chrysler Fifth Avenue. Total elegance inside and out. And Chrysler's 550 protection plan on engine, powertrain, and outer body rust-through. And you ain't seen nothing yet until you've seen the value of this great new 1985 Chrysler and the deals we're dealing on it right now.
Until you've seen your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Aha! Inspector, what have you found?
Plain ground beef, plump beans, rich tomatoes, and secret spices. Aha! Here is the clue.
The label from a can of homemade chili?
Yes, the suspect was trying to fool us into thinking his chili was homemade. Well, he made a stupid error.
Oh?
Homemade chili does not have a Hormel label on it.
Hormel chili so close to homemade it just might get you into trouble.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. Tell me, have you tried Johnson's Cream Wax on your furniture? Yes, I said Cream Wax. It's the very newest Johnson's Wax product, and believe me, it's something very special. Let me tell you about Cream Wax. In the first place, it has astonishing cleaning power. Rub a little Johnson's Cream Wax on a tabletop or some smudgy white woodwork, and you'll be amazed how quickly and easily the dirt comes off. That's because this creamy white liquid contains several cleansing ingredients. But that's only one of the nice things about Cream Wax. It also contains genuine wax, so it quickly polishes up to a bright, sparkling wax luster. This Cream Wax finish is hard and satiny smooth. It lasts and lasts. Needs repolishing only occasionally. It won't get dull and smeary as ordinary oil polishes do. And the Cream Wax finish is dry. Dust and dirt can't stick to it, so dusting is really easy. Why not try it? Johnson's Cream Wax is perfect for cleaning and wax polishing all your furniture, light woodwork, and your white kitchen equipment. Leaving a restless man like Mr. Magee alone in a house is like turning a child loose in a fireworks factory with a box of matches. That's why Mrs. Magee is hurrying home from a shopping trip with her arms full of bundles and her heart full of apprehension. As we join Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Oh, I suppose it's silly worrying like this. He doesn't have to get into trouble every time I leave. But he always does. The last time I left him alone. Oh, Magee, dearie. I'm home. Magee, where are you? Magee?
That's you, Molly? Come on out in the kitchen. I got a surprise for you.
Oh, no, not again. Heavenly days, my kitchen. What happened? Did the stove blow up?
What do you mean, did the stove blow up? Can't a man do a little cooking without a lot of nasty comment?
Well, I hate to seem critical, dearie, but I haven't seen so many disgraceful-looking pots since the fat man's race at the Elks picnic. What are you making?
Shrimps Magee.
I beg your pardon?
Shrimps Magee. It's an old family recipe I found in the attic. My grandmother brung it east in a covered wagon in 1849.
The covered wagons went west, sweetheart.
Not with Grandma, they didn't. That old gal wasn't going to ride 2,000 miles with the sun in her eyes.
Ah, touche.
Huh?
I said touche.
Oh.
That's a French word meaning pull your dagger out of my biceps. I'm bowling tonight.
Well, let me see now. I better check this recipe again. Let's see now. Hey, is there a spring house around here anyplace?
A what?
A spring house. The recipe says run down to the spring house and fetch a crock of butter and have Miller grind 5 ears of corn.
Well, I can't do it right away, Pet. I have to oil my spinning wheel.
Mm-hmm.
And then go shoot some squirrels for dinner. Look, would I be prying into the family secret, sweetheart, if I asked what this mess is boiling on the stove?
This mess? Why, that's the sauce. It's the sauce that's the main thing with Shrimps Magee.
Yeah?
Betcha. In 15 minutes, I add 2 tablespoons full of sorghum molasses, 5 drops of vinegar, a twist of an orange peel, and a pint of horseradish.
A what of horseradish?
A pint. It says right here that... Oh, it says a pinch of horseradish.
No.
Grandma's handwriting is a little wriggly. This is the trickiest recipe.
Now, if that's Oscar of the Waldorf, I'll pretend I don't know you. Come in.
Magee?
Oh, we're out in the kitchen, Latriv.
Oh. Hello there. I was just going... Good heavens, what are you doing? Moving?
No, we're not moving.
It's a logical question, however, sweetheart. You've got dishes out that I'd forgotten we had.
I'm making shrimps McGee, Latriv. Old family recipe. My grandmother was notorious for it.
I'll bet she was. Was she terribly lonesome, McGee, after the family ran away?
They didn't run away, Mr. Mayor. They were carried away.
Okay. Scoff if you want to deride. But by George, when you fling a lip over this... Uh-oh, it's time to put in the potatoes. Hand me that bowl over there, Latriv.
Oh, yeah, here you are. Did you say potatoes?
That's what I says, potatoes.
What's the idea of cutting them into cubes and putting all those black spots on them?
Well, the recipe says dice 7 to 11 potatoes. Now stand back. I don't want to splash anybody. There we are. Well, I don't have to add the rhubarb and the coconuts for 12 minutes yet.
Did your grandmother live to a ripe old age, McGee?
103. Broke her neck breaking a Mustang in Wyoming.
Well, if Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer has any trouble with Mickey Rooney, McGee, they can send for you.
What do you mean?
You're from a Hardy family yourself.
That's cute. Well, if you're through with the egg beater, dearie, I'll wash it and put it away.
No. Don't do that. I haven't whipped the sauerkraut juice yet.
Oh.
Sauerkraut juice. I never... You know, that sauce actually smells delicious.
Well, Natch. Well, look, I got a few minutes here before I have to add any more ingredients, Latriv. So let's chat.
I'd love to, McGee. But I've got to get back to the city hall.
Yeah?
I've just gotten a report that Russia has recalled her consul for talking too much.
Talking too much? What'd he say?
Said yes. Good day.
My goodness, if there's one thing I don't understand, it's international politics.
No, me either. Give me something simple like one of Grandma's recipes. Hey, hand me my razor there, will you, on the sink?
What's the razor for?
Well, the recipe says shave 3 carrots, and I got them all lathered up here ready to go.
Hey there, Johnny! Hey, Shoulder!
Oh, it's the old-timer, McGee.
Anybody home, kid?
Not a soul, old-timer. We went out.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll come back later.
Well, for goodness sakes, McGee, he left.
Oh, my gosh, you should have known I was only kidding. Boy, oh, boy. Just get a whiff of that stuff, will you, Molly? Don't it smell good? I haven't hardly got it started yet, and it already seems to me...
Hello there, Johnny. Hello, daughter.
Oh, hi, old-timer. Come on in.
Yes, do, Mr. Old-timer. We thought you'd gone.
Nope. I was here a while ago, but you were out, so I, what's cooking, Johnny? On the front burner.
Well, himself here is making shrimps McGee, Mr. Old-timer. It's a recipe that's been handed down through his family for years. And personally, I'd hand it right back.
We had something like that in our family, daughter.
Yeah?
It was handed down from father to son, son to grandson, grandson to nephew, and nephew to me. None of us ever cared much for it, though.
You didn't, eh? What was it?
Whooping cough.
Well, McGee's pretty hard to please like that, too, Mr. Old-timer. I've seen him refuse to eat curried chicken because the curry comb had a broken tooth.
That's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, says... See where one of them Eastern hotels has got a device now that makes the bed, sweeps the floor, and airs out the room all at the same time. Is that so, says t'other feller. What is it, a vacuum cleaner gadget? Nope, says the first feller. 3 chambermaids. Well, I just dropped in to tell a joke. That was it. So long, kid.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and my Adobe Hacienda.
quiet when you finish your grandmother's recipe, dearie.
Yeah?
My kitchen looks like an explosion in a dining car.
Well, Shrimps McGee is a complicated concoction, Tootsie. The only dish I know of that takes more time is acorns bordelaise.
Acorns bordelaise? What's that?
That's a delicacy that really takes time.
Why?
Well, you soak an acorn in salt water and peanut oil for 5 weeks, then plant it in rich topsoil.
Yes?
When the oak tree is shoulder high, you rub the bark every 2 years with nutmeg and throw away the first 6 crops of acorns. The 7th crop you store 8 months in a dry room in a white muslin bag.
And then?
Then you throw away the acorns, make a chef's cap out of the muslin bag, and fry yourself a manhole cover, which by that time will taste like a crepe Suzette. And you know what I forgot to order the shrimps. Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Jimmy Sales Market at 41150. Oh, is that you, Mert? I haven't heard your voice for a long time, Mert. Where you been? Oh, working in a laundry while the union arbitrated, eh?
Very intelligent of her, too.
Yeah. Says she wanted to iron while the strike was hot. Hey, Mert, give me the market, will you? I forgot to order some shrimps, and I forgot to order some... Oh, I did? Oh, thanks a lot, Mert. She says I called up and ordered them 3 hours ago.
Well, maybe we can deduct our phone bill as secretarial service.
Yeah.
You know something, dearie? It doesn't make any sense, but that sauce you're making smells simply marvelous.
Well, it should. I'm putting everything I have into it. Say, you know what?
Yeah?
I'm going to have so much of this stuff, I should have asked Latriv to stay for dinner. I never thought of it.
Well, you go ahead and cook. I'll give him a ring at the city hall.
Oh, my gosh, look what I did. This pan came apart.
Well, that pan's supposed to come apart, dearie. That's the double boiler.
Oh. Isn't that wonderful? That's what the recipe says to use. Imagine my grandmother knowing about a thing like that. People always claimed she could look into the future. I remember one time when...
Somebody at the kitchen door, Magee.
Maybe the delivery boy with the shrimps.
Could be. Come in.
Good afternoon. I'm Mr. Wilcox, representing the Johnson Wax people of Racine, Wisconsin. I noticed that your car in the driveway is... Oh, it's you.
Who'd you expect to find in our kitchen, Junior? Al Jolson with his songs of yesterday and his bank account of tomorrow?
We live here, Mr. Wilcox, remember?
Oh, sure, but I usually come in the front door. And coming around the backyard like this over fences, I was a little confused.
Over fences?
A dog was chasing me.
Whose dog?
I don't know. A big brown one with red eyes and 3,000 teeth. I think it was an Afghan.
Well, it couldn't have been so vicious then, Mr. Wilcox. You know, my Aunt Sarah's crocheted several of them, and all they do is lie across the foot of the bed.
An Afghan is also a dog, Molly. That'd be old Will Conley's dog down the street, Junior. Very gentle animal until it takes a dislike to somebody, and he hasn't found anybody he likes yet.
Why was he after you, Mr. Wilcox?
Well, he thought I was trying to steal Mr. Connolly's car, I guess.
Were you?
No, I was just polishing it up for him with Carnew.
Did old Conley ask you to polish his car, Junie?
Well, no, he didn't. Mrs. Connolly did.
Oh.
She told me to show him how simple it was with Carnew because he was so lazy he wouldn't do anything unless it was easy. He was watching me out the window.
Yes, and then?
Well, I started applying Carnew, rubbing just hard enough to loosen the grime, and then let it dry to a white powder, you see.
Mm-hmm. Well, as long as you're wound up, schoolboy, finish the pitch.
Well, that's really all there is to polishing a car with Carnew. After it dries, you just wipe it off. Cleans and polishes in one easy application. That's why it's the most popular car polish on the market. With Carnew, you get more pride with less perspiration. You see...
What's the matter, Waxy?
What do I smell? What's cooking? It's wonderful.
Why, it's the sauce Magee is cooking, Mr. Wilcox. He's making shrimps Magee for dinner.
Yeah. Makes your taste buds burst into bloom, don't it, Bud? You like shrimps? Stay and have dinner with us.
Can you, Mr. Wilcox?
Can I? Why, kids, you saved my life. My wife isn't cooking dinner for me tonight anyhow.
She isn't. Why not?
Why should she? I'm eating with you. Well, call me when the shrimps are ready. I'll be in the living room reading your book.
You know, this might turn out to be quite a party, dearie.
Well, we got plenty of stuff. See if you can get Doc Gamble and Wimple to come over, too.
All right, I will. And, dearie, when you fill all the pots and pans in the kitchen, there are 2 laundry tubs in the basement and a sprinkling can in the garage. Let me know if there's anything I can do for you.
Okay, Snooky. There goes a good kid. She thinks I'm making half of this recipe up as I go along. But she's so wrong. I'm making it all up. If my grandmother ever had it... Come in.
Hi, Mr. Wilcox. Where's Mr. Magee?
He's out in the kitchen, Teeny.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello there, Teeny. Now, don't get in my way now because I'm very busy.
Sure looks like it, I bet you. What you cooking, Mr.
Special recipe, sis. Shrimps McGee. Been in the family for 100 years.
Oh, and they're still good?
The recipe, sis, not the shrimps. Now, look, I'm a very busy man. Was there anything you wanted?
Sure.
Okay, let's have it.
I got a little problem in arithmetic, mister.
You have, eh?
Yes,
I says you have, eh?
You have what?
A little problem in arithmetic.
Oh.
You?
Me?
Yes.
I know it. Look, mister, how much is a scab? How much is it?
What's this?
No, not a what's this. A scab. Willie Toop says his uncle has scabs of money, and I can't argue with him because I don't know how much is a scab, I bet you.
Well, that's a very simple problem, sis. That's the craniform system of tabulation.
Well, Willie's...
Well, you see, Teeny, the metrical system is based on units of 10, like tens, hundreds, thousands, millions, etc.
Sure. We got that in school, I bet you.
Certainly. Now then, the craniform system is based on units of several. You see, you know what a oodle is.
No. No. But everybody says my dog has oodles of fleas.
Exactly. There are several scads in a oodle, plenty of oodles to a gob, lots of gobs to a heap, and batches of heaps to a load, and multifarious loads to a galore. Understand?
Well... No.
Well, let's put it this way. Suppose you had several oodles of peanuts. Somebody gives you a heap more. How many scads would you have?
Loads, I bet you.
Loads of scads or lots of gobs or a batch of heaps? And if you had heaps of loads, what would you have?
Peanuts galore.
That's wonderful. I never knew anybody to pick up the craniform system that fast before in all my life.
Oh, boy. Can I ever argue with Willie Toops now? Wait a minute now. How many is a galore again?
Well, don't worry about that, sis. That's such a big figure, you'll hardly ever use it.
Oh.
Galores are used in astronomy to count the stars with.
Oh, now I know.
You know what?
That's why they call the American flag Old Glory. Sure, because it's got so many stars.
No.
Oh, thanks ever so much, mister. Thanks, just scab.
You're welcome a heap, sis.
Goodbye, mister.
James Band and the Possum Song.
Way down south of the Mason-Dixon, there's a man who's really fixin' to match those taters in his bin with possum meat. He's aiming his gun way up there in 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum up a tree, somewhere up in one of them sapling. Possum laughing at me. Hound dog baying, nobody's saying. Possum on a limb, he done hid in one of them sapling. I'll get even with him. Get a going feet, gotta run with my gun. Beat it over yonder to the hollow. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum 8-4, bar, 6 tall, slim, slick sycamore sapling. Possum on the loose. He's been stealing all of my chickens. Now I'll cook his goose.
Look here now.
Possum know he's in a jam. He go good with candy yam. Aim that rifle to the left, a trifle. Wham! I got him.
No, you didn't.
Never shot him.
Can't you see? Howdy, be.
Still up in that tree. Get a going feet. Gonna run with the gun. Take another beat on the critter. Moon is shining bright on the treetops tonight. Possum ain't far.
Why, there we are, bar.
Bar.
Bar. Way up in them 6 tall SS sycamore sapling. Possum, show your skin. He's been stealing all of my chickens. To shoot him ain't no sin.
Moonlight shining in my eyes.
Miss that possum and I'll die. Doggone moonlight, doggone high night. Oh, I miss that possum, I miss that possum, I miss that possum again. Dance, 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 dance.
Oh, I had a goat that ate tin cans and then would eat the lids. He didn't care for people much, but loves his wife and kids. Oh, the monkey and the coconut. Hey, Molly, is everybody here?
Everybody but Mr. Wimple, dearie. Mayor Latrivia and Harlow are in the other room, and Dr. Gamble just arrived.
Oh, yes, and say, if this concoction of yours is as good as it smells, McGee, you can sign me up as a regular boarder.
It does smell good, doesn't it, Doctor?
It certainly does. I can hardly... What are you doing now, Prudence?
I'm adding the final touch to this recipe, Nosy. It says squeeze 2 lemons, and I'm squeezing them.
But you didn't cut them in two, did
It
he?
didn't say anything about cutting them in 2. Just said to squeeze them. When I follow a recipe, I follow it.
You may be following it, but you'll never catch up with it. By the way, my dear, what's the name of this dish the little twitch puss is whipping up? Shrimps Creole?
No, Doctor. Shrimps Magee.
I used to make shrimps Creole, Doc, but you can't get the real imported Creoles anymore. All domestic stuff. The war, you know.
Oh, yes, I know. Yeah. I was going to make some lyonnaise potatoes the other night, but lions have gone up, so I couldn't afford it. Well, let me know when you're ready for the customers.
Okay.
I'll be in the living room entertaining your other guests with my homespun humor.
Okay, boy.
Have the shrimps arrived yet, dearie?
No, but I checked with the market, and the boy's on the way. It only takes 20 minutes to cook the shrimps in this sauce. Oh, hi, Wimp. Finally got here, eh?
Hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
I'll have this stuff ready as soon as the shrimps get here, Wimp. Just tighten your belt and loosen your teeth and stand by.
My, it certainly smells delicious, Mr. McGee.
It's an old family recipe, Wimp. Hey, hand me that clothespin, will you? Thanks.
McGee, you're not going to put that clothespin in the sauce.
Nope, I'm going to put it on my nose. I got to chop an onion.
Better way to do it is underwater, Mr. McGee.
I know, but I can't hold my breath that long, Wimp.
You don't have to get into the pan with the onion, dearie, just your hands.
Huh? Oh, yeah, in the pan. Hey, that's a great idea. You must be a cook yourself, Wimp.
Well, yes, in a way, Mr. McGee. I do a lot of cooking on camping trips when I go out in the woods with my bird book.
Your what, Mr. Wimple?
My bird book. Do you know I saw a scarlet-tailed Pennsylvania swallow yesterday?
No.
You didn't?
Yes, I did. Did you ever hear a swallow sing?
No, how does it go, Wimp?
It goes, dub, 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 like that. Oh, we have some really odd-feathered friends around here, folks. Like the ass-cap bird.
The ass-cap bird?
Yes, that perches on a telephone wire and sings, hit parade, hit parade, hit parade.
I think you just made that up, Mr. Wimple.
Maybe I did.
By the way, does Sweetie Face ever go on camping trips with you?
You mean my big old wife?
Yes, her.
No, Sweetie Face doesn't like camping out anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Not since we went up into Alaska and she got scolded by a game warden.
Why? What was she doing, Wimp?
Frightening the grizzly bears. And then she had a rather painful experience with some big game up there.
You mean she was followed by a mountain lion or something, Mr. Wimple?
No. She caught a bad cold one day when her canoe sank, and every time she blew her nose, a moose mistook it for a mating call.
Heavenly days. Well, how did her canoe happen to sink? Strike a snag or something?
No. Somebody had deliberately punched a little hole in the bottom of it.
Well, how do you know somebody did it deliberately?
Oh, I know all right. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little in the way here. I'll go join the other fellows. Besides, I think I saw some stuffed dates on coffee.
You know, McGee, I used to feel sorry for Mr. Wimple, but I'm beginning to wonder.
Me too. When it comes to Sweetie Face, he has more dirty tricks than a bridge game in a coal mine. Hey, those shrimps ought to be here any minute.
How many did you order, sweetheart?
Oh, plenty. A whole pound.
A pound? Why, good heavens, McGee, that would barely be enough for you and me, to say nothing of all those hungry men.
What? Don't they swell up? Like beans?
No.
Oh, my gosh. Are you sure?
No.
Oh, it's too late to get any more. The market's closed by now, and I'm...
Come in.
I'll take it, son. Much obliged.
What are you going to do, McGee? You've got enough sauce there for 7,000 shrimp and enough shrimps for 3 ounces of sauce.
Well, don't worry, kiddo. I got out of worse jams than this. I remember one time... Well, I'll be... Why, these aren't shrimps. These are sardines. I told that market distinctly to send me shrimps, and look at this. Sardines.
Sardines?
What was that? Sardines.
Sardines in that beautiful sauce? Sardines? That reminds me. I have a very important council meeting. Excuse me.
Sardines, my goodness, come to think of it, Sweetie Face doesn't know where I am. I better be going home. Good night, folks.
Dr. Wimple!
I'd love to stay myself, but I just got word from the hospital. Serious case, compound resumption of interior delostrum. I'll be back if I can make it. Thanks anyway.
But, Doctor,
Hey, Doc hasn't got his car here. I better drive him.
Oh,
Hey, Doc, wait a minute. I'll take you to the hospital.
Oh. Well, what do we do now, dearie?
Well, that's simple. We sit down and have ourselves a nice platter of shrimps Magee.
With those sardines?
I'm no fool, kiddo. These aren't sardines. These are shrimp. And you were right. There's just enough for the two of us. What would Madame like for an appetizer?
Isn't it strange how long it took most of us to realize the beauty of a fine wood surface? Why, only yesterday it was the style to have tablecloths over the dining room table, runners and doilies on the buffet, and needlepoint or old shawls over occasional tables and the piano. But how refreshing it is now to walk into a home where the tabletops and other wood surfaces are richly polished, with Johnson's wax, of course, to make beautiful settings for old china, candlesticks, and flowers. Look around your living room and see if you've made the most of your tabletops and other wood surfaces. You'll be amazed what a coat of Johnson's wax will do for them. Johnson's wax makes the finish glow and sparkle, and the grain of the wood shows up so clear and lovely. Johnson's wax floors have a smooth, mellow luster. They're protected against dirt, wear, and moisture. Chair arms, radios, Venetian blinds, leather goods gleam with wax protection, and they're so easy to keep shining clean. Believe me, the magic touch of Johnson's wax will do wonders for the beauty of every wood surface in your home. Try it, won't you? Johnson's wax, paste, liquid, or cream.
Well, that's the last of it, kiddo. Not bad, eh?
Best shrimp I ever ate.
Yep.
I'd like to propose a toast, dearie.
Whom to?
To your grandmother.
Oh.
May she rest in peace and in the knowledge that the Magee tradition of culinary perfection is being carried on.
Thank you. May I ask one question?
Pray do.
Where do we keep the bicarbonate of soda?
I have it right here.
Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is how children were meant to be, to celebrate and be celebrated. Yet elsewhere, other boys and girls suffer the nightmare of sexual abuse. Since 1971, children, families, and adults molested as children have found help through Parents United. Let's make every child's life safe and happy.
Make a wish.
Support Parents United, Box 952, San Jose, California, 95108.
You're not just another face.
Miss him? I've been gone 3 days, but it seems like 3 weeks. I know. How old is yours? 7. Tim's 3, and so excited. He's coming to the airport. Well, we'll be right on time. More coffee?
United carries over 100,000 travelers a day. But in the friendly skies, we never forget they're people just like us.
You're not just flying.
I'm sure they're more excited than they look.
You're flying in the friendly skies.
Two Good Cops in Big Trouble, Monday.
It may be the computer age, but business still runs on paper. And when you're ready to put it on paper, you're ready for Okie Data. Okie Data personal printers. We put business on paper.
Introducing Almost Home cookies from Nabisco. The cookies that taste almost homemade.
These peanut butter fudge cookies taste almost homemade, Dalton. So moist and chewy. But that name, Almost Home. I haven't tasted a cookie so moist and chewy since I was home on leave. But Almost Home, that's a description, that's not a name.
Almost Home cookies with enough varieties to satisfy even an army.
What would you call them, Dalton? Almost gone?
Tales of Espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
Harding, CounterSpy, calling Washington.
Harding, CounterSpy, calling Washington.
The Blue Network presents Phillips H. Lord's CounterSpy. A counter-spy is a United States undercover agent whose duty it is to smash the professional enemy spies operating in our midst. Imagine ace counter-spy of them all as David Harding.
Those are the footsteps of Liza Gott as she walks along the narrow, rocky path which runs on top of a high cliff, looking out over the sea on the northern coast of Maine. 42 years ago, Liza Gott married. Mark Gott, her husband, sailed away and was drowned. For 41 years, Liza Gott has kept a little kerosene lantern lit on her front porch. So just in case Mark should return, he'd see the lighted lantern from the sea and know she was waiting.
Well.
Liza Gott is nearing her little house on the top of the cliff where she stays alone. Liza sees something on her front porch. She can see it by the light of the lantern.
That's funny. I didn't leave nothing on the front porch. It looks like a man. It is a man. What are you doing on my front porch?
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh.
I said, what you doing lying on my front porch?
Oh, I was just lying here. I'm exhausted. Guess I fell asleep.
You're a stranger.
Yes. I've had a narrow escape. I landed here in a lifeboat. Saw your lantern lit, so I came up here. When I found nobody was in, I was too tired to go anywhere else.
What happened to you?
I was in a small Norwegian lumber schooner. There were 5 of us. Just off the Horseshoe Reefs, we were torpedoed. I got the lifeboat over alone. The others were killed in the blast. I was way after. I'd have been killed, too.
One of those terrible German or Japanese submarines?
Yes, it happened yesterday morning. I've been rowing for land ever since. Then I heard a bellboy. And about an hour later, I landed on the beach, down there.
You've had a terrible time, ain't you?
Could you give me a little food? Let me stay here tonight?
Come in. You've got to be took care of.
Thank you.
I'll have to light up a light.
Shall I bring in the lantern?
No, sir. That lantern stays there lit under all conditions. And it ain't never going out nor being took in. So long as I'm conscious. There. Now you can see.
I'm sorry to trouble you.
Tain't no trouble at all.
May I inquire your name?
Liza Gott. And it's got 2 T's and no E before the L. Liza, not Eliza. What's your name?
Berkman. Frank Berkman.
You look pretty tuckered. Here. Now just lie down here on this sofa and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, I have been through a good deal.
Well, now you stretch right out. Put your head up here. And your feet down there. Now, Are you quite sure you're comfortable?
Oh, I never was more comfortable in my life.
Well, that's good. There. Now you can rest in peace.
Who do you want?
Danny, this is Liza. Get me quick as you can the CounterSpy headquarters in Washington. And I want to speak to the head of it. No young stripling.
You gone, Duffy?
Do as I tell you, Fanny. Get me the head of the CounterSpies.
Well, I still think you're Duffy, but I'll ring 'em.
Fanny, ain't you got Washington yet?
Yeah, we got CounterSpy headquarters, but they're getting ahead of it. I said it was a calamity.
Hello. This is Harding speaking.
This is Liza Gott, a Loganberry Point, Maine. I've caught me a spy.
Pardon me. Would you say that again?
I'm Liza Gott, a Loganberry Point, Maine. And I've caught me a spy.
Naturally, I'm a little dumbfounded. Where is he?
Well, lying on the sofa over there.
But if he hears you, why doesn't he get up?
What? You ain't see the condition he's in.
Is he unconscious?
Very.
And how do you know he's a spy?
Well, he told me about rowing alone and hearing our bellboy at the Narrows and then rowing an hour and landing on our beach. Well, I was born here, and I know this coast, and there ain't nobody rowing from the bellboy at the reef to this shore on an ebb tide in 1 hour. He's a prevaricator.
What is Loganberry Point near?
Ain't near nothing. The nearest place is Stuyvesant. Well, that ain't near nothing either.
Well, this is very unusual. But I'll leave by plane immediately. Get to Loganberry Point somehow.
Well, it's very nice of you, Captain Stinson, to drive me over to Loganberry Point. The plane couldn't seem to find a nearer landing place.
So?
You don't suppose, do you, Captain, that the horse might trot a little?
I'm not much worried about it.
No. I mean, could you make her trot?
Nope. I put her out to pasture when she was 22. She's been out there 8 years now. I had to call her back into harness when the gas rationing went in. She has enough trouble to stand up. Say nothing of trotting.
I see. Do you happen to know Eliza Gott over at Loganberry Point, Captain Stinson?
Yep.
Is she quite a responsible person?
Salt of the earth.
I just thought I'd visit her.
You mean room there?
Yes.
You don't know Eliza.
What do you mean?
You'll find out when you get there.
Come right in, Mr. Hardin.
Thank you, Mrs. Gott. I took a plane as far as Stuyvesant and then had to drive over. Now, where's this man you captured?
In the woodshed.
Woodshed?
That's where he is. No man but my past husband ever spent a night under this roof. And there ain't no man ever going to. Don't you want to put down your suitcase?
Oh, no, thank you. I have some equipment in it.
Oh. No, you'll have to go the rest of the way yourself. He's right in there, laid out on a cord of wood. I ain't going into no woodshed with no 2 men.
All right, Mrs. Gott. I'll go look. Sort of the worse for wear. Come on. Here, come on.
Go away. Go away.
Now, come on, sit up. Yeah, sit up.
Oh, it's you. Are you the man she'd been waiting for?
Yes.
Then get me out of here. I had to pretend I was unconscious, or she'd have killed me.
What do you mean?
After she dragged me out here, she'd come out every hour. And if I was conscious, she'd hit me over the head with that piece of stove wood. Knock me out. Look at my head.
I can't tell how much of it is your head and how much is bumps on top of your head.
She'd hit me over the head, just as cool and systematic as though she were a pile driver.
Let me have your fingers. I want to take your prints.
No.
You'd better, or I might call Mrs. Gott back. Yeah, that's better. I'll telephone your prints to Washington, and we'll see who you really are.
G6, CounterSpy Headquarters, Washington, reporting to Harding. The fingerprints you just telephoned in are prints of Dr. Sleston, who left San Francisco for Portugal 18 months ago. He was employed in the Stillwell plants while they were experimenting on cargo carrying air transports. It looks like Dr. Sleston is the one we have been expecting the Gestapo to try and smuggle into the country. Come in.
I'm glad to know it's Slesson that we've got. It's quite obvious Slesson has been sent in to secure all possible information on the newly contemplated cargo carrying transport. This is a job the Gestapo probably allowed him about a week to complete. And then they must have made arrangements to get him out. I'll check with you later tonight. Well, Berkman or Slesson, you just heard that conversation. We know who you are and why you're here.
I guess there isn't any sense to my denying. After all the plans, I had to bump into that woman.
You going to talk?
No.
I see. Well, as the people of Loganberry Point would say, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Martha, church bell's ringing. Something's up. Put it on your hat, Martha, the one with the yellow ribbon.
The church bell's ringing, and it ain't go to meeting night. They must be calling it for something special.
You have been called to the church here at the request of Mr. Harding concerning an important matter. I am proud to see every person of Loganberry Point present. Mr. Harding of Washington.
Citizens of Loganberry Point, I know you're all aware of the circumstances of the German spy who landed and was apprehended here.
He means caught.
Yeah.
Now, our government knows why he was sent here. His mission would ordinarily take him a week. It is logical to expect he would be returned to Germany by the same route he arrived. Well, this part of the coast was selected because it's very sparsely populated. The Gestapo evidently believed landing here would be very simple. By all logic, I expect arrangements have been made by the submarine to pick him up at this very place within the week.
Did you ever hear the beat?
All of you men present are lobster fishermen, or go out handlining and setting trot lines. You know the reefs and shoals like your own backyard. You can weave in and out of them on the blackest nights and in the thickest fogs. I'm calling for volunteers. Every night I want 6 fishermen to pretend that their motors have gone back on them and remain out there in their launches. Now, it's a dangerous undertaking. There's a chance you might be captured and even tortured for information. How many of you men are willing to volunteer? This is a sight I wish every American could see. Some of you are over 80. Some in your teens. And not a man in this church who isn't standing.
We are breaking water, Herr Kapitän. Making the surface.
Gut. Machen Sie auf.
It is very foggy and dark, Herr Kapitän. We are among the reefs. I suggest you come on deck.
Aufpassen. Ich komme sofort. Bleiben Sie bei den Motoren.
Get a hold of it. Get the ropes around it.
What's going on? Was ist das?
Throw me that rope, or I will shoot.
When we surfaced, we came up right alongside that little fishing boat. There is a fisherman on it.
Good. Bring him aboard. We will question him about these waters. Take him down to the control room.
He looks like an old man.
Get him below.
Bring him aft. The Captain wants him below decks, in the control room.
Blackout ship.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän.
Charge batteries. Hans Borchmann will soon be here.
He smells fish all over him. Get down there, you fish!
Well, what are you doing out in your boat? Late at night in the fog.
I was doing me a mess of fishing. My cussed motor broke down.
So? Perhaps it didn't break down. Perhaps you're out here spying.
You think they'd give me an important job like that? An old seaman over 70? See, with a wooden leg.
Yeah, you're right. You are too old. What's your name?
Stinson. Captain Egbert R. Stinson.
So you're a captain. Captain of fish, perhaps.
Well, if you understand, sir, for 50 years I was captain of sailing ships. And I never lost a one.
Yeah? If you are so good, where are we right now?
In the devil of a fog, if that'll help you.
You know what I mean. What's our location? How far off Horseshoe Reef are we?
You're a quarter mile northeast of it.
You're lying.
I know it.
So you dare lie. I think we can take care of that. Mate, a hot iron from the galley.
But I will get the wire for a stick.
Well, I never see a room with so many gadgets in it before. We didn't need all these wires on a sailing ship.
How far are we from the lighthouse?
Lighthouse? Oh, let me see. As the crow flies, I think I'd say about 1,000,000 miles.
You talk. You will talk plenty.
All right, I'll talk, you dirty vermin. The sea is clean. It's decent. Not a foul like the likes of you. Before you're through, you and this rotten hook will be at the bottom of the sea, but the fish won't trouble your carcasses. There isn't one foul enough to eat you. Curse you and all your foul kins. There and there.
Put on that fire axe, it'll kill you.
Go ahead, shoot. Against the sea. There. Keep on shooting. Keep on. I'll have it all smashed before you can kill me.
Er ist wahnsinnig geworden. Vollständig verrückt. Kill him.
What is the matter?
Shoot this crazy fool.
Come near and I'll chop your head off there.
Look, idiot. Crazy fool. 6 bullets to stop him. Have the chief engineer and electrician both come to central control at once.
Jawohl, Herr Kapitän. Chief engineer, electrician, report to central control at once. Inspect, repair damage.
Rig for hand control. Till we see what that maniac has done to our automatic gear.
Herr Kapitän, the master airstaff is damaged. Impossible to say how long it will take to repair. Main periscope eyepiece also is broken.
The depth indicator dial is completely wrecked, Herr Kapitän.
How long will it take to repair?
2 or 3 hours, Herr Kapitän.
The compressed airline is breached. Several hours to repair. Also, main ballast hand valve jammed.
Verflucht noch einmal! All this damage with the axe.
Hello?
This is Elmer Greeley reporting from the lighthouse. Is that you, Mr. Harden?
Yes.
The submarine's out here.
Good. Good. What are the facts?
Well, Red Googins just landed. His boat was lying about a quarter of a mile from old Captain Stinson's. He heard the sub come up, and they evidently captured Captain Stinson and took him on board.
Go on.
Red stuck around a few minutes, and he heard a lot of commotion, and then men trying to get the submarine to go down. But it sounded like it couldn't, like something had happened. So Red paddled his launch far enough away so they couldn't hear his motor, and then got to the lighthouse here.
Fine. I've got all the information I need right now. I want to hang up and then use this phone. Now, let's see. I turn this little crank here.
Yes, ring it long and loud. Sometimes Penny, the operator, lays down and takes naps.
Now, Miss Scott, would you run down the path and ring the church bell? Emergency.
Yes,
If the bell rings late at night, they know they're to bring what guns they have and rush for the wharf.
Hello?
Oh, operator, get me that number I wrote out for you yesterday.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harding. Yes, sir.
Please hurry, Mrs. Scott. Have that church bell rung.
Old Revere said 1 if by land and 2 if by sea.
Naval Control.
This is Harding reporting. Relay to destroyer Smithville. Proceed at once 1 mile southeast of Sand Island Light. German submarine on surface.
Immediately, sir.
Relay to Coast Guard. Carry out Plan 3 if possible and fog does not prevent. Otherwise, Plan 2.
Immediately, sir.
Include in Navy message that because of present emergency, I'm going to try to get armed fishermen to submarine first. So if destroyer reaches submarine, watch for all clear signal, which will indicate presence of Americans on board.
Yes, sir.
Those of you with the slowest motorboat start out first.
Here's Sandy's gun. Some men take it.
I want all of you men to understand that this is an extraordinary situation. You're all volunteering on your own accord.
They all want to go.
Now, the reason we're taking things in our own hands is because it's so foggy the planes can't spot the sub. And it's too foggy for the destroyer to come in among these reefs until daybreak. Indications are that something's happened to that submarine, and it can't submerge. Would you say, Captain Lawson, that there was a very heavy swell out there near Horseshoe Ledge?
Plenty heavy. After a 3-day nor'easter, they've got a roll out there that's standing them on their heads.
Well, that means the fire from the submarine will be very inaccurate. Now, when we sight her, you're all to fan out and make a circle around her. When you hear Captain Lawson blow his foghorn twice, head right for her. Start shooting and picking off the men manning the guns. With 30 launches coming at her in all directions and the fog and the heavy roll of the sea, she'll have her hands full. We'll all board her at the same time, from all sides of her.
Left wall is starting out.
All right, men, to your launches. Good luck.
And remember, your women folks will be standing right here and waiting.
That's her, Captain Lawson. A dark shape, about 2 points to starboard.
Damn scum. Should I blow the foghorn twice?
No. Twice is to attack her. Blow it once, so they'll fan out and approach her from all sides. Now slow the motor. Give the others time to get around her.
I didn't realize how patriotic I'd be till I started thinking of them vermin setting foot on our shore.
I've never seen a thicker fog.
She spotted us. Shall I head for her?
No, she's only shooting at the sound of our motor.
Who are you? Hands off or we shoot.
We won't reply. Let him stew.
Who are you?
Get ready, Captain Lawson, to blow your foghorn. 2 blasts.
I ain't had so much fun since Liza's cow fell in the well.
All right. Sound the signal.
Take the wheel, will you, Mr. Harding? Let me do a little gunning.
Go ahead, but the minute we touch her, jump aboard.
Try to land at Loganberry Point, will they? The whole German crew's on deck. Captain Mulligan's alongside.
Get that screw by the aft gun there!
They're falling like tenpins, Harding.
Just board her! Let your own boats go so others can come alongside.
Smash right into her, Harding. I want to get out of here.
Watch yourself now! Jump!
Come on, gentlemen! Come in,
understand, Commander, as we stand here in the control room of your submarine, that you and all your crew are prisoners of the United States.
Tja, das ist zu erwarten. Kriegschancen. I am helpless.
And there at your feet, an old sea captain with 12 bullet holes. Evidently kicked in the face after he was dead.
He was shoving at our controls with a fire axe. We had to shoot him. We shoot him 6 times before he fall.
Captain Stinson was a neighbor of mine.
What arm of the American forces have we been captured by?
The fishermen of Loganberry Point.
Mr. Hardy! United States destroyer approaching out of the fog, sir.
How in Sam Hill did a destroyer get in among these shoals on a night like this? That's real navigating for you.
What am I supposed to do now?
You're expected to surrender your submarine and your crew and yourself to the greatest navy in all the world.
His neighbors at Loganberry Point return the earthly remains of one who has lived among us for so many years. Captain Stinson, if he had had 1,000 lives, he would have chosen no other way to have given them all. And so we of Loganberry Point, not mournfully, but with pride in our hearts, say goodbye to a great American who lived as an American and died as one. God bless America, the land of the free.
CounterSpy, featuring David Harding, is presented at the same time every Monday evening. We suggest that you tell your friends that you make it a weekly date to gather around the radio this time, as America's 8th CounterSpy works to protect us from the spies of our enemies. CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production which has originated in New York. This is the Blue Network.
Station WJZ New York, which brings you fun and excitement as you listen to the Sing for Dough program at 77 on your dial every Tuesday night at 8:30.
ABC News takes you to the inauguration of Ronald Reagan. Peter Jennings, David Brinkley, and the people of ABC News report live from around the nation and the world, Monday.
When things are out of control, a simple solution is the personal computer software in IBM's Assistant series. Start by entering facts and figures into Filing Assistant. Then move the facts around to work up a plan. Or draw up a graph. There's Writing Assistant to help you handle words. And Reporting Assistant to pull everything together. The Assistant series from IBM. Getting all your ducks in a row has never been easier.
The enemy. Rain. A mere 1/8 inch can float your car off the road. Thus the rationale for Vector, Goodyear's unique all-season radio. So advanced, its crisscross tread actually pumps away water to help more tire and your car stay on the road. The Goodyear Vector. It simply performs like no other tire in the world.
When you want to eat well, but eat light, there are classic light dinners. Complete meals to satisfy the most discriminating taste with classic combinations like beef pepper steak with rice and green beans in a light butter sauce, yet beyond their classic great taste. Classic light dinners are less than 300 calories. Classic light dinners from Armour, the classic way to eat light.
Bravo! Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Good morning, Chester.
I ain't at all sure about that, Mr. Dillon.
Sure about what?
But it's a good morning.
Well, it's the only one we're going to get, Chester. Is that fresh coffee?
No, sure ain't. That's the batch I boiled up last night.
Oh?
I ain't had time to make no fresh yet.
Well, why?
Them fellas you locked up last night, Mr.
Are they
Dillon.
causing trouble?
Well, they've been at me ever since I come in here, fussing and complaining.
About what?
They want me to fix them some breakfast. Been carrying on about it like they'd never ate before.
Well, I guess they've never had anything like you're cooking before, Chester.
Ain't you going to let them out this morning, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I guess so. They should be sobering up by now.
Well, then it just don't make a bit of sense for me to go to all the trouble of feeding them, does it?
No, forget it, Chester. I'm going to let them out.
I declare I got me enough to do around here just redding up the place. Stop feeding a clutch of prisoners that ain't even going to stay on.
All right, Chester. That's enough. You two can come out now.
Don't seem right to turn the body out without no food, Marshal. You know, a man could go.
Come on, get out of there and bring your friend with you.
He ain't feeling so good, Marshal. Looks like his strength was sapped. Now, if we was to have some breakfast.
Look, you weren't worried about food last night when you rode your horses into the Long Branch, and I'm not going to worry about it now. Go on, get out of here.
Seems like we could have some coffee anyway.
I said get out.
Come on. See what I mean? You think we was running a boarding house around here?
No.
You should have just left them laying there in the saloon last night to get tromped on.
You better get the cell cleaned up, Chester.
And that's another thing, Mr. Dillon. It just don't seem right for them drunks to be able to make the fearful mess they do and have somebody to have to clean up after.
Go on, Chester. Get it over with.
Yes, sir. I'll do it all right, but I ain't going to like it.
Well, I don't like hearing you complain about it either.
Hello, Matt. Chester?
Oh, how about that?
Slow down. Oh, something the matter with you two?
Well, Chester doesn't like the way the marshal's office is being run, that's all.
Well, neither do I. I was coming in to tell you about it.
No? All right, Doc, what's on your mind?
Some drunken drover jumped into my buggy last night out in front of the office and raced it down the street.
Oh, did he bring it back?
He couldn't. He turned it over going around the corner.
You know who it was?
No idea. Whoever it was disappeared into the nearest saloon.
I'm sorry, Doc, but it doesn't look like I can do anything for you.
Well, why not?
Well, in the first place, there was no harm done.
My buggy was stolen.
You got it back, didn't you? For heaven's sake, stop being such an old maid.
Oh, maid. Now, look here, Matt.
What do you want me to do? Sit around watching your buggy all day long?
No, Matt. No, of course not. But there ought to be a better way of keeping the town in line.
Well, maybe we could pass a law saying that drovers can't drive buggies, huh?
I don't think that's terribly funny, Matt. All I'm saying is there must be something you can do.
Look, Doc, I've had fevers and ague that you haven't cured.
But at least when you come into my office, I try to help. And that's more than I can say for your office.
Well, you better stick to your pills.
I intend to. I certainly intend to. I won't be wasting any more time around here. You can be sure of that. I'm sorry, Duffy. I didn't mean to run you down. Oh, you're looking for the marshal?
Yes.
Go right on in for all the good it'll do you. I'm getting out.
Well, doctor seemed a little upset. Yeah, well, Doc gets that way sometimes. What can I do for you, Dobie?
Well, truth is, Marshal, I've come to register a complaint.
Well, you're going to have to stand in line.
How's that?
Oh, never mind. What's your problem?
Oh, well, Marshal, those chairs, you know, those chairs I have sitting along in front of the hotel along the boardwalk there?
Yeah.
Well, you know, people keep sitting in them.
Well, I guess I don't understand.
Well, what I mean is those chairs are put there for my hotel guests, and the town loafers have taken over. Never any room for my guests.
Have any of your guests complained to you?
No.
Well, how do you know that they'd want to use them?
Well, I know. I just know, that's all.
I see. Now, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, Marshal, the Dodge House has a reputation to uphold. And it isn't helping any. Every lazy, good-for-nothing in Dodge spends the day whittling or sleeping right at the front door. I want you to tell those men they can't do that anymore.
You asking me to be a doorman, Mr. Dobie?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, I have two suggestions for you, Mr. Dobie. Either tell the loafers you speak of to move along or you take away the chairs. Now, I can't see that that's too much of a problem. Besides, I've never seen one guest at the Dodge House sit on that boardwalk in all the years that I've been here. Now, you go on, Dobie, because you've got a hotel to run and you better tend to it. And I wouldn't be too hard on those loafers you speak of because most of them are men who beat this town.
All right, Marshal, all right. I'm frank to say I'm disappointed in the Marshal's office. Good days.
I'm beginning to get pretty disappointed in it myself. Now, where's my... Chester!
Yes, sir.
What happened to my hat?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean, yes, sir?
I was afraid you was going to ask that.
Well, what does that mean?
Yes, sir. See, I was toting in a bucket of water to mop up with this morning, and just as I come in the door, one of them cussed prisoners hollered something at me, and when I turned around and yelled back, I knocked her hat right off in the peg there, and the water slopped all over.
Well, if you're that bad off, you better get Doc to give you some of that nerve tonic he saves for old women. Now, where did you put it?
The bucket?
Where did you put my hat, Chester?
Yes, sir. I was trying to dry it out over the stove.
Oh, come on, Chester, come on.
I just got it a little bit too close. Burned the top clean out of it, Mr. Jones, so I just kind of throwed it out.
You threw it out?
wasn't nothing left but the brim, Mr. Dillon, and you know you'd look kind of foolish just going around in that. The brim.
All right, Chester.
Where are you going?
I am going to the store, Chester, to get myself a new hat so that I won't look so foolish. If that's possible.
Hello there, Marshal. Be right there with you.
All right, Jonas.
Well, hello, Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Miss Bagley.
No, I was going to call on you at your office later today, but now I won't have to, will I? Meeting you in the store this way.
No, ma'am, I guess not.
You know, Marshal, several of the town ladies have been meeting at our home from time to time to discuss matters affecting our community.
Uh-huh.
And frankly, Marshal, we've been disturbed about the way things have been going on in Dodge.
Oh? Is that so?
Yes, Marshal. I was talking to the ladies about it last night. Bottles all over the street and noise and shootings every time the Texas herds come in.
Uh-huh.
And we ladies feel that perhaps the law might keep things just a little better under control.
Well, I tell you something, Miss Bagley. Maybe
Excuse me. There's Mr. Bagley. He's come to take me home in the buggy. I guess I'll have to come to your office after all, Marshal.
Yeah. Why don't you do that?
All right, Marshal. I can take care of you now.
I want a hat, Jonas.
A hat? I just sold you one month or two ago.
I want another one.
Well, sure. See what I got out back.
The same kind will do.
Uh-huh. Well, you have a look at that new Schropp's rifle. Just came in today.
Reach. What? Why, Luke Gilmore, you old sheep herder, you. How are you? When'd you get into town?
I just rode in. I got the driest throat in Kansas.
Well, we better fix that up. Jonas!
Yes, I've almost found him, Marshal.
No hurry. I'll be back later. Come on, Luke. I'll buy the first.
I won't give you an argument.
Well, how long are you here for?
Just a day this time. I got my eye on the far west. This part of the country isn't going to make anybody rich. I just figure it's time to move on. You know, that might not be a bad idea for you, too, come to think of it.
Yeah, you may be right, Luke. You may be right. You make it sound like a fortune's just lying there waiting for us.
Well, it is, Matt. I tell you it is. But now that the railroad is joined up, there's just no telling what a man could do for himself out there.
I know, but a lot of gold rushers came back with holes in their britches.
Sure they did, Matt, but this is different. Things are starting up now that'll last. Well, you know, you could set yourself up your own town.
You're aiming pretty high, aren't you, Luke?
Sure, I'm aiming high, Matt, and you should, too. What do you figure you'll ever get out of Dodge?
Nothing more than I can carry.
That's right. That's absolutely right. You're eating dust and dodging bullets and chasing every penny-ante bad man on the prairie, isn't that right?
That's about it.
You're frying in the summer and freezing in the winter. Nursemaid in a town that doesn't even thank you for it.
You know, you always were one to talk up a storm, Luke.
I'm talking sense, Matt. I'm right, and you know it. Well, you can stay on here and spend your life for this town and get no thanks for it. Now, isn't that so?
I don't get paid in thanks.
Or much else, either. Well, I'm on my way, Matt. Got to collect some money from a fella up country, but you think it over. I'll be back.
You coming through Dodge?
Yeah, I'm coming through in a few days, heading west. You got any sense, you'll come with me. Think it over, Matt.
Yeah. I will think it over. So long, Luke.
I'll be back, Matt. You be ready.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen you take a drink before noon.
Oh, hello, Kitty.
You going to ask me to sit down?
Oh, sure. Sit down.
That fella an old friend of yours? Matt?
What?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, if I'm bothering...
Oh, no. I'm sorry, Kitty. I was thinking. What did you say?
It's kind of early to be wool gathering. I'd just ask you if that fellow was an old friend.
Yeah, Luke Gilmore. I knew him in Texas.
Oh, you're making some plans with him?
I don't know yet, Kitty. And it just might be.
Here's the line, Mr. Jones. I'm awful sorry I let it run out of coil oil, but it's refilled right up the top. And I trimmed down the wick a little dab, too.
Thanks, Chester. Just set it down.
Anything else I could get you, Mr. Dillon? Nice cup of coffee?
No, thanks, Chester. I'm going to turn in.
Maybe a fresh pail of water? I'd go fetch it from the well.
No, you just brought one, did you?
Oh. Yes, well, then I'll just see if this window's open nice and wide.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Chester, will you stop fussing around like a mother hen? What's the matter with you?
Ain't nothing really the matter. I just got to come right out with it, Mr. Dillon.
Come out with what?
Everybody's talking about how you're as out as a bull in a thorn thicket these last few days. Miss Kitty and Doc and me was wondering if maybe there's anything wrong.
I don't know.
What do you mean?
Oh, never mind, Chester. It's not important, no. Why don't you get on out of here and let me get some sleep, huh?
All right, Mr. Dillon. Yes, sir.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Mr. Dillon.
Darn fool.
Marshal?
What? Well, hello, Long Robe. How did you get here?
Door not locked?
Oh, won't you sit down?
No. Want Marshal come.
Come? Come where?
Long Robe show.
Well, all right, Long Robe, in the morning.
No, wait.
You mean you want me to ride out with you now?
No.
What's the matter?
Be much shooting if guns come.
Guns? What guns?
White men selling guns. Bring in morning to Indians. Long Robe want to stop. You come.
All right, Long Robe. I'll come.
Trees by river.
Yeah, I see him.
We stop there.
That's where the wagon will be coming?
Wagon cross river there. Yeah, we wait.
Okay, Long Robe.
Here. Stop here.
Yeah.
Now, wait here.
Oh, that's better. I'm tired.
But Marshal no sleep. Marshal man of plains. Marshal keep good watch.
Tell me something, Long Robe. Why didn't you go to the Army at Fort Dodge about this? Why did you come to me?
No want soldiers.
Well, they'd have gotten the gun runners for you.
Soldiers not know.
What do you mean they don't know? This is their business.
Soldiers not know Indians. Soldiers come, soldiers go away.
Soldier, not man of plains.
Well, what's that got to do with stopping some gun runners?
Soldier stop gun runners. But soldier go get Indian, too. Punish Indian. Start more trouble.
You don't think the Indians should be punished?
Long robe punish Indian. Keep trouble in tribe. No shooting.
I guess you will at that.
Indian need help from white man. But white man must know Indian.
Well, lots of white men know Indians. I'm not the only one.
To Long Robe and his people, Marshal the only one. Marshal is friend. We watch now for wagon. Marshal, wagon comes.
Yeah, I've been watching it.
Long Robe stand with Marshal.
No, you stay here, out of sight.
Long Robe stand with friend.
I don't want you hurt in any shooting.
Not afraid.
You brought me out here because you thought I could handle this, didn't you? Because you didn't want trouble for your tribe? There'd be plenty of trouble if you were shot, Long Robe. Every Indian on these plains would fight if their chief was killed.
Marshal talks true.
All right, then. You stay down. I'll go out there now, and I'll tell you when to come. All right, that's far enough.
We ain't got room for no more. Four'd be too many.
I don't want to ride. I want to look in your wagon.
Now, mister, I'm not sure I'd take kindly to that.
I'm the marshal out of Dodge. I want to know what you're carrying.
I tell you, Marshal, you see what I'm carrying right there. Won't take much to make it go off.
Yeah. And that gun's a sample of the wagon load you're taking to the Indians.
Well, now, Marshal, that's mighty interesting talk. How you come to know about that?
Let's just say I got friends.
Let's just say you're gonna need them. Shoot him, Jack.
You stand to be in enough trouble running guns to the Indians without shooting a U.S. Marshal.
Oh, ain't nobody gonna find you to know about it, Marshal. Don't you worry none at all.
Come down out of that wagon.
Jack, you take another look, Marshal. There are three of us. We got guns to ram straight down your throat.
There wouldn't be three of you when it was over.
You can't take us all three.
Maybe not. But I can take the first one to start anything, so go ahead and try it.
He's bluffing, Jack.
You can sure find out in a hurry. Now, come on. You make your play or you come down off that wagon.
No man wear tin badge gonna face me down.
All right, who's next?
You killed him. You killed Jack.
Now, does either one of you two feeling brave? And you drop your guns and you get down off that wagon. Right now. Now, stand right there. Long Robe.
Marshal?
Tie him up for me, will you? There's a rope under the wagon seat. I'll put this man in the back. When you get those two tied, you can drive the wagon back to town. I'll ride alongside. You can pull up now, Long Robe. I'll take over here. We're just about in. It'd be better if you weren't seen around here. You might have to answer a lot of questions.
Questions bring trouble.
They can if people don't understand the answers.
Marshal understands answers.
Well, some of them anyway.
Marshal understands answers about Indians. Marshal knows ways of the plains.
Well, I've been out here for a long time. I should have learned something.
All white men do not learn.
Maybe not.
It is good for Indian to have Marshal learn.
I guess so.
It is good for white man, too.
Well,
it is good for man to live among people he understands, where there is need. Long Robe, go now.
All right, Long Robe. Will your people be moving on soon?
At the next full moon.
Oh, good hunting.
When the next north wind blows, my people come back. Long Robe come to smoke pipe with Marshal.
All right, Long Robe. I'll be here. It is good for a man to live among people he understands.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Virginia Christine, Richard Perkins, Ralph Moody, Lawrence Dobkin, and Joseph Kearns. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. McNear is Doc.
When you want to eat well, but eat light, there are classic light dinners. Complete meals to satisfy the most discriminating taste, with classic combinations like beef pepper steak, with rice and green beans in a light butter sauce, yet beyond their classic great taste. Classic light dinners are less than 300 calories. Classic light dinners from Armour, the classic way to eat light.
Bravo. Monday, Inauguration Day, First Lady Nancy Reagan on Good Morning America.
Tomorrow, when Mark goes undercover as a stand-up comic.
I'm coming at your heart.
The joke turns to murder on Hardcastle and McCormick. Then, they grab you with the headlines. What they don't tell you is how they get them. Scandal Sheet. All starting tomorrow at 8, 7 Central.
Hey, have you got the biggest news in frying? Wesson's bottle is lighter than ever. Pass it on. Wesson does feel lighter. This new plastic bottle's easier to handle. It's got a built-in no-drip top. And no more mess.
Wesson's new light plastic bottle is shatterproof, too.
What's best about Wesson is the way it fries. Light, crispy, and juicy. Pick up Wesson in the new plastic bottle. We're Beatrice.
Now United has a fare so low, it can bring Hawaii alive. Only United brings you so much for so little.
Call United or your travel agent.
Let the friendly skies bring Hawaii alive.
When they put a heavy load on your shoulders, there's nothing like having a friend you can count on. The new Toyota electronically fuel-injected one-ton truck. It'll carry over 2,500 pounds. And with an optional towing package, you can pull up to 5,000 pounds. The Toyota one-ton truck.
Thanks, old buddy.
Take a cruise into Terra, Tuesday.
Plays and Players is being brought to you by Toyota Trucks for 1985 and by your neighborhood Burger King restaurant.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. know, friends, one of those Oscars, if it was given to a breakfast cereal, you can just see that Oscar zooming to a delicious, malty-rich Grape Nuts Flakes. For when it comes to America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal, the verdict you hear is unanimous. Grape Nuts Flakes really taste swell. Yes, whether you're breakfast fussy or whether you're just plain breakfast hungry, you'll say that Grape Nuts Flakes satisfy. They have such a grand malty richness, such a glorious, crisp, tempting goodness. They bring you the flavor of grape nuts in exciting, toasted flake form. And Grape Nuts Flakes bring you health-building whole grain nourishment, including proteins, minerals, and vitamins. So help yourself to health at breakfast. Help yourself to sweet as a nut, luscious Grape Nuts Flakes in the big 12-ounce economy size package. You don't give up a single precious ration stamp to buy Grape Nuts Flakes. That was Gee, But It's Fun, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, our dear old master of ceremonies, Jack Benny, lost $50 recently on Rochester's horse, Burnt Cork.
That's right. They pulled the Kentucky Derby right down over my ears.
You always wear a derby that way.
Quiet.
Ever since this disastrous experience, Mr. Benny has been trying and trying to forget, but to no avail.
What do you mean to no avail? I've forgotten the whole thing. When I lose money, that's the end of it.
Go on. You lost your piggy bank when you were just a little baby, and you're still running ads in the Waukegan paper.
What ad?
Lost. One piggy bank on Genesee Street. Finder may keep bank, but owner has sentimental attachment to contents.
Now, Mary.
Please return to Jackie Benny, age 45, Hollywood, California.
That you made up. Now, go on. Go on with the story, darling.
Well, anyway, folks, Rochester returned from Louisville a week ago. But until yesterday afternoon, Jack was unable to get in touch with him.
I should have known he was hiding down on Central Avenue.
So now, without further ado, we would like to take you to one of Central Avenue's delightfully intimate mixed drinkeries. The time late yesterday afternoon. Take it away.
Mississippi Barbecue Palace, Mr. Sippy speaking.
I see. Now, Mr. Sippy, I'm trying to get in touch with Rochester Van Jones.
You mean the man whose horse has caused no end of unbalanced budgets in this vicinity?
I lost plenty on him, too. Now, is Rochester there?
Just a minute, I'll find out.
Oh, Rochester. What is it, Sippy? Is that Mr. Benny?
Yeah. What did I tell him?
Same thing.
Okay. Wrong number. Goodbye.
You know, Sippy, that was a narrow escape.
Yeah. Say, how many days have you been hiding out from Mr. Benny?
4 that I can remember, and 2 that must have been sheer bliss. Say, Sippy, I was supposed to meet Louis Armstrong here. Have you seen him?
Old Satchmo? Here he comes now. Off the lazy river where the old mill runs. Well, look here. Hello, Rod.
Hello, Sat. Well, where are the gals, Satch? I thought you were going to come loaded. Don't worry, son. I got 2 gals coming over here in a little while that are tall, tan, tantalizing, and tender. Are they good looking? Mine is. Yours is sort of a retread. Now, wait a minute, Satch. I should have the good-looking one. I'm a romantic man. Romantic? You heard me. When I kiss a gal, Cupid just stands there and says, my. I'm Taurus. Oh, you dog. Say, Roch, an important thought has just struck me. What are we going to do for money tonight? You know, legal lettuce. Well, Satch, you got money. I had money until that horse of yours The Morgan thawed me.
Well, let me tell you something, Satch. Bert Cork would have won that race if it hadn't been for the back stretch.
What happened in the backstretch?
He just rolled over on his back and stretched.
Well, look, Rochester. We got a hole. They got to get hold of some stuff for the night, and I got a hunch that those gals going to be hungry.
Yeah, well, it looks like I'll have to call him Mr. Benny, my favorite comedian.
Oh, you dog, you.
Give me that phone, Sippy.
Oh, here you are.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Crestview 7071. From Natchez to Mobile. What? I can't dial, miss. I got a highball in each hand. From Memphis to St. Joe, wherever the four winds blow. Hello? Hello, Mr. Benny?
Well, so it's you.
What happened to you, boss? Where you been?
Where have I been? I've been on the phone for the last 6 days trying to reach you. I called every hotspot on Central Avenue that's got a telephone.
Some of the best ones is primitive.
Rochester, I don't want any flippancies. I want the truth. You've been back from Louisville a week now. Why haven't I heard from you?
Well, last Tuesday I was right up to the door of your house in Beverly Hills ready to work.
Uh-huh.
And just as I was about to enter, a black cat crossed my path.
I see. Well, couldn't you walk around the cat?
I did and wound up at the Cotton Club.
Oh, well, so much for Tuesday. Now, what happened Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday?
I don't even remember where they happened.
I thought so. Now, look, Rochester, I want you to be at my house first thing tomorrow morning.
Okay, boss, I'll be there.
You better.
By the way, Mr. Benny, a financial predicament has reared its ugly head. I'm in desperate need of, say, about $25.
I see. Well, let me ask you something, Rochester. Why should I give you $25 when I just lost 50 on your horse? Well, come on. Rochester, I want an answer to that question.
It ain't ready yet.
Now, listen, Rochester, I'll give you the money on one condition, that you come over here right now and start to work. The house is a mess.
Okay, I'm on my way, boss. So long.
Goodbye.
Now, listen, Satch, you keep the gals here. I'll run over to see Mr. Benny, put on the personality, and be back in a half an hour.
Rochester, you forgot to hang up the phone.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boss!
I heard your conversation.
Don't you believe it?
Get over here. Goodbye.
Satch, I'm in the doghouse.
That's where you belong, you old dog.
Well, I better get over to Mr. Benny's house. So long, Sippy.
Good luck, Rochester. Say, Satch, while you're waiting for the gals, why don't you get up there with the band and give out a little jive for the cats?
Okay, I might float on down that old lazy river for a few balls. Let's float, boys. Up the lazy river, run the old mill run. Up the lazy river with the noonday sun, singing in the shade of a kind old tree. Throw away your troubles, dream of me, dream of me. Up the lazy river where the robin song, two bright lights as we stroll along. Blue skies up above, the one I love, of the lazy river, how happy we will be, Mama. Oh, but
Ain't over there.
Out the lazy river, oh, you river, you river, boo batty boo batty
And now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours have elapsed since our last scene. We take you now to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where he is busy dictating to his secretary. Take it away, Beverly Hills.
However, madam, if you will send me 50 cents in cash or stamps, I will be glad. I like to laugh so quick. I will be glad to send you 1 dozen personally autographed navel oranges, plus 1 large grapefruit with my picture pasted on it. Sign that as usual, your dream man, Jack Benny. Is there any more fan mail, Miss Livingston?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, will you stop with that Miss Livingston? Why don't you call me Mary?
Because every Saturday afternoon you're supposed to be my secretary, and I don't believe in familiarity.
Then why are you sitting on my lap?
Because you don't know how to type. Now, is there any more fan mail?
Yes, here's a letter from a lady in Nobody, Montana.
Nobody. That's North Butte. What's the lady got to say?
Dear Mr. Benny, those oranges you sent me were a little sour. Also your photograph. Also your program last Sunday.
I'll have to spray those oranges. Also my writers. Now, let's see. How will I, Well, it's the big racehorse man again.
Say, Mr. Benny, I made your bed, shined your shoes, and changed the oil on your toupee.
Good.
Can I have that $25 loan now?
Rochester, I'm not giving you any money just because you got a date with a couple of girls tonight.
Oh, I forgot all about them, boss. But tomorrow's Mother's Day, and I want that $25 to buy Mammy a geranium.
A geranium? Well, you should get quite a geranium for $25.
Oh, it ought to be huge.
Well, listen, Mr. Van Jones, the kitchen sink is full of dirty dishes. Now go do them.
I just got a manicure.
I don't care. Do those dishes. Manicure. If he thinks he's going out stepping tonight, he's crazy.
But, Jack, it isn't Rochester's fault that you lost money on his horse. That phony fortune teller told you to make the bet.
You mean Princess Korsakoff at the tea room? Give me that phone, Mary. I'm going to call her up and give her a piece of my mind. Oh, darn it. Have you got a nickel, Mary?
Here you are.
Thanks.
A payphone in a private house. That's the darndest thing I ever heard of.
Well, it saves a lot of bookkeeping and sending people bills. I hope the princess doesn't... Hello?
Hello, Anaheim Gypsy Tea Room. Heim speaking.
Where's Anna?
She ain't Heim.
Now cut that out. Thank heaven I won't have to look at him much longer. Listen, I want to speak to... I'm only kidding. I want to speak to Princess Korsakoff, your fortune teller.
She can't come to the phone right now. She got her head caught in a teacup.
Put the princess on the phone, teacup and all.
Okay, Blue Eye.
I got two of them.
That's right.
Just because I'm a comedian, everybody... Hello?
Hello, Princess Korsakov. I'm hot as a pistol when I look in mein crystal talking.
Look, Princess, you gave me some fine advice when you told me to bet on Rochester's horse. According to the radio, the newsreels, and the papers, it came in last.
It couldn't be propaganda.
No, it couldn't. Now, listen, Princess, you're a phony, and from now on, I'm eating at another restaurant.
Who's a phony? I said you'd be president of the Elks, didn't I?
Elks? You said I'd be president of the United States.
There was mayonnaise on mein crystal. It works better now.
Oh, well, president of the Elks isn't bad. I'll tell you what, Princess, I'll be over for lunch tomorrow. What's the special?
Leg of lamb with nylon stockings.
Fine, I'll bring a girl. Goodbye, Princess. You know, Mary, Princess Korsakov is a wonderful woman. She says I'm going to be president of the Elks. I'll have to buy a tooth for my watch chain.
Why don't you get a few for your gums while you're at it?
Oh, save that for the program. Say, I don't hear any activity in the kitchen. Oh, Rochester, how are you coming along with the dishes?
Oh, fine, boss. I'm just stacking them up now.
Good. You know, Mary, Princess Korsakov may have her faults, but...
Easy does it.
Easy does it. I bet you broke every dish in the kitchen.
No, I didn't, boss. The soup tureen is okay.
Thank heaven.
Of course, it's going to leak a little now.
Rochester, those dishes are coming out of your next week's salary. Now go upstairs and press my blue suit. I'm going out with the boys tonight.
Yes, sir.
Hey, where do you fellas go every Saturday night?
We have a bowling team. It's a lot of fun and good exercise. Well, here's Dennis now. Hello, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hiya, Dennis.
Fine, Miss Livingston. Say, Mr. Benny, are we going to the you-know-what tonight?
Quiet, kid. Yes, as soon as Don and Phil get here.
Oh, boy, I hope whatchamacallit is still there.
Quiet, kid.
Hey, wait a minute. Where are you fellas going?
Every Saturday night, we go downtown to the burlesque show.
Dennis.
The burlesque show?
Marion Morgan, more curves than the Burma Road.
Dennis, save that whistling for the theater.
Say, Dennis, what's that box you got under your arm?
Oh, you'll laugh.
No, I won't. What is it?
Well, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and Mr. Benny has always been like a mother to me, so I brought him a box of chocolates.
Well.
Mother Benny. So Mother's taking you to the burlesque show tonight, eh, Sonny?
Yeah, isn't she sweet?
Now, Mary, don't spoil it. Dennis gave me a box of chocolates. It was a very sentimental gesture, and I appreciate it. Thanks, Dennis.
You're welcome.
But you know, kid, I haven't always been sweet to you. In fact, once in a while, I'm very mean.
I know. One of the chocolates has a Mickey in it.
A Mickey?
Yeah, it tastes a little like maple nut.
How do you know?
I had one Thursday, and I didn't wake up till this morning.
Oh, well, I'll watch out for maple nut. Speaking of Mother's Day, Dennis, have you got a song that ties into the occasion for the program tomorrow?
Yes, I'm going to sing Little Mother of Mine. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would.
I'll sit down at the piano here and make off like an orchestra.
Don't spoil the illusion. Sing, kid. Gee, this candy looks good. Yes, sir.
In the hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. The wee little boy with tousled head that long, long ago was thine. I and strong. You'd hardly know that he was the lad you loved with your slumber song. The years have altered the form and the life, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he is only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother of mine.
That song was swell, Dennis. It'll be very good on the program tomorrow.
Thank you.
How do you like the way I played the orchestra?
Oh, you were marvelous. Anyway, kid, that's a great number for Mother's Day.
Speaking of Mother's Day, Jack, I sent Pop a check for $100.
$100 to your father? On Mother's Day?
She'll get it, don't worry.
Oh, yes, your mother's a pretty big woman. She's taller than your father, isn't she?
Only 2 or 3 feet.
Well, that's enough.
Say, boss, I pressed your blue suit. How does it look?
Fine. Now take it off and hang it in the closet.
Okay.
He always has to model everything. What a guy.
Uh-oh, 8:30. Can I have that $25 now, boss? I got to get down to Central Avenue and buy that geranium for my mother.
$25 for a geranium. Now, let's analyze this. How could you possibly pay $25 for a geranium?
I got a florist that takes advantage of me.
Oh, and you have to go to him. Now, go take that suit off.
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, if Rochester would only come right out and say that he wants $25 to entertain a couple of girls, it would be different.
You mean you'd give him the money?
No, but he wouldn't be lying to me. That's different enough for me, you know. Well, it's Don and Phil. Hiya, fella.
Hello, everybody. Hiya, gang. Say, Mary, I'm sorry you can't come along with us. Us guys are going, we're going bowling.
She knows. Dennis had to spill the beans.
I didn't have to do it. I'm just stupid.
You said it. Say, Phil, did you have any trouble getting out of the house tonight?
Nah, it was easy. But you'll notice I got a club foot.
Well, of course, that kills my next line entirely, you know? My next line is, but then you've only been wearing shoes since your band started playing indoors. I love when they ad-lib. My next line means nothing, you know. Phil, now I want to show you the difference in the joke. Phil, do the original line.
Okay. Where are you going to start? Up the
I
top?
say, Phil, didn't you have any trouble getting out of the house tonight?
Nah, it was easy, but you'll notice I haven't got any shoes on.
Oh, yes, but then you've only been wearing shoes since your band started playing indoors.
See the jacket,
Phil, why didn't you tell Alice you were going to a concert or something?
Oh, it's all right with her if I go out with you guys. I bought her a beautiful pair of mules for Mother's Day.
Oh, bedroom slippers?
No, mules. Jacassas. She's got a victory garden to plow.
Oh, real? Oh, I see. Jacassas.
Yeah, Jacassas.
Oh, real mules. Huh? Well, that's, mules. That's a very touching gift.
I named them Jack and Jerk after you.
Thanks. I expected as much.
Oh, while we're on the subject of Mother's Day, Jack, do you know what I sent my mother in Denver, Colorado?
No, Don. What did you send your mother?
A whole case of America's fastest-growing flake cereal. Malty rich, toasty brown, sweet as a nut, grape nuts flakes.
Well, that's a wonderful gift.
And I enclosed a little note that said, Dear Mother, remember the day the stork brought me? There I was, just a 12-ounce economy-sized package.
12 ounce? Don, if you only weighed 12 ounces, how come the stork went right from your house to Murrieta Hot Springs? He's been grounded ever since. But that was a nice present, Don. I'm sure your mother will appreciate it. Well, Mary, you'll have to excuse us now. Come on, fellas, let's go downtown.
Oh, wait a minute. Here comes that silly boarder of yours.
Oh, yes, Mr. Billingsley. Good evening, Mr. Billingsley.
Good evening, Mr. Benny. Stepping out, I see.
Yes, my friends and I are going downtown and bowl.
I was there last night. He's lovely.
Yes, she is. Would you care to ride downtown with us, Mr. Billingsley?
No, thanks. I'm going upstairs and hit the hay.
Going to bed, eh?
No, I'm going to hit the hay. I'm mad at
it. Oh, I see.
Well, good night, Mr. Benny.
Good night.
There's very few of us left.
Going upstairs and hit the hay. I was wondering why he was carrying that shillelagh. Come on, fellas, let's go. Now, Rochester, when I get home tonight, I'll expect you to be here.
But, boss, what about the $25 for my mother's geranium?
Rochester, I know you're not telling the truth. If that $25 was really for your mother, you could...
Uh-oh, I'll get it, boss.
Hello, Rochester. Look here, man. The gals are here. What's keeping you?
Oh! Hello, Mother!
Mother?
How are you, Mother? How you been?
What's the matter with you, Rog? This is Satchmo.
I know. Now concentrate, Mammy. I'll be down in a little while with $25 for those geraniums.
Geranium? Oh, I get it, you dog.
What's that, Mater? Just a minute, I'll find out. Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Rochester?
Can I have tonight off? Mother's having a little buffet supper for us children.
Well, I think it might be, give me that phone, Rochester.
But, boss.
Give me that phone. I want to talk to your mother.
But she don't speak English.
Give me that phone.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs. Van Jones. Are you there, Mrs. Van Jones?
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny.
By the way, Mrs. Van Jones.
Yes?
Rochester tells me that you're having a little buffet supper tonight for your children. Are your daughters there yet?
They've just arrived.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Van Jones, are your daughters good looking?
Mine is.
I thought so. Well, I'm letting Rochester off, Satchmo, but you'll have to dig up the $25 yourself. Goodbye. Okay, Rochester, you can have the night off, but don't kid yourself. You didn't fool me, brother.
Friends, we can't talk too often about the shining new beacon light to better wartime living, Uncle Sam's Basic 7 food program. The Basic 7 was created by our government to ensure a better fed and hence more efficient America. Uncle Sam says, here are 7 basic groups of food, foods you should have every day for robust health and ready energy. Choose your favorite food from each group. See that your folks get at least one food from all 7 groups every day. Featured in the Basic 7 are whole grain cereals, such as crisp, toasty brown grape nuts flakes, a Basic 7 food that's not ration. For grape nuts flakes are a whole grain cereal, providing nourishment of wheat and barley, including precious minerals and vitamins. So please Uncle Sam and please your family. Eat the Basic 7 daily and eat grape nuts flakes. Remember, it doesn't take a single precious ration stamp to buy thrifty grape nuts flakes.
If you just ask for a light beer,
Give me a light.
You never know what you'll get.
Thoughts? No, actually, Bud Light.
So if you want the less filling light beer with the first name and taste, ask for Bud Light.
Yours? No.
Because everything else...
Give me a light. Showtime!
It's just a light.
This is Road Atlanta, where Nissan won its 50th National SCCA Championship.
The man who did it, Paul Newman, driving his Bob Sharp Racing prepared 300ZX Turbo. Newman, veteran actor and now veteran driver, led from start to finish to win his 3rd national championship. Nissan's 50th, more than any other manufacturer. Our congratulations to Paul Newman and Bob Sharp Racing for a job well done. For championship performance, the name is Nissan.
DP Gym Pack, the most challenging professional exercises at home for the ultimate in performance and value. DP Gym Pack, fit for life.
I feel great.
There's something funny going on in Shadow Chasers Thursday.
You'll love it.
I can't believe the car broke down again.
Keep walking.
We should have bought that Nissan Sentra.
Should have bought a Sentra.
Sentra's America's best-selling import, but do we have one? Oh, no.
Should have bought a Sentra.
The Browns have a Sentra. They swear by it. Drove cross-country. We break down going across the street.
Need a lift? Yes. Thank you.
See? It's a Sentra.
For quality you can depend on, the name is Nissan.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
I come here to the scrub country after fighting in the war with the Yankees, for this were a place to live in, deep in the woods and wild, and far from towns and wars. Not many people live here, but longs the river there's a village, and 'twas there I found my wife. Between us, we cleared and cultivated these few half-fertile acres. Here we brought 4 children into the world, and buried 3 of them. We've had our hardships and our happinesses, but this is home. For Ori, my wife, and the boy we call Jody, and for me, Penny Baxter.
Hello, Pa.
So, Jody, where you been? Your ma's been bellering for you, boy.
Been to the creek, Pa.
It does been a rambling, is that it?
Reckon it is, Pa.
Well, it's a fine day for it, son. But women folks can't see for their lives how a boy loves so to ramble.
I seed a sight down to the creek, Pa. A mammy coon with 2 babies. Prettiest little fellas you ever seen.
Coons is pretty.
Pa, if night should snare me one of them for a pet, I bet even Ma'd love it.
Your ma ain't gonna go loving no coon, boy.
You reckon she'd rear up was I to mention it?
I need a bucket of water, and supper's most ready.
Yes, Ma. I reckon she'd rear all right. But I wish I had me something to pet and play with.
Get along, boy. Fetch your ma some water.
Hey, old Ma, I like you, Ma.
Huh. You and the rest of the livestock get mighty loving when I got victuals in my hand. Now set, both of you.
Yes, ma'am. Dear Lord, thanks again for the victuals. Amen.
Well, I declare that's a mighty skimpity blessing.
Well, I'm hungry, Ma. The Lord will know what I mean.
Saw an old coon today, Ma. She had a couple of babies. I bet if you'd seen one of them little old baby coons, you'd have loved it to death.
Jody, we ain't having no coons around here.
What about a little bear cub then? Or baby panther?
Jody!
But, Ma, I just gotta have me something for a pet. We got milk aplenty.
They ain't an extra drop from sun to sun.
But I just want something all my own, Ma. Something to follow me. Something with dependence to it.
Going on 12 and still wanting some kind of a play dolly.
But, Ma...
Now stop pestering before I take a brush to you.
Yes.
Boy's asleep, Penny. Ain't it time you put up the stock?
Ori seems like you get mighty hard on the boy at times.
Always running off. Always wanting to bring some pesky critter in this house.
Well, a boy ain't a boy for long. Leave him kick up his heels a little. Dale tell me won't even want to. Ori, I've seen our boys stand a gaze at the wonderment of bird and critter. Just like I stood when I was a boy in the forest. Don't be afraid to love the boy, Ori.
Pa, I ain't asleep.
I didn't figure you was, son.
I heard Ma go out, Pa. Where'd she go?
Eddie Moss walked down to the burying ground. And she still frets for her young'uns, Jody.
She never talks about him, does she? Or Ezra, or David, or little Ori.
No, she never talks.
Are they part of Ma's rearing, Pa?
You figured that out all by yourself, did you?
I was just wondering.
Your Ma's a wonderful woman, Jody.
Yes, Pa.
When we first come out here, she was that pretty and full of the fun of life. She was a thing to see. She worked as hard as I did clearing this here place we got. A man couldn't have had a better wife. Then when we lost your sister and brothers, one right after the other, well, it ain't easy for a woman to have her young'uns taken like that. Make something inside of her close up tight. So as if it were to happen again, she ain't gonna let it hurt so much.
I was lucky, weren't I, Pa? I'm 11 years old. I'm way past the age of dying.
We're all lucky, son. Mighty lucky.
Well, what happened, Pa? They're dead, huh, Pa? Chetter?
Use your eyes, boy. Our calf in the show.
You come right here in the barn, Jody, a bear. You see them tracks of old Slewfoot last night.
That dad-ratted no-count varmint. And them dogs asleep right out there in the clearing.
Ain't a dog born as smart as that bear, Ma. Not even Julie.
You aim to go after that bear?
I aim to get after him right now.
Pa, can I go, Pa? Can I?
Hunting bears is man's work,
We've
Jody.
got to learn sometime. Get the dogs, Jody. Get that new dog, too. Ma, you best fetch my gun and some rations.
I reckon we're getting old Slewfoot pretty tired, Pa.
You won't feel so tired to old Slewfoot raise up in front of you.
Old Slewfoot killed a man once, didn't he?
That's what they say.
Pa, you'll not be scared when we come up with you.
Well, not unless things go mighty wrong.
Pa, was I scared? I must have climbed a tree.
Well, even if you ain't scared, you...
The dogs, Pa!
Towards the swamp, Jody. Keep running, boy. Don't get faintified on me.
There's Julie, Pa, in the thicket, she and Rip.
There's him there, all right.
He's a-coming, Pa, he's a-coming.
No, he ain't, boy. He's a-going. You best wait here.
Get him, Julie, get him, Rip.
Perk, you dog, Perk.
Where is he, Pa? Where's the new dog?
He's running away, son. There he goes, swimming the swamp.
Julie, Pa, the bear's killing Julie. Shoot, Pa, shoot.
Pick a tree, son, lest I miss.
You won't miss, Pa, you'll get him. Pa, you hurt, Pa? What happened?
His gun backfired.
Pa, will he come back?
Slewfoot? No, I reckon he's had enough, too. Look, there you go, son.
The dogs, Pa.
Julie, Rip! Here, Rip! Here, Rip!
Julie ain't steering, Pa.
We best get her, son. Come on.
But what if he comes back? Old Slewfoot.
That bear's halfway to Jacksonville by now. This confounded, worthless gun.
You'll do the dog no good setting up all night. Get to bed, Jody.
Your ma's right, son.
Poor old Julie doll. She'll live, won't she, Pa?
Oh, I'm certain she will, son.
Pa, I can't stop walking.
Well, we went a fur piece. How you like going after bear?
Well, I like thinking about it.
But the fighting's right fearsome, ain't it?
It's mighty fierce.
Well, that's got to be. It's the law, boy. Kill or go hungry. I was right proud the way you come along with me, boy. Now get to bed.
Good night, Pa. Night, Ma.
Night, boy.
Night.
Or I just got to get me a new gun or court trouble.
How are you going to get a new gun? Where's the money coming?
Well, Ma, I aim to trade that there new dog of ours for one.
You said that dog were no count.
Well, he ain't much on a bear hunt. But Lem Foster's a fool for dogs. Jody and I aim to go visiting the Fosters.
You go trading with them sinful Fosters, you do good to come home with your britches.
Waterwing ain't sinful, Ma. He's my friend.
A fine friend. He's crazy as a loon.
Well, go visiting in the morning. Jody and me and that worthless dog.
We'll be at the Foresters soon, Pa.
You glad you're going to see Fodderwing?
I like Waterwing. He ain't crazy like Ma says he is at all, Pa.
Ma and Pa Forster, they had 5 boys all growed up before Fodderwing come along. He ain't to blame for hatching out peculiar, I guess. Get along, you dog.
Looks like we got visitors.
Penny, Jody.
Father will be right glad to see you, Jody.
How's your old woman?
Ain't complaining none, Buck.
She's still driving you around?
How's your corn coming?
Oh, corn's right good, Millwheel.
These good-for-nothing scapers don't know what farming is.
There's Waterwing, Pa, up at the barn.
Well, you get out and play with him, Jody. Go on.
Waterwing! Waterwing!
Jody! Got me a new baby coon.
A coon? He's sure pretty, Waterwing.
My eagle died. He was too wild to pin. I'll never catch me nothing with wings again.
Why?
If you had wings, what would you do? fly with him, wouldn't you? You would never come down again, would you?
I reckon not.
I tried once to fly. Nothing that his wings should ever come down again.
You never did try to fly again, did you, Broadway?
I tried too young, Jody. Hurt my leg, except I don't mind much. If I should get me another coon, you can have it, Jody.
I'd be proud to have one, but Ma won't let me keep nothing.
Oliver Hutto said he'd bring me a monkey from the South Seas.
Where's Oliver now, do you reckon?
Still sailing the sea, Jody.
I might go to sea someday, if I could go with Oliver Hutto. Oliver's my friend. I got 3 friends. Oliver, my Pa, and you.
I got lots of friends. Spaniards, too.
Spaniards?
They ride by on big black horses. They's tall and dark, and they shiny helmets.
There ain't no Spaniards left around here, Broadway. They all gone like the Indians.
They's here. You listen to me. The next time you go to your sinkhole for water, well, you know that big magnolia tree? Just you look behind it. There's always a Spaniard on a big black horse riding past that magnolia.
Guess we'd better go in, Broadway.
If you fancy to, Jody. Sure glad you come visiting.
Well, sir, that bear took off across the south scrub, through the thicket, and finally right to the edge of Juniper Creek where the dogs caught up with him. 'Twas old Slewfoot, all right.
Tarnation, wished I'd been there.
Rare enough, was he, Penny?
Well, was he? This here dog go with him?
Perk? Oh, yes, he went with him.
Do we track good? Do we hold that bear at bay?
Lem, I tell you the truth, this here's the sorriest bear dog I ever followed.
Got himself lame, did he?
No, not as I know of.
Well, get on with the story, Penny.
Well, there's Slewfoot. Ran up on his hind legs. Well, I pulled the trigger, and that old muzzleloader, she backfires.
Get on with it, man.
Well, there I am. Old Julie's getting killed, and this here Perk dog no good, and my gun no good, and I'm in a pure fix.
Now, quit that car stopping all the time.
Well, old Slewfoot figures he's had about enough. The last me and Jody seen, he's heading for no man knows where.
Try to give a gallon of whiskey to been there.
Heading for no man knows where. Penny Baxter, you're a liar.
Why? Ain't no man ever said that to me afore, Lem.
Just 2 dogs don't make a bear like old Slewfoot turn tail. How come you never mentioned this here dog?
I told you, Lem, the dog is worthless.
I notice he come out pretty good shape. Not a mark on him, is there?
No, nary a mark on him.
It takes a mighty clever dog to fight a bear and not get no scratch on him. Penny Baxter, I want that dog. When I want a thing, I get it. Now look here at this gun. It's made in England. And no muzzle loader neither. You fill your own shells easy as spit. Now look at it.
Yeah, sure a pretty gun.
Take it. Take the gun for the dog or by thunder.
I don't figure to get myself murdered if that's the way it stands.
That's the way it stands.
Well, you got to promise not to beat the pudding out of me after you hunted the dog.
Shake.
It's a trade, Lem.
Settle down, the whole lot of you. Let's have some victuals.
Fine day for clothes washing, Ori.
Nothing wrong with the day. It's just having to tote things so far to this here sinkhole.
Oh, ain't Jody been helping you none?
He helped. How long since you and him went visiting the foresters, Penny?
Oh, must be more than a week now.
Well, them foresters will be making track here one day. The way you greased that gun out of his hands and him so purely mean.
'Twas his own doing, Ma.
He'd leave Killia's not for cheating him.
Well, don't fret on it, Ori. Jody, what you doing?
Pa, I can see him,
See what?
An old Spaniard riding along. Right behind the magnolia, Pa. Right away he said I could spy him here.
That's nice.
What's he seen?
A Spaniard.
What Spaniard?
I don't know.
There, now, look at this dress. I knew it wouldn't stand another washing.
What else you got that's cool to wear?
Nothing. Excusing my wedding dress.
Well, that black alpaca's nice.
I went to pieces last year. Pure rags. Doing work just like this.
Toting washing half a mile from the house. Toting water to wash in. Toting water to cook in. Or you'll get your well one day and right outside your door.
After all these years, I'll believe it when I see it.
Or I think maybe Jody and me will make us a trip into Volusia.
Where you want to go to town? You got your gun.
You know, we got furs and venison things to trade. Yes, ma'am. I figured day after tomorrow, Jody and me will go into town.
3 days, Penny and Jody had been off to town on one of Penny's rare journeys out of the wilderness. It's late afternoon now as the travelers return home. Their clothes ripped and torn, their faces more than slightly battered.
We're back, Ma. Hey, Ma, we're back.
Time you was, too. Where's your pa?
Putting up the horse, Ma. Sure wish you could have seen us in town.
Look at you. What happened to you?
In town, Ma, there was a fight. Me and Pa and the Foresters and Oliver.
Oliver? Oliver Hutto?
He's back from sea, Ma. He was in town seeing his girl. And the Foresters, well, they figured she was Lem's girl. They was all piling on Oliver. So Pa and I, well, we had to help him.
Hey, Ma.
Well, ain't this just fine? Brawling with them no-good Foresters like you was no better than they are.
Well, there's one thing that'll make you happy, Ma. Look. Now, did I make a good trade? It makes near $5 we got saved. Now we can buy tobacco seed, enough to have us a fine money crop next spring. And every bit of money we get from the tobacco is going into bricks and mortar.
So she can have a new well, Ma, right outside your door.
Well, I declare. Well, now, I can't imagine it. Having all the water I need right here. Well, I declare it'd be such a blessing it won't seem natural.
Should have seen Jody in the store, Ma. He and the storekeeper's little girl, holding hands.
Pa, I weren't holding hands. If you say that again, Pa, I'll just die.
Now, leave the boy be. I bet you didn't bring back half the things I ordered now.
Open the basket, Ma. Come on, boy, outside. We best wash the trail off our faces.
I never knowed a man yet that could be trusted. Where's my paregoric? Where...
Now, if that ain't just like a man, dress goods. Throwing away money on dress goods. Oh. I declare, men ain't got no more sense than... How much did this cost? You just tell me how much money you wasted on such foolishness. The next time you go to town, I'll... She's around, Pa. Don't she like the dress goods you brought for her?
She likes it fine, boy.
Then let's go in.
No, leave her be, Jody. We best take a look at our corn. We got ourselves a day's work tomorrow in the field.
Hey, we plowed enough, Pa. Can't we rest for a spell?
All right, boy, we'll rest. Hey, we got company. Been admiring our corn, Ma?
I ain't admiring nothing. You know why them hogs didn't come in last night? They was stole.
Stole?
They was baited. Look here, in my hand, corn.
Oh, sure enough corn.
Near the sinkhole. They come and took our hogs, Penny.
Who has, Ma?
That ain't hard to guess. Them fine friends of yours.
The Foresters?
Them black-hearted thieving no
Go
good...
to the house, Jody. Fetch me my gun. You was right, boy. See them tracks? Dogged if I can understand cold out and meanness.
But, Pa, Townland Forrester said he'd shoot if we come around. I'd rather let him keep the hog.
How are we going to live if we don't protect our rations? You want to beg off going?
Reckon not, Pa. Reckon I'll go with... Pa, look out, rattlesnake!
Huh? Get back, boy!
Pa!
That's my arm, Jody. You got me, boy. He's a big one. There's a deer yonder. Now, mind what I tell you.
Pa, it's where dog you shot.
Yes, boy, yes. Now, you take your knife and open up a belly. Cut out the liver and the heart. Maybe we got a chance this way. Hurry, boy, hurry.
Here, Pa, done like you told me.
Your knife. Give me a knife. There.
Pa, you'll bleed to death.
Well, I'd rather that than swell. I've seen a man die from snake bite.
Do it hurt, Pa?
Like a hot knife. Now, give me the heart, boy. The liver.
Oh, the doe's got a phone.
Can't be helped, boy. Now, listen. I got to try to make it for home. I hate to ask it of you, but you get on to the Foresters. Get one of them to ride for Doc Wilson. It's my only chance. Can you do it?
I can do it, Pa.
Now, call out to them quick saying I'm snake bit. Before they chuck something or maybe start shooting.
Yes, Pa. And you'll make it, Pa. You hear me? You're obliged to make it.
What do you want, you little varmint?
He's snake bit, Lim. But, Pa, you gotta help us.
Is he swole, boy?
Yes, please ride for Doc Wilson. Please, please.
I'll ride for him.
Thank you, Mill Will.
Spare your thanks. I'd help a dog with snake bite. Where you going, Buck?
I best ride after Penny. Walking's bad for a man snake bit.
How's my pa?
He's bad. Better stay here, Jody. Your ma's in there. Doc Wilson.
Thanks for doing what you did, Buck, Millwell.
Seemed like we'll make it, Jody, and again seem he won't.
Jody, how come you and your daddy was up on our road when he was bit?
We's a hunting our hogs.
Sure. I wouldn't fret none over them hogs. I just got an idea they'll be home by sundown tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Ma? Jody?
Pa, you waked up. You waked up.
Old Death got to wait a while on me, boy. Where's Ma?
She's here, Pa. And the doc, they're dozing, Pa. They've been sitting by you for so long.
What's this?
Pa, he's alive, Doc.
Lord of Jeepers. He made it.
Ma, wake up, Ma. Penny, he's dead.
Not by a long shot. He's pulled through.
Oh, Penny.
I could sleep for a week, Ma.
That's just what I want you to do. Let's get out now and let the man alone.
I best fix us some victuals. It's one near thing, Pa. You all right now?
I think so, boy. I'm proud the way you done what was needed. What is it, son?
Pa, you recollect that doe you shot?
Can't never forget her. She saved my life.
You recollect that little fawn she had, Pa? Most likely it's mighty scared and lonesome and hungry.
Yes, boy.
Won't take much to raise a little old fawn, Pa. We taken its mammy, and it weren't no ways to blame.
Don't seem grateful to let it starve, do it?
Pa, you figure out to go out and find him.
Boy, you got me hemmed in. You tell your ma I said you was to go and get the fawn.
And you weren't scared of me, Ma. He was laying right where his mammy made his bed. Look at him, Ma. Look.
I see him. It'll take milk for a long while. Don't know as I'd give my consent if I'd have known he was so young.
Ori, I got one thing to say. The little fawn's as welcome in this house as Jody. It's his'n. And we'll raise it without grudgment of milk or meal.
I only said it was young, Penny.
All right, so it's his.
Now, don't you bother about my Tom, Ma. I tend to every little thing that needs attending to you. He won't me to mighty trouble to you. He won't even...
What was you saying, boy, before he turned over his milk?
He won't do it again, Ma. I'll teach him good. I'll learn him everything. Won't I, huh? Won't I?
Jody, where you been?
Just around Ma at the phone. Ain't his eyes pretty, Ma? Ain't he got a cute foolish tail? Look at
All deer's tails look the same.
You want to pet him, Ma? You can.
I ain't petting no fawn.
Got a name from you, Jody?
Can't think of one that's good enough, Pa. You know, get me a good name. Broadway.
Following's ailing, boy. Buck said he's been mighty poor of late.
Oh, but he'd love to see my little old fawn, and he gets wonderful names for critters.
Yeah. Following's got an ear for such things, the way some folks got an ear for fiddle music.
Can I go see Following, Ma? Can I?
Well, all I know is my voice don't mean nothing around here.
Thank you, Ma. I sure like you, old Ma.
Jody?
Yes, sir?
Either you don't hug me no more, or you quit sleeping with that fawn.
Hey, Jody.
Hey, Buck. We come to see Following, Buck. Me and my fawn. See him, Buck? Ain't he cute? Ain't he something?
Jody, best you go home, boy. Father Wing is dead.
But I come to see him.
You come too late, Jody. I'd have fetched you if there'd been time. Won't even time enough to fetch old Doc. One minute he was breathing. Next minute he just warned like as if you'd blowed out a candle. Come on up to the house, boy. You can look at him if you like.
I lost my boy. My poor broken boy.
He'll not hear you, Jody, but speak to him.
Hey, Following.
I wished he could have seen your fawn. I told him about it. He talked about it lots. He said Jody's got him a brother.
I come here Following to name him, Buck.
Well, he did name him. He said a fawn's tail is a little white flag. If I had a fawn, I'd name him Flag.
Flag. Yeah. Flag the fawn.
We aim to bury him tomorrow, Jody. Be right proud was you all to come say farewell.
Come on, Frank, over to the fireplace.
Get in there, dog. Get in.
What's all this?
You can't leave the critters out in a storm like this, Ma.
2 dogs and a deer. Why don't you let in the cow and old Caesar horse and have everything to suit you?
Ain't it nice in here, Ma? Hearing the wind and the rain. Us in here safe and cozy.
Oh, get you dry now, both of you. Supper's waiting.
Go on, Pa. What happened? Go off the tail.
Well, sir, Uncle Miles looked at them 2 panther cubs, and he says, I'm going to catch me one of them. But he didn't have nothing to tote them home in. But Uncle Miles, being from Georgia, had on long underdrawers, so he taken them off, tied knots in the legs, and made him a sack.
Hey, now.
Now he put in the cub in it, and just as he's reaching for to put on his breeches again, here comes old Mammy Panther crashing out of the thicket. Jody, boy, fetch me my pipe.
Oh, Pa, right in the middle of the tail. What you grinning at, Penny Baxter?
Nothing, Ma.
I look all right?
You look just dandy, sweetheart.
Here, Pa.
Thank you, boy. Well, sir, Uncle Miles, he lit out through that swamp and dropped the cub. And the old mammy, she gathered it up, drawers and all. But she's so close behind Uncle Miles, she stepped on a vine, and it tripped him and throwed him flat amongst the thorns and brambles.
Oh, Pa.
Now, Aunt Ma was a kind of muddle-minded woman, and she never could make out how Uncle Miles come home without his drawers on a cold day and his bottom scratched. But Uncle Miles always said that warn't nothing to the puzzling that Mammy Panther must have done over them drawers on her cub.
Oh, Pa. You got all them tales in your mind and hardly ever tell them. I ain't much for dogs, but there was a dog once I'd taken a notion to. She had the prettiest coat.
Hey, now, Ma's gonna tell one.
So I said to the feller owned her, when she finds pups, I'd like one. He said, oh, you're welcome, but you ain't got no way of hunting. I weren't yet married to your pa, Jody. A hound will die, he said, if it ain't hunted. Is she a hound, says I? He says, yes'm. I said, then I sure don't want one, for a hound will suck eggs.
Well, now, that's a mighty exciting tale, Ma. You got any more like that?
I might, if when I think on it a while.
I've seen rain in my time, Ori, but nary such a thing as this. Nor'easter for sure.
It's been 4 days already, 4 days constant.
Well, we'll give her one more day.
Then you're going to stop it, I suppose.
And then we'd be obliged to get out in the fields and save what we can.
4 days, there ain't no good in it. There ain't nary a thing on earth a body can call his own.
Here's the last of it, Ma. Last basket of corn.
Close the door, Jody. Rotted. Most of them rotted. Our whole crop.
Keep turning those ears, Jody, so they all get a mite of heat. Most of the beans is moldy, Ma.
We'd just as good quit fighting and lay down and die.
Well, Job taking worse punishment.
That's right. Find the good in it. Get out of that, you damn-ratted vomit! Ma, Pa don't mean nothing. Don't hit him, Ma. That critter gives me no peace day or night. He can't come in this house no time. Never no more.
He's just hungry, Ma. He ain't had
You
much.
lock him up in the barn, and if he gets in my way again...
Leave off, the both of you. Ain't it enough to have trouble pouring on us out of the skies out the family quarreling? Has a man got to die to find peace?
Ma don't mean nothing, Frank. She don't mean nothing.
Rain. It seems like it's... Oh, it has. Rain stopped.
Oh, Teals, Penny.
Just see the sight of them. Water and mud. Blotted out.
Ma, seems like at times a body gets struck down so low, ain't a power on earth can ever bring him up again. Seems like something inside of him dies so he don't even want to get up again. But he does. Well, ain't much of a world left for us, Ori, but it's all we got. Let's be thankful we got any world at all.
The clouds. They're breaking up, Penny. The sun's coming through.
The sun? Jody. Why, looky here, boy. Sun's coming through.
The deluge that swept away the Baxters' crops has been forgotten, for the fields again are flourishing, and there's even one patch that's going to mean a new well for Ma Baxter, the tobacco bed. For days now, Ma's been working the dress goods that Penny brought her from town, and Penny himself, in perspiring mortification, stands on the porch as Ma uses him as a dressmaker's model.
Oh, a day like this, I ought to be out cultivating.
Now, hush up. How am I to figure the sleeves while it's just squirm like that?
Ma, the boy's coming.
Him and the fawn. It's like poor little Fodwing said. Jody sure has got him a brother.
Hey, Ma. Hey, Pa.
Now stand still, Penny. You'll bust one of these seams.
I done all the hoeing, Pa.
All right, all right.
And I got the tobacco plants watered, and I... Well, now, look at Pa. Sure looks mighty pretty in Ma's new dress, don't he, Pa?
Ah, pretty you with a length of fat wood. You get out of here.
How am I going to get this done in time for the wedding if you don't stand still?
What wedding, Ma?
Oliver Hutto's. He's getting married.
Oliver?
That girl in town, boy. That ain't the worst of it. They're going to live in Boston.
You mean we ain't going to see Oliver no more?
I'm afraid not, boy.
When's the wedding?
Tomorrow. We're going into town, all of us.
Flag too, Ma?
You crazy, boy?
Well, you can see storekeeper's girl, Jody. Hold hands again, maybe.
Oh, Pa. Come on, Flag. Let's sport. Let's ramp.
I figured that'd get him going.
Now, hand me my needle, man. And settle down. Now, settle down.
So we're going away, Flag, to Oliver's wedding. You gotta be good, see? Take care of yourself. Look at you. You're sure getting big. Me now, I don't never aim to get married. But when you get a little bigger, maybe you're gonna want a doe. So someday I'll get you a doe. We'll all live together down by the glen. You like that, huh? Me living with you? We're gonna take care of each other fine. Just fine, Flag. Fine.
Steamboat's in the river, Oliver. She's a-blowing.
Goodbye, everybody. We'd best get going on our honeymoon. Bye, Penny.
Jody and me will miss you, Oliver.
Enough to come to Boston to visit us, Jody?
I'll come visit you, Oliver.
Thanks, Jody boy. And thanks for sticking by me in the fight with these worthless friends of mine. Now look who's here. Storekeeper's daughter. Hi, Eulalie.
Goodbye, Oliver. Goodbye, Twig. Goodbye, honey. Be a good, sweet little girl and look after Jody, huh? I sure try. Shall I kiss you goodbye, too, Jody?
Well, I guess it won't hurt nothing.
Come on, you missed the boat.
I vow you had the prettiest dress at the wedding, Norrie.
I sure had a time. I sure had a time.
How about you, boy?
I don't like folks going away, Pa.
So you're going to Boston and visit Oliver?
I don't reckon I will after all. I couldn't. I just couldn't leave Flag. Look at Flag, Pa. Old Flag sure missed me yesterday. Look, Ma. He tagged after me just like a dog.
Come here,
Just
boy.
like- Yes, Pa?
Look, our tobacco plants.
Huh?
The seed bed, son. Plumb ruined.
Twerk Flag got it, Pa. Twerk Flag. Ha! But Flag didn't mean it, Ma. Ma, don't go away. Ma, listen, Ma. Listen.
Your ma figured at last she's going to get her well dug. That's why she don't feel like talking. Oh, I don't reckon the fawn done it malicious, boy. It was just something to jump on.
Why, you keep looking at him, Pa.
He's a yearling now, for sure. You're a pair of yearlings now. That grieves me. We could clear that field down behind the pot garden. The stump's there, but if we can get 'em out right soon, we might plant ourselves some cotton.
Pa.
A money crop, boy. So's your ma can still get her well.
Hey, Pa. We can do it. I'll work harder than ever, Pa. I will, I promise. This is the last stump, Pa. Have I spaded her enough?
I reckon, son. Is that chain around it good?
She's good, Pa.
Now stand clear, boy. Now get up, Caesar. Get up, boy. That stump ain't budging. Come on, Caesar. Get up. myself.
I'll get more.
No. I'll be all right. You want to hit Caesar? I best ride him in.
How is he now, Ma?
He don't never know when to quit. He's strained his innards for sure, boy. Right bad, I guess.
Now, please to hush, Ori. Jody, if it so happens I ain't up for a few days, think you can take charge around here?
I can take charge, Pa. Cowpeas and Needhorn, I best watch the corn for cutworms.
And keep the deer out of the fields?
I'll keep him out, Ma. Pa, you get a good sleep. Gotta get your strength back.
All right, son. Night.
Night, Pa. Ma, I reckon you best get to bed, too.
What's that?
I said you best get to bed.
Now, Mr. Impudent Big Mouth, you just get to your room.
Yes, ma'am.
Some people getting mighty important around here.
Yes, ma'am. Night, Ma.
Night, son.
Look it, Pa, for your supper.
Well, now, there's 2 fine partridges I ever seen.
And only wasted 2 shots on them. I'm taking charge all right, ain't I, Pa? Everything's come along just... Pa?
When'd you last see the corn, Jody?
Yesterday, it were fine. Near 2 inches tall.
Your ma here says something was at it.
At the corn?
Says nigh about the whole crop is gone.
Ma, Flag ain't at it, Ma.
I get it.
Ma, he couldn't have. He's been being good. He wouldn't eat the corn.
Get out there and see for yourself. And that settles it. That critter's got to go.
Well, boy.
It were Flag, Pa. And I'm going to punish him. I'll whip him with a stick, Pa. I'll get him.
Whipping won't help, son.
Then I'll pin him up. I'll halter him. I'll tie him to
Listen
the
to me,
legs.
boy. What's happened's powerful bad. You know that.
Yes.
But your ma and me, we're willing to have a try at a remedy. You agreeable to work extra hard to fix things?
I'll just do anything, Pa. I work like you never seen. I'll just do anything you and Ma said.
All right. Now, first you get whatever corn we got left, and you plant it just like we done before. Then you start to build our fence up. When you get the fence higher than you can reach, rail on rail, I hope by that time I'll be able to help. But you've got to get it up before the corn starts showing again. Maybe that way we're safe.
I'll build that fence so high nothing will leap over it. Don't worry, Pa. Don't worry.
Last evening, Jody, when you and Ma come in and tell me you got the fence built, I was that joyful. But all that work and all them hopes for what? He got out again, didn't he? Flag.
He must have jumped over, Pa.
All our corn's ate up again. Jody, come close to me. You know we depend on our crops to live. We can't go on having them destroyed, one after the other. And you know there ain't a way in God's world to keep that wild yearling from destroying them.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I can't tell you how sorry. But you got to take the yearling out in the woods. Tie him up and shoot him.
Pa.
Now, Jody. Now.
It ain't no use, Flag. I done took you all the way to the forest. Figured Buck take care of you, maybe. Buck's gone horse trading in Georgia. So you gotta go away, Flag. You never come back. You can make out by yourself in the forest. Besides, I don't care for you no more. You ain't cute like you used to be. So get you here. Ain't nobody got a use for you anymore. Get out, Flag, to shoot you like Pa said. And don't you never come back. Never, never.
The yearling's back again, ain't he? Why didn't you do what I told you, boy?
I couldn't shoot him, Pa. I just couldn't.
Set my gun down.
Yes.
Tell your ma to come here, then go to your room and shut the door.
I didn't mean to hurt the critter, but I can't shoot straight. You know I can't.
Jody, take the gun from your ma. You got to finish him, boy. You got to put him out of his torment.
You done it on purpose. You always hated him. You went back on me. You told her to do it. I hate you. I hope you die. I hope I never see you again.
Take the shells and do like I say.
It's me, Flag. It's me, Jody. Won't hurt no more. I gotta do it. I gotta. Flag. Now I'm gonna run away. I ain't never coming back. Ever.
How's he, Doc? The boy, will he?
Yeah, most I can tell, Penny, he's took it out. Starved to death. Eaten up by swamp lice. Where in sun's it been?
He run away. 8 days he was gone. Rivermen found him most 100 miles downstream.
He'll be all right another week. Fill him up with soup and give him with poultices. I'll stop by again one of these days.
Julie?
Hey, Pa.
Boy, we near about give you out. But you're all right.
I reckon, Pa.
Glory be.
I ain't mean what I said about hating you and Ma.
Oh, sure you ain't.
Where's Ma?
As you walk down to the graveyard, son, reckon she's praying her thanks. Ma searched for you day and night. She ain't done nothing else. Jody, I'd be proud to know where you've been.
To the river, Pa. I aim to go to Boston.
Were you hungry?
Didn't get nothing to eat for 4 days.
I'm sorry you had to learn it that way. Now you know. Old starvation. He's got a face meaner than old Slewfoot. I wanted life to be easy for you. Well, easier than 'twas for me. A man's heart aches seeing his young'un face the world, knowing he's got to get his insides tore out the way his was tore out. I wanted to spare you as long as I could. You're near enough growed to do your own choosing, Jody. Maybe you crave to go to sea like Oliver. I'd be proud that you choose to live here and farm the clearing. I'd be proud to see the day you got a well dug, so's no woman here'd be obliged to do a washing on a seepage hillside. You willing?
I'm willing, Pa.
There's food and drink to have you home, boy. Now, get your rest.
I'll start the corn early in the morning, Pa.
Yes, boy.
We'll make it, Pa. We'll make out.
Yes, boy.
Come spring again, we'll even go hunting old Slewfoot.
Yes, boy.
Good night, Pa.
Nice, son.
He's back, Penny. Our boy's back.
He come back different, Ma. He's taken the punishment. He ain't a yearling no longer.
I thought we'd lost them all, Penny. All the young ones. I'll go see him.
Go on, Ma.
Ma? That you?
Jody. Jody boy. Oh, you get some sleep now.
Night, Ma.
Night, son.
It's great for kids to be in the NFL Super Pro Club, right, Eric? Right, John, and your kids can join us. Hey, there's an NFL Super Pro. Welcome to the club. Every Super Pro member gets an ID card from their favorite team. Wow. This Super Pro membership certificate.
Gee.
And their team decal.
Wow.
And a team calendar with action photos of their favorite stars. The NFL Fun Book. And newsletters full of inside information. And this standing board to track their favorite teams to the Super Bowl. Right, Eric? Oh, yeah?
Oh.
It's all worth much more than the $7.50 membership fee. And it's easy to join. Send name, address, name a favorite team, and $7.50 membership fee to NFL Super Pro Club, Post Box 9000, Trenton, New Jersey, 08650.
And your kids can join us.
No better land to grow wine. No better wines than Gallo wines today. Today's Gallo. All the best a wine can be.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In autumn sunlight, the September day trots out its promises for Broadway's considering, displays them in doorways, in pushcarts, in gutters, decorates them with price tags, invites you to browse, don't touch, buy, don't squeeze. And at cut rates are the second-hand delights, the tears slashed down to any man's purse, the bolt ends of dreams. The vendors simper, the hawkers wink. Buy, kid. That's a winter sun on your shoulder, and the day is short, so buy. And that's what you do, kid, because on Broadway, there's no other choice. And at police headquarters, the September's day has arranged its wares of violence on your desk, stacked as to category, degree, grade. Because the day is still fresh, you put off the reaching for them, the touching of them, but it screams close to your ear.
In the morgue, Danny. Come down, I got something of interest to you.
And walk the corridor to the room of the dead. Through the swinging doors into a place without season, where all nights, all days are of equal length, where temperature is constant, where the wind is conditioned before it's let flow over death. Walk up to the man who waits for you.
A nervous twitch, Danny, to juggle things in my right hand. Maybe I'll be remembered for it.
What have you got, Dr. Sinsky?
The man lying there. They found him in his bed last night, murdered. These that murdered him. 2 bullets. Look.
Yeah, 22 and a 32. Wouldn't you say so, Doctor?
That I wouldn't know. What I know is only one of these was needed to kill him. Either one. The man was wanted dead twice, Danny. He was killed twice. 2 bullets, different size, twice dead.
You know who he was?
When they brought him to me last night, there was a tag on him. A name, Tom Keeler. An address, the Nixon Hotel. Nothing else. No other word to the living about why such things must happen.
You're sure, Doctor? You're sure that the...
Each wound was a mortal wound, Danny. Each wound could... Yeah, I'm sure. You'll want these, huh?
Yeah.
Take them.
And that's the way my day began, and the ingredients of it were a medical examiner, a murdered man, and 2 bullets. In a room of no value except to the dead, except to those whose business is with death. Consider that briefly, then push it away. Leave, go, get out, and hurry. and in the corridor find what you're looking for. The breath of air not controlled by a thermostat. Then the walk down the hall. Turn over the 2 bullets to technical. Then outside in the squad car, and the ride to West 25th Street and to the Nixon Hotel. To the 5-story brownstone that seemed to list from pressure of the insurance housing project next door to it. Go in. Ring a bell. Wait. And be greeted by the man in gray suspenders and no shirt.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Danny Clover, police.
Randy Quantrill, hi.
You had a little trouble here last night, didn't you?
Oh, just a mess of it.
Did you know the man who was killed?
You mean Tom, huh?
That's right, Tom Keeler.
What do you mean, know him?
Talk to him, have a beer with him.
Said hi to him. That's about the extent of my to-do with him.
How about visitors? Did he have any?
Look at the sign over my shoulder, Mr. Clover. Mr. Clover, I know some Clovers down in Selma, Alabama. You any kin to any Clover?
No.
Look at the sign over my shoulder. No visitors, no visitors.
And you think just because the sign is there, Tom Keeler didn't have any visitors?
No, I don't, mister. We got a sign in each and every room says no smoking in bed. In the last year, we had 3 mattress fires. So what I'm saying is I never saw anybody sneak past this desk that I said to myself, there's a Tom Keeler visitor.
What else about Keeler?
Oh, we got mail this morning. Maybe I ought to tell you that.
Yeah, maybe you should.
I'm going to. Fresh mail that come this morning. Here, the letter.
Oh, thanks.
From the Great Northern National Bank.
So I see.
Please come in and talk to us with regards to your commercial account at your earliest convenience.
You read upside down, Mr. Quantrill?
I've lived in Baltimore.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Quantrill. Thanks a lot. And for that, Randy Quantrill winked at me, laughed noiselessly at me. Leaned against the mail rack, scratched his back with it. It wasn't the moment to intrude any longer on such private pleasures, so I left him. At the Great Northern National Bank, a guard, uniformed in tattletale gray, took my name, my business, walked down a marble aisle with them. An aisle lined with identical desks, identical faces behind them. Unerringly, the guard chose one, the right one. This was a shrewd guard. He muted his voice to the extracurricular business I had brought to the Great Northern, offered it to the man. The man considered it, digested it, and when he had it all in order, motioned me to the chair the guard had placed discreetly close to him.
I'm told we can help you, Mr. Clover.
A man named Tom Keeler had a checking account here.
We're aware of it. Therefore,
Then you know that he was murdered last night in a cheap hotel?
We're aware of many things, Mr. Clover. Our research...
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. What'd you say?
I say that our research department makes a point of informing each of us here on many diverse matters. Matters that could even most remotely concern us.
Thank you.
Beg pardon?
I said thank you because you let me hear what you had to say.
I was appointed, Mr. Clover. Should any questions arise about the late Thomas Keeler, should any questions arise, I was to answer the question. Your interrogation is what, Mr. Clover?
We down at headquarters think it's strange Tom Keeler slept in a flop house when he had a
checking account with us?
Uh-huh.
Philosophical question, Mr. Clover. Somewhat out of my province.
Pardon me, what?
I say that all we know of Thomas Keeler is that we were asked to transfer $50 weekly to his account, which we have done religiously until...
Who asked you to do that?
Counselor at Law, Chet, George Weber. If you want his address, we shall give it to you.
Thanks. You were saying you did this until... Until what?
Until 2 weeks ago. Possibly 2 weeks in the fraction of a day. When Mr. Weber asked us to discontinue his generosity.
Why?
I suggest it is a personal matter concerning Mr. Weber. Don't mind troubling you with it.
What? I'm sorry.
I said that I would...
Never mind. Probably wasn't important. And go to the Park Avenue apartments of George Weber and be told by the person at the desk that Mr. Weber is not at home, perhaps at his office, the person suggested, and be handed a slip of paper with the office address in a handwriting with the I's dotted with small circles. Weber and Marley, the slip said. Attorneys, Finance Building, Suite 12. Go there. Go through a door and past the beam of an electric eye, and wade through a carpet to a desk and an olive-skinned girl with tight black hair. Offer your name, show your credentials, and be told Mr. Weber is out. Would you see his partner, Mr. Paul Marley? You would. You nodded past another door and another beam, and to a slender young man who was waiting for you in front of a wall lined with every law book ever written. Be chaperoned by him through yet another door. And there he was, Paul Marley, partner to George Weber, impeccable in morning coat, striped pants, and an army discharge button in his lapel.
That'll be all, Robertson. Now, sit down, please, Mr.
Clover.
Clover. Please sit down.
Well, thank you.
The information you gave out there says you're a policeman.
That's right.
And this is about what, sir? What can I do for you?
It's about a man named Tom Keeler.
Keeler?
A man found murdered last night.
Yes.
Shot twice with different caliber bullets, either one fatal.
Yes. Is all this a matter of legal advice for the police department? You want to know if a man was shot by two people and each
That's
shot...
not it at all. Tom Keeler, it seems, was supported by your partner.
By Mr. Weber?
That's right. Each week, $50 was drawn on Mr. Weber's account and deposited in favor of Tom Keeler.
Surely
There's no mistake. That's the way it was.
But I know Mr. Weber so well. His affairs, everything.
Where is he?
On Fire Island, since the day before yesterday. He has a place there. I'm pretty sure he went there.
Well, out of season for Fire Island, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so.
The end of September?
Mr. Weber goes there all year round. Whenever.
Whenever what?
Whenever he's disturbed. He has the idea of the sea, the strand, the loneliness of it. Personally,
what was
I don't
Mr.
know...
Weber disturbed about?
Well, he has a sister, Peggy. She's just 20, so you can imagine.
No, I can't.
Beautiful girl of 20, rich, and you can't imagine?
Look, Mr. Marley...
My partner was constantly arguing with her. We're a conservative firm, Mr. Clover. Individually, both Mr. Weber and myself
What's that got to do with Peggy?
Peggy Weber is headstrong.
How?
Well, I take my partner's word for it that she's headstrong. Therefore...
And they argued, Peggy and her brother. What about?
I have no idea.
And he went to Fire Island to recuperate.
One way of saying it. Anything else, Mr. Clover? No? Then please, these documents here, if you don't mind.
And get in touch with the authorities at Fire Island. Check on the whereabouts of Mr. George Weber and wait. And an hour later, a phone call. Mr. Weber is not on Fire Island. Mr. Weber's place there is deserted. From the looks of it, hasn't been inhabited for over a month. So come up with a conclusion. Mr. George Weber was missing. Put out an all points bulletin on him. And go back to his Park Avenue apartment. Make a request of the management.
We're always glad to accommodate the police.
Then let's go, shall we?
Of course. Mr. Weber's apartment, right this way, down the hall. Yes, sir. Although, I'd like to know why we should intrude.
Don't worry about it.
Yes, sir.
Open the door.
Of course. And here we are.
Yeah. We are, aren't we?
What? What did you say? What did you say, Mr. Clover? I didn't... Oh.
It stopped both of us, the management and myself. It was a sight that needed only one glance, and the details were there forever. The free-shaped coffee table and the grotesquerie of the man spread beside it. The tracery of blood that stopped abruptly.
Mr. Weber, that's Mr. Weber.
The penknife, bone-handled and cheap in his heart, to be remembered. Details in the death of George Weber.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. There will be a slight pause while we think of an adjective to describe Mario Lanza. Sorry, guess there just isn't one adjective to describe a guy who sings just as well in the popular range as in the classics. But here's a suggestion. On CBS Radio tomorrow night over most of these same stations, don't miss Mario Lanza's All Request Show. And more of the same by lovely Giselle McKenzie and Ray Sinatra's music.
When the night slips out of Broadway's fingers and the false dawn blurs the shadows, Broadway stands bewildered. The carnival is run down. Only the stragglers walk it, with their step without pattern. like their dreams. And the color of their loneliness is the darkened neon, the last sparks of a cigarette butt, and pavement gray. And they walk it. They never know. Broadway's closed for the night. And somehow or another, whether it deserves it or not, the world gets to be 9 o'clock in the morning. Then there's a place for everybody. It's daytime, breakfast time, work time, make $1 time. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia said it...
Lend me $1, Danny.
Oh, sure, Gino. Here.
Thank you. The reason for this transaction, Danny,
No,
is...
you don't have to explain it.
I want to.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Mrs. Tartaglia forgot to tuck my $1 into my lunchbox today, as is her wont, for the little things a man needs during the day. She just phoned me and confessed her dereliction of duty in this matter.
Gino...
She said ask Danny for it. And tomorrow she will tuck in $2 so that you will not go hungry.
Tell Mrs. T not to worry.
Roger, Wilco. And now, Danny, to the chores of the day. Knife which did George Weber in was of the variety which can be purchased at our leading hardware stores for the nominal sum of $1.98. Practically untraceable.
Prince?
Wiped clean.
Go on.
Well, that's about the sum and substance of the intelligence which has been shunted from the downstairs to the here, Danny. As of now. However...
Yes?
A young lady is in the anteroom and wants to see you.
Who is she?
A Miss Peggy Weber, sister of the most latterly deceased.
Get her.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Now, sit down, Miss Weber. That'll be all, Gino. I'm glad you came, Miss Weber. Your name's right here on my calendar to see today.
I knew you'd want to question me about George.
How did you hear about his death?
I was home. The late news on the radio. You see, I didn't live with my brother. We didn't get along.
Oh?
It's going to be a lot simpler now with him gone. I'll wear a black dress like this one for a month and call it a decent interval of mourning.
It's not any concern of mine, Miss Weber,
It's entirely your concern, Mr. Clover. Your position demands that you locate people who would have motives for murdering my brother. I would.
Did you kill him?
A few of my friends and I got together some time ago. For kicks. We were going to try things together, just for kicks. Black magic. Well, I spent the first 10 days of my membership sticking pins into my brother's picture. And all that happened is that he got a sty on his eye. Outside of that, I never harmed a hair on his head.
Why all this hate, Miss Weber?
Simply this. I love a boy. I told George about him. George got red, then blue, red again, and then a lovely color I never saw before. He found out who the boy was. Ruined him.
Who is the boy?
Ralph Clay. Now runs a bowling alley on 3rd.
One more thing. Do you know a man named Tom Keeler?
Not offhand. Why?
Oh, never mind. Leave your address with Sergeant Tartaglia, Miss Weber, and thank you very much. You Ralph Clay?
Huh? Oh, hello. Yeah, it's me. It's my dying day. You walked into an empty hall, mister. Feel real sorry about it.
Well, don't be. This way we can have a long talk.
Shall we? Don't let it get away from us, mister. I want to take care of this thing coming up. Kingpin, 7-pin. Challenge. What do you think?
Go ahead.
Watch me. Yeah. Never say go ahead to me in that tone, mister. Not on that shot. My quirk, each day I live for it.
I'll remember, Mr. Clay. Look, police.
Yeah. Stick your thumb in the ball, mister, please. Have fun. I'll write it off under entertainment. Joint's bare, no one will know.
Something Peggy Weber said. It sent me to you.
Peggy? The girl of class. She tell you I kill her brother?
I got the impression she was in love with you.
Pity the girl. She lives in ancient history. In a time where she loved and I loved back. But ancient history. Under the bridge.
Peggy did something to you?
She had a brother. Now dead, I read. It stopped me for breath on the way to the sports page.
George Weber did something to you?
Yeah. And I'm a man who likes to talk about it. My daily nourishment. Share it with me? Huh. Georgie Porgy Weber didn't like how his sister used to put her hand in mine, so he marked me lousy.
How?
Standing before you, Mr. Police, is a boy who once thought he was a lawyer. Cap in hand, he went to Georgie, his soon-to-be brother-in-law, asked for a job, keep it in the family. Georgie smiled, shook his head no. Then with words and music, he told me he'd spoil for me any job I took from anyone he knew.
Because you loved his sister?
I was second in my class in law school. You want to invent other reasons?
Why hate Peggy for it?
Things like that run in the blood. I don't stick around till it comes out in Peggy and slaps me in the head.
Then that gives you a motive for having killed Weber.
Yeah, ain't that a lucky one?
And Tom Keeler, what did you have for him?
Keeler?
A man who got killed in a flea bag. A man Weber supported until...
Typical. They're supporting him, I mean. Good old Uncle Tom was an old friend of Georgie's and Peggy's father. After the father died, Uncle Tom still hung around.
Why is he called Uncle?
Peggy calls him Uncle because he was her confessor, her hero. Everything that ached Peggy, she brought to good old Uncle Tom.
Not to her brother.
Who goes to a man like that except to kill him? I give you something to ponder, Mr. Police?
Yeah, you did.
I'm glad. Makes me want to live through another day.
Watch the bitter boy make his strike.
Yeah.
And consider the lie he'd flipped to you. The girl's lie that she didn't know Tom Keeler. And wonder over it. Jotted down in memory as a future conversation piece with Peggy Weber. And then, remember a man who said he knew all about George Weber, everything but the mention of Keeler's share in his partner's life. Go to him, wait for him to finish his preening, to taste to the full the decorations bestowed upon men of know-how.
Got this little time machine for being on my toes, Mr. Clover. Handsome tidbit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
17 Jules, Hamilton. All because I proved in court the chap's wife had been unfriendly to said chap. Look what the grateful devil had engraved in the gold. To chum Paul Marley for setting me free. To chum.
What was there about Tom Keeler that shut your mouth about him?
My compliments, Mr. Clover. Brilliant strategy. Attack while the enemy celebrates minor victories. In tactics class at Fort Meade.
You told me about Weber, personal things about him, his sister. Why not about Tom Keeler?
It pained me. For George's sake, my deceased partner's sake, it pained me.
You'll show me where it hurts.
You think you'll be able to understand? Don't answer. It doesn't matter. Keeler was a derelict, a bum, a hungry shadow in George's closet. That's why George opened that account for him. To keep him from coming here to beg. George and I had a large investment here. The presence of Keeler was
Weber cut off the account.
At my insistence, my counsel. It made quite a row the other day. Between Tom and George, I had to shoo people back to their desks.
You killed George Weber?
Attack. I admire your method, Mr. Clover.
Well, the investment, the plush carpets, the perfumed secretaries, the junior partners, all yours now. You killed Weber for that?
The death of my partner was a great loss to me, Mr. Clover. A personal loss. Were it in my humble power to hunt out his assassins, I would dedicate my knowledge, my life, my...
Yes? Danny, something I can do for you?
Dr. Sinsky, I have an idea about something. I want you to check it for me.
Gladly.
Get out the medical examiner's report on Tom Keeler.
Gladly. In a sec. Here. What do you want it for?
I want to put it side by side with this one I've got on George Weber.
So?
Here, look.
It says Weber died day before yesterday at approximately 6 p.m.
Uh-huh. And it says on this report that Keeler died about midnight on the same day. You know what that means, Doctor?
No, what?
There's a pencil on your desk. Figure it out.
Well, Mr. Clover, you used my address after all.
Mind if I come in, Miss Weber?
This evening you can go as far as calling me Peggy, but you can't come in.
I'm afraid I'll have to...
You'll have to force your way in? Well, I could relish that.
Peggy.
But a friend's visiting with me.
Ralph Clay.
You said the password. If you know that, you might as well come in. Ralph! Come out, wherever you are. Say hello to Mr. Clover, Ralph.
I told you a big fib, didn't I, Mr. Clover? Well, now you know.
I didn't know whether you'd broken off with Peggy or not. It doesn't matter anymore.
You want to ask Peggy questions, huh?
You, too.
Goody.
You lied to me, too, Peggy.
Because I'm a liar. I give Ralph a lot of trouble that way, don't I, Ralph?
Let's just listen to what the man has to say.
Your lie about Keeler, Peggy. You said you didn't know who he was.
I explained it to you. I'm a liar.
I found out who killed your brother, Peggy. I said
We heard you.
There were a lot of motives floating around, Peggy. Yours.
Leave her alone. She didn't kill her brother. I did.
Oh, cut it out, Ralph.
Peggy.
Ralph had nothing to do with it. I did it.
What's the matter with you, Peggy? You're crazy. You're a liar. You lie. That's why you're saying you killed your brother.
Ralph.
Neither one of you killed him. You thought Ralph did, Peggy, and Ralph...
What are you trying to do to us, Clover? What are you doing? Police methods trying to get us to play against each other?
Take it easy, Ralph.
Go on, take it easy, Ralph. Take it easy, Ralph. What are you trying to say? Talk!
Tom Keeler killed Peggy's brother.
What? Clover, so help me out.
Listen to me, both of you.
Clover!
Let him talk, Ralph.
Keeler killed him because his source of income was cut off. A man like Keeler could kill. A desperate man, a man without livelihood. A tramp who made a habit of living off someone else's generosity.
Ralph, it's all my fault.
You found your brother dead, didn't you, Peggy?
Yes, and
And you thought Ralph did it.
Yes, I thought... Oh, Ralph.
It's gonna be all right, baby.
Peggy went to her Uncle Tom like she always did when she was in trouble. Told him Ralph had killed her brother. What did Tom Keeler say to you, Peggy?
He said not to worry. Just not to worry.
Then he got in touch with you, huh, Ralph?
Yeah. Yeah, he did. You know what he told me?
I think so.
He told me Peggy killed her brother. And he was the killer all the time. And I'm supposed to be a bright boy.
So he had each of you believing the other had killed George Weber. How much money did he want from each of you to protect the other?
Oh, what difference does it make? Doesn't matter anymore.
Blackmail. That's why Tom Keeler's dead, too. Murdered.
Yeah. You can slap the cuffs on me for that one, Clover.
No, Ralph. No more. You don't have to anymore. Mr. Clover, my uncle said he wanted everything I had to keep quiet about Ralph. So I went up to his hotel room while he was sleeping. And I shot him.
No, Peggy, that's what I did.
That's what you both did. To protect the other. You both shot Tom Keeler.
Peg, baby. Peg. Stop her! Peg! Oh, Peg!
There's a time on Broadway when the crowd gives up, goes home. The lights buzz fitfully, die. Then it's a street of dim moonlight and dark whispers and the wind of the autumn night, the wind that scatters everything. Yesterday's headline, yesterday's dreams, yesterday's people. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lillian Byoff was heard as Peggy Weber, Anthony Barrett as Ralph Clay, Paul Frees as Randy Quantrill, Bob Bruce as Mr. Chase, and Edgar Barrier as Paul Marley. are two Sunday features that have captured America's fancy year in and year out. On Sunday afternoon, the distinguished music of the Symphonette, directed by Michel Piastro. On Sunday evening, the outstanding vocals of the Choraleers. Listen for both these musical treats every Sunday on most of these same CBS radio stations. The Symphonette in the afternoon, in the evening, the Choraleers. Stay tuned now for Songs for Sale, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, this Monday night, Lux Radio Theater features 13 Hollywood stars in the Gala Salute on the CBS Radio Network.
All right, it is time for the Minute of Trivia, starting now. On January 1st, 1502, the first official tourists arrived in Brazil. The bay where they landed was named Rio de Janeiro, Bay of January. Brazil was ruled by the Portuguese for more than 300 years. Brazil attained independence from Portugal on September 7th, 1822. The Portuguese established sugar plantations in Brazil in the 16th century. The Dutch invaded Brazil in 1630, which was until then under Portuguese control. By 1654, the Dutch had to leave Brazil, and once again the Portuguese had control over the land they discovered back in 1500. Brazil discovered gold for the first time in 1695 and furnished a large portion of the world's gold reserves during the 18th century. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now let's get back to the shows. Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With our special guest tonight, Jack Benny. Yours truly, Toby Reed, Mel Blanc, Gail Gordon, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Life is a funny thing. Upon some men it bestows fame, fortune, and success, yet cruelly withholds from them the thing they long for most of all. In the city of Beverly Hills, California, live two such men, Jack Benny and George Burns. Each apparently successful, yet nursing in his heart a secret, unfulfilled ambition. What is Jack Benny's ambition? His dream? Listen.
Gee, when is the world going to recognize me for what I really am? A concert violinist.
Mr. Benny, please. The violin lesson is over. Now may I have my money?
Professor LeBlanc, tell me something honestly. What do you think of my playing? Now be frank.
You want the truth?
Look, I'm tired of being the comedian, the clown, the pagliacci.
Please, Mr. Benny, I must go. Get the money out.
Sure, it's brought me fame and riches, but when you're not happy, what good is gold? It's turned to lead in my pocket.
Mr. Benny, please, get the lead out.
If I could only be a concert.
And just a few blocks from this scene of frustration, we find the other man, George Burns. What is his secret ambition? Listen.
Boom, 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 down in the garden, honey, oh mine, I love you so, love me like a flower, don't.
Gee, Gracie, if only the world would recognize my singing voice.
Well, it does, George. Everyone recognizes your singing voice.
Really?
Well, sure. It's after they recognize it that the trouble starts.
If for some reason my voice just doesn't seem to sell.
Oh, lots of people think it does.
Think it sells?
Oh, sells. Oh, what fools they are. You have a beautiful voice.
You really think so?
Oh, yes. You sound like a nightingale flew down your throat and built a nest there.
But I never get a chance.
Yeah, I know, dear. Just like Jack Benny with his violin.
Yeah. Look at that party we went to the other night with Jack. When I started to sing, what happened?
They tried to drown you out.
Yeah.
Only it's worse than it sounds. They tried to drown you out in the swimming pool.
Well, thank goodness Jack started to play about that time. His violin was really a lifesaver.
Oh, yes. When they threw that in the pool, it gave you both something to hang on to.
Why won't people take our music seriously?
Well, George, they won't accept Jack as a violinist because they think of him as a great comedian. And they won't accept you as a singer because they think of you as a great... whatever it is you are.
A pickle salesman.
It's so unfair,
Sell
George.
rhubarb on the side.
There were you and Jack.
Care for a little horseradish?
No, George. There were you and Jack, loaded with musical talent, and all the crowd wanted to hear were those gypsy entertainers.
Well, those gypsies were good.
Not one bit better than you. I'll bet if you and Jack had been disguised as gypsies, the crowd would have... George! That's it.
Huh?
Why don't you and Jack disguise yourselves as gypsies and put on a concert?
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, it's a great idea. If people don't know that you're George Burns and Jack Benny, they might like you.
Well, thanks.
Now, Jack could be a gypsy violinist, and you could be a gypsy troubadour.
When a gypsy makes his violin cry.
Oh, you gypsy. When you sing, you'll not only make the violin cry, you'll make the whole orchestra bawl.
Maybe you've got something with the gypsy idea.
Oh, sure. Let's go talk to Jack about it.
People go for gypsies because they're romantic vagabonds. They've been roaming the earth for hundreds of years. Do you think Jack and I can put it over?
Absolutely. If I ever saw two men who looked like they've been roaming the earth for hundreds of years, it's you and Jack.
Come on, let's go over and talk to Jack.
Well, what do you think of the idea, Jack?
I can't do it, Gracie. When I achieve recognition as a violin player, I'll do it on one thing and one thing alone. Talent.
But, Jack, Jack, it's a great idea.
I'm sorry, George. I will not deceive my public by disguising myself as a ridiculous gypsy.
Jack, you can make a barrel of money.
Money? Yes. If we're gypsies? Yes. I thought so. Anyway, it's not a cheat, you know. I do have some gypsy blood in my veins.
Oh, really, Jack?
Yeah, of course, I only have a drop or two.
Oh. How much of it is gypsy?
The drop or two is gypsy. I have more. See, my father ran a gypsy tea room back in Waukegan. Sam Benny's Romany Rendezvous and Delicatessen. My mother used to go around to the tables and read the Rye Crisps.
Yes, I remember.
Yes.
Say, Jack, you and George can be gypsy brothers.
Oh, do we have to be brothers?
Well, brother acts are so popular in the theater. There's the Marx brothers and the Ritz brothers and the Mayo brothers.
The Mayo brothers are in the theater?
Well, they must be. People always talk about going to the Mayo brothers for an opening.
Yes, Abe Lasvogel handles their knives.
Oh.
You know, I'm glad you had this idea, Gracie. It sounds exciting, romantic. The Mysterious Gypsy Brothers. We'll rent the biggest hall in town and give a concert.
Yes, it'll be great, Jack. What if we do have to risk a little money to put into it?
Money?
Yes.
We risk it?
Yes. I was afraid of that.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got an idea. We'll get someone else to put up the money, huh?
Someone else?
Yeah.
You mean we won't risk anything?
Yeah, not a cent.
Oh, we're in again. Yeah.
Now, I've brought you boys home to try on these gypsy costumes. Here, you spread this dark makeup on your faces while I finish curling your hair.
Gracie, is this necessary?
Of course, Jack. All gypsies have curly hair.
Well, okay.
There. Now, Jack, your hair is done. Put it back on.
Gee, it feels good. Still warm.
And now, George, I'll put a few waves in your hair, and then we'll put on the earrings.
Earrings?
Well, certainly all gypsies wear earrings. Now, hold still, Jack.
Hey, Gracie, these look like the gold earrings I gave Mary for Christmas.
They are. She insisted you wear them.
Oh, how sweet.
She wants to see how you look with green ears.
Look, these earrings happen to be solid gold. Some appreciation I get. She doesn't even keep them clean. They're all sticky.
Well, Mary says that was on there when you gave them to her. It's from the Cracker Jacks.
Well, I'll be careful to wash off her birthday present before I give it to her.
Now, George, you put these other earrings on, and this sash.
Okay.
And, Jack, here are some beads to go around your neck. And now we'll put this scarf around your head. There.
I feel like Carmen Miranda.
Now, you look wonderful. Come in.
Hi, Gracie.
Hello, Bill.
I just dropped by to say hello, and who are the two old babes?
Oh, fine.
Well, they're gypsies, Bill.
Oh, gypsy fortune tellers?
Mm-hmm.
Well, read my palm, honey.
Look, I'm Jack Benny.
Quit kidding. You're a gypsy fortune teller. Now read my palm.
I tell you, I can't read your palm. I'm Jack Benny.
Come on, honey. Read my palm, and I'll give you 50 cents.
I see a tall, dark woman entering. She looks like Dainty Marie. Now hand over my money, handsome.
Look, Bill, this is really Jack Benny, and I'm George. We're going to give a gypsy concert.
Oh.
With that sad gypsy music. Let's show him, Jack.
Okay.
Are you holding anything back?
No.
Oh, Chicharnia. Oczy strasznie.
I held that back 15 years.
Bill, isn't that sad?
Sad. It's miserable.
You know, Gracie, I think it would look flashy if I had some gold rings on my fingers when I play. And I've given Mary a couple of beautiful ones. See if you can borrow them.
Oh, that will look flashy. Green fingers to match your ears. I'll be right back.
Bill, Jack and I will be a sensation if we can just get some publicity.
Well, I know a newspaper reporter. I'll send him over for a story.
Oh, thanks, Bill. And we'll give you a pair of complimentary tickets to our concert, right in the front row.
Well, Jack, I'd rather sit in the balcony.
But, Bill, you can bring your girl. You see, if you sit in the front row, she can appreciate my technique.
Well, if we sit in the balcony, she can appreciate mine.
Just send the reporter.
Yeah, so long, gypsies.
Say, Meredith, you'll have everybody hopping and skipping and jumping with those gay polkas of yours.
Well, that's what you're supposed to do when you hear a polka, Toby.
I'm afraid I'm strictly the waltz and slow foxtrot type.
All right, then, sit this one out. But lend an ear and see if you can recognize this familiar polka. First, we'll have just the mellow harmony. Now we'll stir in the counter melody for richness.
That sounds plenty lively, Meredith, but you know I'm still stumped.
Oh, don't give up yet, Toby. Listen again while we add a dash of vigorous polka rhythm. And now we'll combine the melody to round out this blend of familiar polka music at its best.
Certainly, it's the bouncy Pennsylvania polka. Yes, friends, and just as our favorite melodies are all created by carefully blending many orchestral parts, so too with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. The superb, good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House could never be achieved with just one type of coffee. No, the famous Maxwell House blend combines many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees, each chosen for the particular flavor it contributes. With painstaking care and skill, the Maxwell House experts test and select Manizales for mellowness, for vigor, they choose other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. The final result is the flavor perfection of America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. A blend so completely satisfying, it's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Friends, why not enjoy the superb flavor, the extra value of Maxwell House coffee yourself? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
How do you do? I'm a reporter from the news. I'd like to get a story about those two gypsies who are going to give a concert.
Oh, wonderful. What would you like to know?
Well, I understand they're brothers.
Yes, both boys.
Nice arrangement. Gypsies are supposed to be mystics. Do these boys have second sight?
Yes, they both wear glasses.
Yes. Can you tell me something about their background?
Well, it was very romantic. To begin with, they're gypsy kings because they were born, when they were born, they each weighed 20 pounds.
You mean...
King size.
I should have spotted. Now, what are their names?
Their names?
Yes.
What are some gypsy names?
Well, there's Misha and Sasha.
Oh, well, these are Georgia and Jacksha.
Are you sure these boys aren't just plain Americans?
Oh, no. They're straight from Gypsy land. They're real gyps.
Hey, you're not kidding. So long, lady.
Gee, it feels good to get out of these gypsy costumes. You know, George, if we can just...
Come in.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson. Jack, this is Mr. Judson from Texas.
How do you do?
Mr. Judson, this is Jack Benny.
Jack Benny? Why, say, ain't you the world's greatest radio comedian, stage star, and movie actor?
Oh, yes.
Well, now, it sure is an honor to shake your hand, Mr. Benny. You're a right famous celebrity.
Well, thank you.
What part of Texas you from? Dallas? Houston?
No, I'm from Waukegan.
Jack, Mr. Judson is an oil millionaire. And he may want to put up some $5,000 to back our concert.
Well, now, I'd be right glad to put up $5,000 if Mr. Benny was from Texas, but he says he's from Waukegan?
Yes, Waukegan, Texas.
No, I don't recollect ever hearing of that town.
Waukegan, Texas? Well, you see, they might make it the capital, you know.
You don't say.
Yes, and the next governor will probably be my father, Sam Houston Benny.
Now, is that a fact?
And after he served a term as governor of Texas, he may be elected president of the United States.
Oh, now, I'd sure hate to see him step down to a less important job.
Mr. Judson, I've got a TL for you. The people who run this world don't come from Texas.
Yeah, and look what a mess they got it in.
Well, Mr. Judson, do I get the $5,000?
Well, now, that depends. What are you going to do in the concert, Mr. Benny?
Play the violin. I have my instrument with me, if you'd care to hear a bit of technique.
Oh, I'd admire to. Scrape away. Wait a minute. Kind of hold on a minute. That's enough, Mr. Benny. If you can just... Yeah, you get the money.
Good.
Yeah, on one condition. You got to promise not to tell nobody you're from Texas.
Now, when do I get the $5,000?
Oh, I'd give it to you now, but I ain't got no small bills on me.
This kid is loaded with oil wells, you know.
Well, boys, have you... Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady.
Well, did you hear about the plans for the concert?
Yeah, and I'm going to put $5,000 into it.
My goodness, that much?
Oh, I can afford it, little lady. I made a pile of money from drilling.
Oh, you're a dentist, too.
Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. I'll be seeing you.
Bill, we called you back because our concert is all set, and we want you to be master of ceremonies.
Yes, Bill. Where do you think we should give the concert? Hollywood Bowl?
Well, I would definitely give it in the open air.
Well, show us how you'd handle the MC job, will you, Bill?
All right, Jack. How's this? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hollywood Bowl. Tonight you have a real treat in store.
I like that.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, it's nice.
You are about to receive the thrill of a lifetime.
Good, good.
Now, in a moment, these curtains will part and the ushers will pass among you with Maxwell House coffee.
Bill.
Rich, delicious, mellow Maxwell House. So wonderfully
Bill.
satisfying.
Billy boy. Look.
Good to the last drop.
Dimples. Look. That's all you're going to say?
Oh, no. Then I'll say Maxwell House is the very best in coffee-drinking pleasure, yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy.
Look, Bill, if anything commercial is said at our concert, it'll be LS MFT.
Well, okay, Jack, I'll say it. LS MFT. Let's sample Maxwell's fine taste.
Wait a minute. Now, look, that's not what I meant, you see.
With more than 1,000
No, that's not what I
brands
meant,
to
Bill.
choose
Wait a
from,
minute.
More people
No,
buy
you see
and
that?
enjoy
Wait a
Maxwell
minute, Bill.
House
Wait a minute.
than any other brand of coffee in the world.
Wait a minute! Never mind. I'll get Don Wilson to announce us.
Don Wilson. Okay. No one will come to your concert anyway.
Oh, no? We'll fill Hollywood Bowl.
Well, maybe you're right. Don Wilson practically fills it alone.
Goodbye, comedian.
So long, troubadour.
Well, George, let's line up the concert. Now, I think you should open the show.
No, Jack. You open the show.
No, George, I insist. You open the show. I want them to hear your voice first. See?
Well, thank you.
So you walk out on the stage all alone.
Okay.
And introduce me.
Huh?
And I'll play my first number, then I'll introduce you.
Then I sing.
No, you announce my second number.
Look, how about giving me a crack at the third number?
Thanks, George, but I'll announce my own third number. Don't worry.
Jack, I should be the star of the concert.
Well, Mr. Judson sent over the $5,000. Have you got the concert lined up?
No, Gracie, there seems to be a difference of opinion about who should be the star.
Oh, but you boys are dear friends. George, tell Jack what you think of his violin playing.
Well,
Jack, tell George what you think of his singing. How dare you think that kind of language in front of a lady?
I apologize.
Me too.
Oh, besides, you're mistaken about George. There's no greater singer in the world than Sugar Throat.
Sugar Throat?
Yes.
Gracie, a seal makes the same noise and balances a ball on its nose.
You're wrong, Jack. George makes any song completely convincing. When he sings Old Folks at Home, he makes you think of your family.
Far from the old folks at home.
Oh, brother.
Ah, you thought of your family?
Well, I'm going to be the star. After all, if it weren't for me, you couldn't even give this concert.
Why not?
Mr. Judson put up $5,000 because he thinks I stink, not you. That's why not.
Come in. Mr. Benny, please. I followed you all the way over here. May I have the money for my lesson?
I'll pay you if you tell these people that I'm a great artist. Gracie, here's my French violin teacher who'll tell you what a great artist I am.
Bonjour.
That's a lie.
In my opinion, Monsieur Benny is another zimbalist.
Well, then he should give up the violin and play the zimbal.
Gracie, surely the opinion of my French music teacher should settle the argument.
Oh, you think so, huh? Well, you wait right here. Now, have you got everything straight, Meredith?
Yes, Gracie. I am a famous Italian music teacher, and George is my star pupil.
Good. Now, let's go in there and show that Jack Benny up.
Good afternoon, Ola.
Huh?
I want to speak to Jack Ben.
That's probably me. Who are you?
I'm the bigger Italian musica teach, Meredith W. Caruso.
Oh, no.
And I come to tell you that he's a great.
Who's a great?
He's a great.
Who's a he's a?
He's a hooser.
George?
Bet you my life. George Burnser. I'm the teach, he's the puke.
He's a what?
What's the matter? You don't understand English? I'm the teach, he's the puke.
Well, part of that I go along with.
Well, thanks for dropping in, Mr. Caruso. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I remember him. Say, during the war, weren't you the leader of the Armed Forces Radio Service Orchestra?
Yeah, that's right.
I thought so. You were Major Wilson.
Yeah. I went in 42 as a major and came out in 45 as a second lieutenant.
Well, that's a record to be proud of.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. Well, Mr. Ben, just
Well, it almost worked.
Look, George, let's stop trying to rook each other. If this silly concert is going to break up our friendship, let's forget it.
Maybe you're right, Jack. We'd probably make darn fools of ourselves as gypsies anyway.
Sure. Come on, I'll take you down to the corner and we'll get a cup of coffee.
No, Jack. I'll buy you the coffee.
That's what I meant. So long, Gracie.
See you later. Well, Gracie, I didn't get to sing in Hollywood Bowl, but I'm going to sing next week on Bing Crosby's Philco show.
Well, now there's a man who really appreciates your voice. Bing would rather listen to you than to any other singer.
He would?
Well, yes, Bing says that if Perry Como, Dick Haymes, and Frank Sinatra sang like you, he'd be completely happy.
Good night, folks.
Good things.
Easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
What do you do when you already build one of the best production sports cars in the world? If you're Nissan, you build it even better. Introducing the new Nissan 300ZX. Sleeker, sharper, slicker, hotter, awesome. The new 300ZX, one of the best sports cars in the world, just got better. The name is Nissan.
Its time has come at last. A 4x4 that blazes a new trail for all-terrain vehicles. Its full-time four-wheel drive will climb mountains, ford rivers, and conquer the densest forest. But the most amazing thing of all, it's not a truck. It's the new 4Trax 4x4, and it will take you almost anywhere. 4Trax 4x4, only from Honda.
Want to go to the zoo? The movies? Some kid. All she wants is my Canon personal copiers. She likes all the colors they copy in. And the sizes. How about Canon's new PCs? You just plop in the paper, business card the legal size.
I know.
Good thing Canon's PC cartridges make them just about service-free.
Thanks, Uncle Jack.
Hey, don't I get a percentage? For information, call toll-free 1-800-OK-Canon.
Millions of headache sufferers are discovering Nuprin and its medicine's power over pain.
Before I got a Nuprin sample, I had no idea this little yellow pill was so powerful.
Nuprin is different. It contains the non-prescription strength of medicine that's in Motrin tablets. Nuprin has the power to stop headaches better than regular strengths of aspirin or Tylenol.
And Nuprin didn't upset my stomach.
Nuprin from Bristol-Myers. For headache pain, it's medicine with power over pain.
Off to their best start in 17 years, the New York Giants are tied for the lead in the NFC East. They face their division rivals, the Washington Redskins, on ABC's Monday Night Football next week.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Extra, Sentinel Extra. Now the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush, presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Now ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of the Cigarette Filters. The Green Hornet strikes again. The adventures of the Green Hornet are brought to you by Orange Crush, the world's leading orange drink that tastes better naturally. Orange Crush is flavored with the juice of fresh, tree-ripened Valencia oranges, so naturally it tastes better. Always keep delicious Orange Crush handy in your refrigerator. At your dealers, get the Orange Crush Handy Pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. In his office at the Daily Sentinel, Britt Reed, young publisher, was talking to Mike Axford, one of his reporters.
I wonder what's keeping Miss Case. She never stays out this long for lunch.
You never can tell about women, Reed. They're always doing things you never expect them to do. Well, just because Casey never...
Hello.
Is this Mr. Reed?
Yes, I'm Britt Reed.
I'm Jean Harvey, a friend of Lenore Case.
Oh, well, I suggest you call later, Miss Harvey. Miss Case hasn't returned from lunch. Or perhaps you'd like to leave a message.
You don't understand, Mr. Reed. I'm calling to tell you Lenore was struck by an automobile. She's in the city hospital.
Oh, great Scott. Is she badly hurt?
Oh, she'll soon be all right. It's just a few bruises and shock. But I thought I'd better let you know right away.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad you did, Miss Harvey. I'll go to the hospital at once. Goodbye.
What is it, Reed?
Miss Case, she's been hit by a car. She's in the hospital.
Great saints.
Come on. We'll go over to the hospital and see her.
Meanwhile, an expensive car left the curb in front of the city hospital and sped toward the residential section of the city. A young man was at the wheel. A young woman who sat beside him was talking in an exasperated voice.
You were foolish, Paul, for stopping to take that girl to the hospital. The car struck her only a glancing blow. We should have gone on.
Have some sense, Alexis. We can't afford to mix with the police right now. If we hadn't stopped, someone might have set the police on my trail as a hit-and-run driver.
You know well enough we couldn't be traced through false license plates you have on this car. And telling her that you'd call back later to see how she's getting along was very foolish. And dangerous, Paul.
Alexis, I do what I think is best. Who knows? Perhaps striking up an acquaintance with that girl may be of help to me in what we have to do.
You certainly take the oddest way to strike up an acquaintance. Frankly, I don't like this, Paul. And I don't see how that girl can be of any help.
When the time comes, Alexis, I'll tell you. I'll go back to the hospital tonight to see how she is. Then perhaps I can arrange my plans.
A short time later, Britt Reed and Axford stood beside Miss Case in the hospital room.
Well, Miss Case, you gave us quite a scare.
Oh, I'm all right. Really, Mr. Reed. Just a few bruises. I wanted to leave, but the doctor thinks I should stay at least until morning.
Well, of course. Don't you think of leaving until they're sure there are no internal injuries.
Say, Casey, you mean to say you haven't any broken bones or anything like that?
Oh, no, I'm positive, Michael. It's nice of you both to be so concerned.
I was coming over this way anyway, so being curious, I stopped in with Reed.
Don't you believe him, Miss Case? But Tell me, what happened? Who ran you down?
Well, it was really my fault. I was in a hurry to reach the office, so I stepped off the curb without looking. The driver did his best to stop, but, well, he did manage to swerve enough so that I received only a glancing blow from the fender. Just enough to knock me down.
One of those hit-and-run guys, no doubt.
Oh, no, Axford. A man and woman were in the car. They stopped immediately. The driver, a young, handsome chap, got a... Well, he is. Anyway, he picked me up and put me in his car and brought me here. I really didn't want to be taken to the hospital, but, well, he insisted.
No, he did the right thing.
Yes, he told the doctor I was to have every care. And he said he'd come back tonight to see how I'm getting along.
Maybe that's why you decided you ought to stay here a while.
Oh, Michael.
Any objections, Mike?
Who? Me object? Huh. In case he wants to wait for some lug to come to see her, it's okay with me.
Well, since you agree with the doctor that it's best for me to stay, Michael, I'm sure it's all right.
Well, if there's anything you want, let me know, Miss Case. I'll drop in on the way home to check on you. Come on, Axford. Miss Case needs rest, and there's work to do at the office.
Early that evening, the young man, Paul, was preparing to leave his apartment to visit Lenore Case at the hospital.
Paul, I see you're determined to see that girl again. Why not leave well enough alone?
That girl is going to help us, Alexis.
In what way?
The high command of our party is sending me plans for sabotage in 5 key cities of this country. The plans will come through the contact we've established here.
You mean through Mr. Lucas, the owner of the bookshop on North Street?
Exactly. But Lucas managed to send word that his place is being watched. We dare not go there tomorrow night.
Why didn't you tell me this sooner?
I didn't want to alarm you, but I must get those plans before they fall into the hands of the American authorities. We dare not go to Lucas now, and anyone he might send may be followed. And if we're suspected, any mail or packages coming to us will be intercepted.
But what has that girl to do with all this? Why do you bother with her?
She may be able to help us. Remember, I told you Lucas said his place is being watched.
Then the authorities are beginning to suspect Mr. Lucas. Paul, what about us? Do you think they suspect us?
I don't think they know yet. But Lucas says someone has been watching the shop. The girl in the hospital told us today she is Lenore Case, secretary of a newspaper publisher. Her identity wouldn't be questioned if she went to the bookshop for us.
So that's your plan.
Yes.
But how will you get her to go after the book containing the plans?
I have a way. You always said I had a way with women, Alex.
And you always say attractive girls do not have much brains, Paul. But I suggest you watch your step with Miss Lenore Case.
That evening, Britt Reed stopped in at the hospital to see Miss Case.
Hello, Miss Case. How are you this evening?
I feel all right now, Mr. Reed. I'll be at the office in the morning.
No, I want you to take the day off tomorrow and rest. You've had quite a shock.
Frankly, I'm enjoying all this. See all the beautiful flowers?
Yes, I noticed them when I came in.
Paul Galva, the driver of the car that hit me, brought them in a while ago.
Oh, he must be a nice chap.
Well, yes. He asked me to go to dinner with him tomorrow night. Well, he said he felt it was only fair to do something for me after what's happened. Well, do you think it's all right for me to go with him?
Well, of course, if you want to. In fact, I'm sure you already accepted his invitation.
That's right.
You'll have a good time. Well, someone certainly messed up the ashtray here. Hey, what are these? They look like small strips of crepe paper.
Oh, those. Well, I noticed Mr. Galva smoked filter-tip cigarettes, and, well, every time he finished one, he tore open the filter and pulled out those little strips. Sort of a nervous habit, I think.
Oh? Well, I'll go along to my apartment now. Let me know tomorrow how you feel.
All right. I'll call the office in case you do want me to come in for something.
You just rest tomorrow and enjoy your dinner date. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night.
Late the following afternoon, Paul Galva entered the hideout apartment where Alexis was waiting. She was startled by the expression on his face, and she hastened to question him.
Paul, what's wrong?
Sarny is here, in this city.
Sarny? Oh, no.
Yes. As a Polish underground counter-spy, he has dogged us every step of the way. But I did not expect him here.
He'll ruin everything. He's not the type to play a waiting game like the others. He'll not only prevent us from getting the plans, but He may denounce us to the American authorities.
We'll go through with the arrangements for tonight. Sarney knows how we work, but I'm determined he'll not stop us now.
Paul, how do you know he's here?
I saw him, but he did not see me. I kept out of sight. I shadowed him most of the afternoon.
You've thought of a way out for us?
Yes. I found out where he lives. He parks his car in the alley. I'll go there and wait for him after dark. This time, Sarney must be put out of our way. Then later, with the help of the case girl, we'll get the plans we want.
That same evening, Mike Axford was in the press room at police headquarters.
Well, Sarge, looks like sitting around here is just a waste of time this evening.
Yep, things are quiet tonight.
Where's Cassidy? Haven't seen him around.
Well, he's doing a plainclothes job over on North Street with a federal man. They're watching a small bookshop.
What for, I'd like to know.
Well, some guy named Sarney tipped him off that a couple of commie agents are dealing through their place. A tall young fella and a blonde woman.
Yeah. Why don't you move in and grab the book dealer?
They want to catch the others with the goods, Mike. They're bigger game than the dealer. So he'll be grabbed later.
Hey, Sarge, there's been a murder in an alley on the east side.
Who's at last?
A murder, huh? Who's the victim, do you know?
Yeah, some fellow named Sarney, but the killer got away.
I enjoyed the dinner very much, Mr. Galva.
It was a great pleasure to have your company, Miss Case. Would you mind if I stop at the drugstore just ahead to phone my sister before taking you home? There's an important message I forgot to give her.
Not at all. I'll wait in the car.
By the way, would you mind doing a slight favor for me while you're waiting?
Well, I'll be glad to. What is it?
Well, just beyond here in the middle of the block, there's a small bookshop. I'm to stop there to pick up a book I ordered. While I'm phoning, we'll save time if you go get it for me. Just ask for the book ordered by Paul Galva. Tell him it's called The Last Plan, in case he's forgotten.
I'll get it for you. I'll be back in a few minutes.
A few moments later, Lenore was in the bookshop and had asked for the book.
Here is the book for Mr. Galva.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night, miss.
Just a minute, young lady.
Well, what do you want? Aren't you Officer Cassidy?
I am.
I thought I recognized you. I'm Lenore Case, Britt Reed's secretary at the Daily Sentinel. I met you through Michael Axford.
Oh, sure, Miss Case. You know, with that blonde hair, I thought for a minute I was catching one of the people we're watching for.
Watching for? What? I don't understand.
Well, now, just between us, we're looking for a couple of commie spies.
Spy?
Mm-hmm. A blonde woman and a tall, reddish blonde young fella. Of course, nobody would take you for a spy, ma'am.
Well, I should hope not. Well, if you don't mind, I'll run along. There's someone waiting for me.
Sure, go ahead. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night.
I appreciate what you did for me, Miss Case. Getting the book, I mean.
You're welcome. It was nothing.
Well, you haven't said much since you came back to the car, and I noticed the way you stare at me and frown. Why do you do that?
For no reason.
I was watching. I saw a man talk to you as you left the shop.
He was a policeman. They're watching for two communist agents, a blonde woman and a tall, blonde young man.
Go on.
It's nothing.
What do you think?
Perhaps you'd better take me home now.
Alexis was right. You do use your brains. You're suspicious of something. Tell me what.
Oh, well, it's foolish, but... Well, your sister is blonde. You're tall and young.
With dark hair.
But your eyebrows and complexion... Your hair could be...
A wig, perhaps? All right, so it is. What? You're suspicious, and it would do no good to try to keep the truth from you.
You're one of the spies they want. You used me to get that book for you. It must mean something. Well, I'm not going to let you get away with it.
Quiet, you'll do nothing. I have a gun in my pocket, and I can drive like this with one hand. Now you'll have to come with me. You've served your purpose. We'll decide what to do with you when we reach our destination.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Say, fellas and girls, once Thanksgiving Day rolls around, we're into the holiday season. The season I'm sure you like best of all, because it brings so much fun and excitement. And at happy holiday gatherings with your relatives and friends, delicious sparkling Orange Crush fits in naturally. Because naturally, it tastes better than any other orange drink. It's that natural fresh fruit flavor that makes the big difference. Orange Crush is flavored with the pure natural juice of fresh tree-ripened Valencia oranges. So naturally, it tastes better. And it makes the good things you eat with it taste better, too. Tell Mom to stock up on Orange Crush for the happy occasions ahead. It'll go so well with the party menu she's probably planning now. And for hurry-up snacks when friends drop in, delicious Orange Crush is just the thing. It's simply great with holiday cookies, with fruitcake and nut breads, too. It's the world's favorite orange drink. And when you serve it to your friends, they'll appreciate your giving them the best. So be sure there's plenty of Orange Crush on hand for the holiday season. You can get it at your dealers in 6-bottle handy packs. And always ask for Orange Crush by name. Don't say orange, say Orange Crush. Because there's no other drink so good. No other orange drink in the world has that natural, fresh fruit flavor. That's OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Naturally, it tastes better. Now, back to the Green Hornet. Later that night, Britt Reed sat in the living room of his apartment talking to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and one of the few persons who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
Mr. Case had a very narrow escape yesterday.
Well, that's right. It's good car swerve in time.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Reed's apartment.
This is Axford, Cato. Let me speak to Reed.
Oh, yes, Mr. Axford. For you, Mr. Brett.
Hello, Axford.
Reed, I thought you might like to know I phoned in a scoop on a murder a while ago.
Murder, huh? Who's the victim?
A fella named Sarney. Ever hear of him?
No, not that I remember.
By the way, Casey must be feeling okay now. Cassidy met her coming out of a bookshop on North Street tonight. He thought at first she was a spy. Can you beat that?
Well, why should he think that?
Well, 'twas this way, Reed. Cassidy's helping watch that book joint, hoping to catch a couple of commie spies, a man and a woman. For a minute, he thought Cassie was one of them. The womanized, that is.
Oh, I understand now. But about that murder, Axford, have they any idea who did it?
Nope, but whoever did it waited in an alley for some time before the victim showed up.
How do they know that?
Well, there were a lot of cigarette stuff with the filter ends torn apart lying around the ground. The killer must have been nervous and smoked a lot while he waited.
Hold on, Axford. You mean he smoked filter-tipped cigarettes and then opened the filter and unrolled the small strips of crepe paper inside the filters?
Yeah, that's right. Why?
Never mind. Keep on that case, Axford, and get all the details.
Okay, Reed. So long.
Goodbye. Cato, we're taking the Black Beauty.
Something wrong, Mr. Britt?
Plenty. If Miss Case isn't in trouble right now, she soon will be. I think she has a date right now with a killer and a spy. Get the masks and gas gun.
A few moments later, stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, the streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed, as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
We are on North Street now, Mr. Britt. A bookshop in next block.
We'll slow down and put out the lights.
Oh, look, two men walking cross street toward bookshop.
Yeah, Cassidy the cop with someone else. They must have decided to pick up the book dealer.
Maybe they get dealer to tell where to find spies. Then there's no need for Green Hornet.
Stop here. By the time they get that dealer to talk, the commie agents will have skipped out. They'll learn he was picked up, don't worry.
What you do?
I believe Miss Case is in great danger, and we must find that spy she's with. That dealer is our best bet.
Not too late now.
No, it isn't. I'll walk down toward the shop. You drive the Black Beauty slowly down this side of the street.
You try to take him from police?
Yes. I'll surprise them when they come out. There's squad cars down the street. You have the door of this car open and be right there at the curb when I need you for a quick getaway.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. But if they follow in squad cars...
I want them to, Cato. Also, they'll put out a call for reinforcements. I hope to be able to lead them to the killer's hideout in time for them to catch the spies they're after. Be careful, Cato. We must get that book dealer.
A few moments later, the two policemen came from the bookshop with the dealer.
Move along, you. The car's down the street.
But you have no right. I've done nothing.
You'll have your chance to talk at headquarters. Leo. Hey, that car creeping along at the curb.
Reach, both of you. Don't turn around. You book dealer, get into that car at the curb, quick.
Yes, of course.
Don't move, coppers, or I'll shoot.
You won't get away with this.
I have gotten away with it. I'm backing toward the car. Don't make a move, or I'll let you have it. Step on it.
Hey, it's the Green Hornet! He's getting away!
So you're the Green Hornet. Yes, now I see you're masked.
What of it?
I'm thankful you came in time. I didn't know Paul Galva had you working for him.
There's a lot you don't know, mister.
Where are you taking me?
I could take you to my hideout, but I think it's better to take you directly to Paul Galva's place.
Yes, that's better.
I've never been to his place. We held our meetings elsewhere. You'll have to direct us there.
How do I know this isn't a trick?
Don't be a sap. Do you think I'm working for the cops?
No. No, that couldn't be. They're after you. Stop someplace and I'll phone Paul and we're on the way.
There's no time for that. If you don't want my help, we'll take you back and dump you out where the cops will find you.
No, don't do that. I'll take you to Paul's apartment. Continue straight ahead.
In the hideout apartment, Lenore Case played for time, hoping that in some way she could get away or get help.
Paul, in spite of knowing what I do, well, maybe it really doesn't make any difference.
Oh, what kind of talk is that she's giving you? She's in our way.
Quiet, Alexis. You would have helped to us, Miss Case.
I still don't see how that book helped. I'm curious.
You women are curious even when you're in danger.
But, Paul, I don't feel a bit that I'm in danger when I'm with you. Of course, I know you're an agent, but maybe I could even forget that.
Hey, what goes on here? Evidently there's more between you two than I thought. Paul Galva, the man who kills Sarney 1 minute, then takes you to dinner the next, falls now for a smooth-talking blonde who could have him sent to the chair. Now I know why he delayed getting rid of you, you
Stop,
brazen...
Alexis, stop it.
Paul, did you really kill someone?
Sometimes such a thing is necessary in our work.
Go ahead, you fool. Tell her everything.
No need to be jealous, Alexis. Miss Case, since you're curious, I'll show you about the book. See here. See? As in most books, this first page is blank. But by chemical treatment, certain important plans will be brought out in great detail.
That's very clever, Paul. Let me see it closer.
Here. But be careful. Don't spot that page.
Paul, you're a fool.
You're very clever, Paul.
Leave that. Stop her. She's ruining the plan.
You're darn right I am.
Stop that. Stop it.
Oh, stop her. Just give me that.
Oh, playful, huh?
Oh, I'll rip that hair out by the roots.
Stop this. Stop it. There.
Let me at her.
I wish he would.
Alexis, go sit down. I'll handle this. Well, Miss Case, you were putting on an act, huh?
Why not? We in America hate your kind.
Alexis, use my handkerchief to tie her hands behind her back. Hurry.
It's time you came to your senses. I'll tie her all right.
Let me go. Oh, that's too tight.
Stand still. Now gag her with your scarf, Alexis.
Of course, she talks too much.
Get away. Help! Help!
Take her into your room and lock her in the closet, Alexis. I'll try to piece together the page she has torn.
A few moments later, Alexis returned to the living room.
She's locked in the closet, Paul. Later you must get rid of her.
That's the signal. It must be Lucas. I hope he wasn't followed.
Quick, let us in.
Who's with you?
You'll know him. Close the door.
What? Why did you bring this masked man here?
But I thought you knew him. He's the Green Hornet.
Green Hornet? And he holds a gun. Lucas, what does this mean?
He saved me from the police. I thought you sent him.
I've heard of him. The police want him. He's a criminal. One of the greatest.
I'm in the right company.
He does anything for money. Paul, use him to get rid of the girl. Pay him well, and we'll have no further worry. You will do a job for us, won't you?
For a price? But hurry, I haven't much time.
Here's my wallet. It contains several $1,000s. They're yours if you get rid of a certain person for us.
Give me the dough.
There.
Good. Now, where's the one you mentioned?
In the closet in the other room. Get rid of her. She is dangerous to us, and she will be to you, too, if she lives to tell you we're here. She tried to destroy certain plans. Look there. She tore them to pieces.
I'll take those pieces of paper. I can use them.
All right, stop. You can't take those.
Paul, he's tricked us. Shoot him.
Take it, Commie.
Gas.
You fooled me into getting you here. If I had a gun, I'd shut up you.
Stay away from me. I'm a woman. You can't hit a
You're a
woman.
dirty commie spy along with the others. Here's something for you, Blondie.
No!
Now to reach Miss Case. I'll take away the gag. There.
Oh, am I glad to see you. Are they...
They're all out cold. I'll untie you now. There. They paid me to get rid of you. Here's the cash. Send it to a charity.
They had a plan.
Here are the torn pieces. Give them to the police when they get here.
Open up! Get the law!
Oh, they're here now. How did you find out about all this?
Torn filters from filtered cigarettes, Miss Case. So long. I'm leaving.
Help! Help!
Hey, it's Casey. And look at all them people lying
Oh,
around.
Michael. Michael, you got here just in time. Those are spies, and they paid the Green Hornet to take me away and kill me. He heard you all at the door, and he left through the window in there and went down the fire escape.
All right, fine.
Quickly and briefly, Miss Case explained all that had happened. Then Axford said,
Glory be. And to think that Green Hornet actually had you in his clutches, Casey.
Sure, you must have been scared to death.
Well, it's difficult to say just how I felt at the moment.
But wait till Reed hears about this. His eyes will pop when we tell him Casey and I were in on catching spies, and how we helped get the plans, showing how the commies expected to sabotage certain utilities in 5 big cities. What's more, Reed will sure be surprised to hear we scared off that spalpeen, the Green Hornet. Sentinel X-ray paper, commie spy ring broken, secretary saved from Green Hornet. Read all about it. Sentinel X-ray paper!
That's the Green Hornet story for today. Another exciting story brought to you by the most refreshing drink in the world. The drink that's actually good for you because it's made with real oranges. The one and only Orange Crush. It sparkles, it tingles. It makes you feel fresh again. Always keep several bottles in your refrigerator. And always remember, the handy way to do that is to get the handy pack. 6 bottles of Orange Crush in a handy carrying case. This program is a feature of the Green Hornet Incorporated. Created by George W. Trendle, produced by Trendle Campbell Muir Incorporated, directed by Charles D. Livingston, and edited by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. The Green Hornet is brought to you every Wednesday and Friday at the same time by the most refreshing drink in the world, Orange Crush. That's the drink you like best of all. Try it. Next time, ask for Orange Crush. But remember, don't say orange. Say Orange Crush. OrangeCrush. Orange Crush. Next Friday, listen to the Green Hornet again in the exciting story of danger entitled Shipment for Korea. And now till Friday, this is Fred Foy saying so long from Orange Crush. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
straight. 'Cause you really want that 128. Commodore's new 128. You'll use it for your homework. You'll use it to get dates. For English, math, and science class. And it's fun to hack around. Tell your folks you need a higher intelligence at a lower price. Commodore's new 128.
Businesses come in all shapes, all sizes, each with its own very different insurance needs. An insurance plan that fits one business might be the wrong fit for another. So if you're running a business, whatever its size, let Nationwide give you a second opinion on your insurance. Business insurance, part of Nationwide's blanket protection.
Nationwide is on your side.
If you're missing something in your treatment of sinus or sinus cold, take Maximum Strength Sinutab with maximum decongestant to let you breathe again. Maximum antihistamine to dry up runny nose, watery eyes. Maximum non-aspirin pain reliever for throbbing headache. You can't buy a stronger, more complete sinus remedy. Also, Sinutab 2 No Drowsiness formula for relief of sinus headache and congestion without drowsiness.
It has been proven that the more aerodynamically styled a vehicle is, the easier it slices through the air. And now, Ford brings you the age of Aerostar. Aerostar, the most aerodynamic design in its class. Aerostar. It's easy to get in, easy to drive, easy to stretch out in, easy to handle, easy to park. Aerostar. It just makes life a little easier. Aerostar. Ford Aerostar.
My travels around the world, I found no two countries alike, no two governments alike. There's a lot for governments to disagree on. But 31 governments have found at least one thing they can agree on: the power of Sperry computer systems to make government manageable. Now, if 31 countries can agree on that, who knows what else?
Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. From the days of the covered wagon to the coming of the railroad, the history of the western United States is a history of progress. And no man did more to bring civilization to the frontier than the masked rider of the plains. It was his courageous fight for law and order against overwhelming odds that made possible the development of the great new country. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Millvale! Someone's waiting on the trail ahead! Oh, Silver! Away!
Jack Fisher, just 24, and for the past 3 months, sole owner of the short line Goldville, Shawnee, and Western Railroad, got to his feet as his sweetheart, Alice Blanchard, prepared to leave his office and...
This hasn't been much of a visit.
I have to go, Jack. I have so many things to do, I don't know where to begin. I just stopped in to see how you were getting along.
Well, I guess you've seen.
Jack, listen.
Well?
Do you know what's wrong with you?
I'd say everything. After all the fool mistakes I've made so far.
No, Jack, there's just one thing wrong.
That all?
You've got no confidence in yourself. My heavens, Jack, if your mistakes don't mean anything.
They've cost me money.
But that doesn't count as long as you don't lose more. Really, it doesn't. It's just experience. How many men do you think there are who could take over the management of a business without training, as you have, and do any better? Why, not 1 in 1,000. All you've got to do, Jack, is to tell yourself you can't be beaten. And you won't be. Please try. I want so much to be proud of you.
No, I haven't given up yet.
And you won't either, I'm sure of it. Oh, my gracious, 2 o'clock. I have to run.
Wait,
Oh, Jack, I can't. I'll see you tonight. Bye.
Goodbye. Maintenance costs. How in the dickens can anybody expect me to... Oh, hello.
Afternoon. Don't get up.
I wasn't. I don't think I heard you knock either.
No? Well, I can explain that. I didn't.
That's what I thought.
On your dignity, huh? Looks as if owning a jerkwater railroad's kind of going to your head.
When you're at your office, do you let people walk in on you whenever they please?
When I'm at... Oh, recognize me, huh?
You're Blake Atwood.
Right.
What do you want here?
What?
I don't imagine you came all the way from Milford just to amuse yourself.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you, Fisher. I've been meaning to call on you ever since your pa died and left you this line of yours 3 months ago. Thought maybe I'd better warn you off.
Warn me off?
I've got a wagon outfit that carries freight between here and Milford. I guess you know that.
I do.
That sort of puts us in the same line of business. We've just got different ways of handling it, that's all. I use horses and wagons, you have engines and rails.
So?
I was going to warn you not to build track to Milford. I don't like competition. But I see it won't be needed.
What do you mean?
I've had a look at you.
Huh?
From what I can see, a sprout as green as you couldn't compete with a town half-wit.
Why, you...
Sit down, sit down. Fisher, if you wanted to fight, I could handle you with one hand. But shucks, what have we got to quarrel about? We're not going to get in each other's way. Anyhow, I reckon you won't get in mine. That would take some nerve.
You think I haven't any?
Oh, now don't get mad. I guess you've got enough gumption for things like feeding yourself and going to bed nights without your ma being there to tuck you in, things like that. But you sure wouldn't try anything that'd take a man to put across, would you?
No? Well, Blake, if you finish, you listen to me.
Yeah?
Maybe this railroad's going to do some things that'll surprise you.
Now, Fisher, don't try to bluff me. I've played too much poker.
All right, listen to this. 2 weeks ago, I signed contracts with 8 of your best customers in Milford. They came here and told us what they thought of the service you were giving them. They asked us to build a branch to Milford. And those contracts specify that if that branch is completed within 6 months, every pound of freight they ship will be routed over this line.
That's so?
Now, what do you think of my nerve?
Well, good day.
Just 1 second. You haven't answered my question.
Well, maybe your nerve's all right, Fisher. But I sure can't say as much for your head. You crazy fool. You've told me just what I wanted to know.
Hey! Blake, come back here. You needn't think that...
Howdy, Jack.
Oh, hello, Spooner. Come on in.
Jack, I just seen Blake Atwood going out of here. You tell him we plan to build a Milford?
Well, that is, he said...
And you did.
He got me so mad I had to.
Don't you know when we signed them contracts with those fellas at Milford, there was penalties fixed to them?
Yeah, but...
They know what Atwood will do when he finds out what they done. He'll make them pay plenty to haul their freight. If we ain't built the line to Milford in 6 months, he can make it so tough for him, they'll just about have to go out of business. That's the reason we agreed to pay him cash if we weren't ready when we figured.
Well, we're going to build, aren't we?
We haven't had the chance to buy our right-of-way yet.
Then let's get at it.
After what you've let out to Atwood, that land's going to go sky high.
But if we...
Lem Dawson owns the land we have to have. You wait and see. This is going to cost us thousands over what it should have. We can't afford it.
All right, then if we can't, we won't build.
And pay the penalties on them contracts instead? Son, that wouldn't cost us much less. We'd have nothing to show for it. Nope, they've got us both coming and going.
I'm sorry, Fred. Well, he got me so mad I just didn't take time to think.
That's what he schemed for. He must have come here suspicion we was planning something.
Just another one of my fool mistakes.
Well, Jack, I won't say it ain't. But it's your cash you're spending. All I know is, in all the time I was superintendent of this line under your paw, he never made one mistake that was even half so bad.
Climb aboard, boss. I'm all set to go if you are. Whip up those horses. Get back to Milford just as fast as you can. Right, boss. Get up there. Get up. Get up. Get along with you. Get to see young Fisher, boss? I saw him. Find out anything? He talked. Yeah? Got him so mad he didn't know what he was saying. He figures to build. What are you going to do about it? Talk to Lem Dawson before he does. Yeah? Get up there. Get up. I thought you and Lem didn't get along. You ain't aiming to try and buy his land before the railroad does, are you? He wouldn't sell. Not to me, anyhow. Then what's good seeing him going to do? He'll sell to Fisher. But I don't know. Only when he knows why Fisher wants his land, he'll hold out for plenty. Uh-huh. I happen to know Fisher hasn't any too much reserve capital. When he's bought the land, he'll have just enough money left to build the branch. If he should run into trouble laying track, if it cost him more than he expects it to... he'll go bust, huh? And I think he'll be willing to listen to a reasonable offer. Huh? You'd buy his company? At my price. Boss, what in the land of Goshen did you do with the railroad? Sell it. I don't savvy. I think the Kansas Pacific would just as soon pick it up as a feeder line if they could buy it reasonably. And how'd you profit? I'd keep the land Dawson won't sell to me, but will sell to Fisher. So that's your scheme. Get up, you critters. Get up. I'm interested in just one thing, keeping out competition. There's just one approach to Milford that a railroad could use. That's over the land Dawson now owns. He won't sell it to me, so I'll go after it my own way. And once it's mine, there'll be no railroad, Fisher's, or any other building to Milford till I'm ready. I'm not an easy fellow to beat, Leif. And I guess young Fisher won't be long finding it out. Get up. Get up, you critters. Get up. Get
Several days later, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion Tonto were riding along the edge of a swamp on Lem Dawson's property, halfway between Milford and Goldville. Suddenly, the masked man reined his horse to a stop.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, feller. What matter?
Here, Tonto. Follow me. Come on, boy.
Get him up, Scout.
Oh, boy. Oh. Come here. Watch it, Tonto. Careful of the swamp.
Watch out. What you see?
Take a look at this swamp water. Here. Now look.
It looked funny.
Tonto, remember that old fellow we helped when he lost almost all his herd to rustlers some years ago? The old fellow living in the ranch this side of Milford?
Him named Dawson.
Right. And all this range belongs to him.
What you mean?
He's a rich man, Kemosabe. Richer than he probably knows.
Why that?
That's oil floating there. Come on. Back to the horses.
You tell him?
Just as quickly as we can. Yep. Ready? Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Hurry, old fellow. Hurry, boy. the Lone Ranger and Tonto raced across country, old Lem Dawson and his wife stood in the doorway of their ranch house, saying goodbye to young Jack Fisher.
Well, young fella, you needn't feel put out 'cause I held you up the way I did. Reckon you'd have done the same to me if it had been the other way around.
Well, perhaps you're right, Lem. There's no hard feelings.
Now Lem and me can buy a house in town and take it easy for the rest of our lives, just like we've been wanting to do.
I'm glad you can.
Fisher?
Yeah?
Let me give you a word of advice before you leave, will you?
Why, sure.
Watch out for Blake Atwood.
Huh?
I told you, you know, it was through him I found out why you had to have my land. Well, he's not going to just sit by and leave you to build your line in here without doing his best to stop you. And he ain't one to do his fighting fair and square, neither. I won't say no more. That ought to be enough.
Thank you. I'll remember that. Well, I have to be going.
Well, bye.
Bye.
Good day. Good day, ma'am. Get up there, boy. Get up.
Oh, Lem, just think of all that money he gave us.
Turned a right good deal, didn't I? Well, that's the end of our worrying days. Who's that?
Lem, look.
Say, ain't that...
It's the Lone Ranger and Tonto.
Well, by gosh. Hi there. Hi.
Hello there.
Rein up.
Oh, hold there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, let's go. Hold there.
My lands, what brought you folks here?
Hello, Mrs. Dawson.
Hello.
Lem.
Yeah?
Tonto and I were riding near that swamp at the west edge of your range and discovered something we thought you should know.
What you mean is, friend, you found something on what used to be my land.
What's that?
See that fella riding way off there?
I do.
That's young Jack Fisher. Owns a railroad over to Goldville since his pa died. Now he's figuring on building a branch to Milford.
You mean that you...
He just bought me out before you came.
But we find...
Wait, Tonto.
But what was it you found, did you say?
Never mind, Lem. That's news that'll have to wait. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few minutes. Now to continue our story. When they had left Dawson and his wife and had made camp not far away, the Lone Ranger explained to Tonto why he had said nothing about their discovery of oil. It wasn't because I feared Lem would be disappointed after having sold his land to Jack Fisher, Tonto. Lem and his wife are getting on in years. The money they received is more than ample to care for them the rest of their lives. And they have no close kin to inherit anything that may be left. And Lem isn't like some men we've known who desire money for its own sake, regardless of whether they can use it wisely or not. But on the other hand, if Jack learned that the land he had purchased was worth a fortune for the oil it contains, he might drop his other plans. His motive for building would be gone. He'd have a fortune without lifting a hand.
You want him built?
Right. It would mean prosperity and progress. So, for the present, we keep what we've discovered a secret between us.
Oh, Tonto not talk.
Good. Neither shall I.
And what do now?
You heard Lem mention Blake Atwood.
Uh-huh.
Atwood will fight Jack. He'll do everything in his power to hold back progress, block the railroad, in order to keep his present stranglehold on the freighting business of the district.
Not right.
Well, we're going to stay on hand and see that he doesn't succeed. Several weeks went by. And then one afternoon, a horseman raced into Milford, drew his horse to a sliding stop before Blake Atwood's office, threw himself from the saddle, and ran to the door.
Mr. Atwood.
You late. Well, what's happened?
Fisher started to build.
You sure?
He's been getting supplies together at Goldville for the past 2 weeks. He's already had the route surveyed. Now he's hiring crews. They start laying track tomorrow.
And Fisher's got the capital to go through with it, eh?
I asked around like you told me to. He can just make it, and that's all.
Fine.
Well, what are you going to do?
Stop him.
How?
Bribe his men. Scare those that won't be bribed. Tear up his track as fast as it's laid. Do? I'll stop that fellow if it costs me every penny I have to my name. In the weeks that followed, Atwood made good his threat. The difficulties encountered by the Gold Bell, Shawnee, and Western became the talk of the territory. Its crews deserted almost as rapidly as they were hired. Gangs of roughnecks, everyone knew to be in the pay of Atwood, scared those who would not quit voluntarily. Miles of track were laid, only to be torn up soon after. And Jack Fisher was in the depths of despair.
This can't go on, I tell you. Fred, you know as well as I do what it's costing us. I borrowed every cent my credit's good for. No one's going to loan me another dollar. And track hasn't been laid even halfway to Milford yet.
Giving up, Jack?
I don't know what to do.
Jack, you have to go on. You must. Why, if you quit now, you'll lose everything.
I know it.
I feel like you do, Miss Blanchard. I want Jack to keep fighting. Maybe it's partly because if he don't, I'll be out of a job. But just the same, there's no denying we're up against a tough situation.
There must be something you can do. Those gangs, can't your men fight, too?
There's just the rub. Sure, they could fight. They could find the fellas to fight with.
But,
Excuse me, miss. Let me make it plain. You see, them gangs know where to find our men any time they want. Naturally, our crews have to stick to their business of laying steel. But that doesn't hold for Atwood's roughnecks. They can choose their time to fight. And it's always when they got us outnumbered. They can cut and run whenever they want. They can hide wherever they want. To say we should fight back is just like telling us to beat up on fellas you can't get your hands on. It's a heap easier said than done.
Yes, I suppose, but even so.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Expecting someone?
No. Come in.
Hello.
Atwood.
Well, Fisher, this time, you see, I did knock before coming.
You've got your nerve showing up here, Atwood.
That right?
You dirty...
Careful. Don't start accusing anybody of anything you can't prove.
What do you want here?
A talk with you. You'll send these people out.
They stay here.
Jack, we can...
No. Anything Atwood has to say to me can be said in front of you and Fred, or it can't be said at all. Well, Atwood?
Well, if that's the way you want it, doesn't make any real difference to me.
I'm waiting.
I'm here to make you an offer.
Huh?
From what I've seen and heard, you haven't been having much luck with this branch line you're trying to build. In fact, I've heard you may not be able to complete it. Now, if you care to sell, your entire line, I mean, with all its assets, I'll buy.
Atwood? Fisher wouldn't sell his line to you if you offered him a
Wait, Fred. Atwood, how much are you offering?
$200,000. One half down, the remainder over a period of 2 years.
What? What kind of an offer do you call that? Ain't half what the line's worth.
In this case, it isn't what it's worth, it's what you can get.
You can't
Don't forget the way things are going. Fisher won't have anything to sell for much longer. It'll belong to his creditors. I'm offering enough to let him pay his obligations and give him a decent amount over that for himself.
And you can take your offer and...
Fred, don't forget I'm the one to decide this.
Huh? You mean to say you'd even consider it?
Maybe I'd better.
You must be out of your head.
Well, hasn't he told the truth? Isn't it a fact that we can't go on the way we've been?
You can keep on fighting.
And end up broke.
That wouldn't have scared your paw.
He understood this business. He started the Gold Bill, Shawnee, and Western. He built it up. Why should I be expected to manage it as well as he did?
And you'll sell?
No, you can't.
But, Alice...
If you sell, I'm breaking our engagement. I want a man for a husband, not a coward.
It's not being a coward, just trying to save what you can.
I think it is.
But can't you see my side of it? Can't you see if I sell, it's just because I think it's best for us both?
No.
Well, Fisher, what do you say?
Well, you'll have to give me some time to make up my mind.
Can't give you much. Wait too long and I won't be interested. Then you'll go bust and save nothing.
Give me until tomorrow.
Tomorrow, huh? Well, I can do that, I guess. I'll stay in town tonight. Drop in about this time tomorrow. And you'd better have your mind made up.
Jack, you're not really going to sell, are you?
I don't know whether I am or not.
Well, Fisher, you can do what you please about this. But if you take up Atwood's offer, I won't call it selling. I'll call it quitting.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, Tonto.
What matter?
Call, Scout.
Yes, Scout.
It looks as though Jack may quit after all. I let the fight go this far because I thought it best for Jack if he could win it by himself. Now we've got to interfere.
Tell Jack about oil?
No, we're calling on Lem Dawson. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, old fellow. Come on.
Well, doggone. That what you started to tell me the other day when you changed your mind?
It is, Lem. But you'd already sold your land, so it couldn't help you to know about the oil. And I had reasons of my own for not wanting Jack Fisher to learn about it yet.
That's a funny thing. You know, a feller from the east once told me there might be oil on my land somewheres, but I never gave it much thought.
You can take my word for it, there is.
No, I ain't doubting it. And like you figured, I ain't so sorry I missed out on it. After all, me and my wife have got all the cash we'll ever need and some over.
But will you do as I have asked you?
Sure I will. You helped me once, didn't you? All I'd like to know is why you think it ought to be done this way, instead of going straight to Jack and telling him what he's got.
Because what Jack needs, more than money even, is confidence in himself.
I see. Of course, he'll know he didn't suspicion there was oil on the land.
Maybe and maybe not. It's human nature to tell yourself that when you're lucky, it's due to your shrewdness.
Yeah, that's so.
And even if he doesn't give himself credit for shrewdness, it'll help him a lot to know that other people do.
Sure. Well, I'll be there.
Good.
And you and Tonto?
We'll be there, too. Adios.
So long.
Back to camp, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. The following day, accompanied by his lawyer, Blake Atwood went to Jack's office. He was confident that the young man's opposition was broken and that the deal was as good as closed.
It shouldn't take much of your time, Sawyer. I've made him a flat offer. Appraisal of the property won't be necessary.
You seem mighty confident that he's going to sell Atwood.
Yeah, I am. Ain't no one here. Come along. That's Fisher's office there.
He's expecting you?
Sure.
Come in.
Oh, Fisher.
Yeah?
Say, what have you brought Sawyer along for?
Well, naturally, I want a witness of my own to this deal.
Yeah.
Jack hasn't said he'd sell yet.
Sure, I know he hasn't, but he's going to. Isn't that right, Fisher?
Why can't you give him more time to decide?
Why should I? He knows he can't go on. He might just as well get out from under now as later.
Could have beat you if you hadn't tricked him.
Tricked him?
Is it just between us, Alex?
I don't care. That isn't going to stop me from telling him what I think of what he did.
Yeah? What did I do?
You tricked Jack into telling you he planned to build this branch line. You fixed it so that he had to pay 5 times as much for that land as he would have had to do otherwise. If you hadn't made him spend that money, he'd have had plenty to fight you with.
That's neither here nor there. The fact remains that Jack's beat and he knows he's beat. You should know it. I said I'd give you until today to make up your mind. Have you?
I have.
No, Jack, no.
You'll pay me half down?
Sure.
And the rest...
So there you are, you rotten crook.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, if I was just 10 years younger, I'd pick you up and break you in two.
Leave Jack alone.
Well, what in thunder's the matter, Mr. Dawson?
What's the matter? Why, doggone you, all the time you was pretending to want my land just for your railroad. You knew there was oil there.
Oil? What's that?
Hey, you cheated me out of a fortune. You even used Atwood here to do it, making him believe all you was after was a right-of-way.
Listen, Mr. Dawson.
I ain't listening. You're listening to me. Figure you're pretty slick, don't you? You tell Atwood you're going to build. Atwood tells me. When you come around to buy, I make you pay what I think the land is worth to you for your doggone railroad. But you knew there was oil there, and you was plenty glad to pay me a little extra, so I'd grab it up without suspicion and nothing else.
Jack, how wonderful. Why didn't you tell us?
But I...
I'll be switched. Your pa'll be plenty proud to hear this deal. And it was Atwood himself helped you put it across.
Listen,
But it ain't legal, I tell you. I'm going to have that land back. Sawyer, I'm putting it up to you. Is it right for him to cheat me that way?
Well, Lem, I'm afraid it is. It wasn't up to him to explain why he wanted your land, and you can't claim fraud. If he said it was because he wanted it for a right-of-way, you have to admit he's using it for exactly that purpose.
Lem.
Yeah?
Remember when I bought from you and you said you hoped there'd be no hard feelings because you'd ask me more than you thought the land was worth then? Remember saying it was just business?
Yeah, sure.
Then that should work both ways.
Just the same,
However, if you really feel it was sharp practice, tell me what you think I owe, and if it's fair, maybe we can get together.
Well, if you put it like that, maybe you're right. Just forget about it.
But
Hold on a second.
Huh?
You can't make a fool out of me like this. You heard what Lem said, that you used me to trick him.
What of it?
I won't stand for it. I'll be ruined if your line goes through. You let me spend money to fight you all this time. knowing that you could get enough from that oil whenever you need it to bust me.
So you admit you've been fighting a railroad?
I'll show you.
No, you don't, Atwood.
A masked man.
You got just what you were asking for. Outside with you. Keep going.
Who's that masked man? Where'd he come from?
What's it matter? He sure hustled Atwood out of here in a hurry.
Jack, I'm so proud of you.
Jack, I'll tell you what I like about this deal most of all.
Huh?
You didn't only prove you could be mighty slick yourself when you wanted to, but you showed you could keep still about it afterward. You didn't even tell us what you had up your sleeve.
Maybe you folks are giving me credit for more than I deserve.
Won't even brag about it, huh?
But here's a promise. If anybody quits the next time I've got a fight on my hands, you can bet your bottom dollar it won't be me.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Now there is a new route to college. The new GI Bill plus the new Army College Fund. If you qualify, you can earn over $25,000 for college while you learn things no one can put a price on. The new GI Bill plus the new Army College Fund.
Be all that you can be.
Together, they can put you on the road to college.
Find your future in the Army.
Introducing McDonald's new lettuce and tomato hamburger, the McDLT. You get a hot side hot. You get a cool side cool. New McDLT. Keeps the hot, keeps the cool.
His own brains when he tries it this time.
New McDLT could be the best tasting lettuce and tomato hamburger ever.
It's a good time for the great taste of McDonald's.
New McDLT.
I want to thank you for your response to our messages on American Television and You. I've received letters, comments, and questions as I've traveled around the country. And based on your questions, I'd like to focus on one major aspect of television in the United States, network television. We'll talk about what a network is, how it works, how it relates to local stations, and most importantly, to you. I hope you'll watch for these messages.
Don't drink and drive. A public service message from ABC.
The Strategic Guide to the Summit continues. An unprecedented series of special assignments from the people of ABC News. Tomorrow, John McCarthy examines Star Wars weapons and why they have driven the Soviets to the bargaining table. Follow the moves to the summit on ABC's World News Tonight with Peter James.
Santa Cruz Lumber Company, the area's largest stocking dealer of quality roofing, has the right product for your home or commercial building. Like Owens Corning, fiberglass shingles, John Manville, Woodlands, hand-split cedar shingles and shakes, rolled roofing, rolled felt, roof coating. Santa Cruz Lumber Company has it all. Free rooftop delivery and qualified professionals to answer all your roofing questions.
Santa Cruz Lumber will help you build that dream.
Owens Corning, fiberglass shingles, now just $6.99 a bundle.
You always hurt the one you love.
People have a love-hate relationship with their cars. They love them, but they don't always treat them right. Yet amazingly, over 90% of all Subarus registered since 1974 are still on the road. Now imagine how much longer they would last if people didn't love them so much.
Hurry and see your Santa Cruz, Monterey, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara Subaru dealers today.
Where do your feet hurt? Do you have pain in your heel? Perhaps painful arches. What about painful bunions? Or even warts, calluses, or ingrown toenails? Well, your feet don't have to hurt. At the Foot Doctors, we offer you a free consultation and explain how modern technology like lasers, computers, and experienced professionals can help your feet. For a free consultation, call 800-232-FEET. Remember, your feet don't have to hurt.
You're a guaranteed winner at Fremont Ford, where you'll win with up to $3,000 guaranteed trade-in for your old car or truck when you buy or lease any new Fremont Ford pickup, van, or Bronco in stock. And win with brand new Rangers, only $129 a month. Win with 8.8% financing. Plus, win with 100 free lottery tickets with any new purchase or lease. Yes, win with the winner. California's largest volume Ford truck dealer. Win at Fremont Ford.
Introducing the only two-wheel drive pickup tough enough to be called Jeep. New Jeep Comanche, the two-wheel drive mid-sized pickup that has it all. Of course, it's also available in four-wheel drive. Two-wheel drive or four-wheel drive Jeep Comanche. Now both available with 8.8% financing. New Jeep Comanche. It's worth a look.
Test drive a Comanche at your California Renault Jeep dealer today.
Chet, what's coming the mail at Box 13 next?
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Starred Times. If you want adventure plus a little payoff, register at the Morris Hotel as John Johnson. As soon as you've done that, take a seat in the lobby and wait to be paged. Don't ask any questions. Just follow instructions and you'll find $500. Don't ask any questions. Just follow instructions and you'll find $500 waiting for you. Don't ask any questions, the letter said. I didn't. Not at first. But there were plenty that needed answering before this was wrapped up.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Round Robin.
Good morning, Morris Hotel.
I'd like to make a reservation, please.
Certainly, double or single room.
Oh, just a minute. Mr. Holliday,
What, Susie?
do you want a double or single room at the Morris Hotel?
Oh, make it a single.
Okay. Hello?
Yes, madam.
That's a single room, please. It's for Mr. John Johnson, and he'll be in this afternoon before 2.
Thank you. We'll hold the reservation until that time.
Thank you. Goodbye. Well, that's that, Mr. Holliday.
Mm-hmm. What a phony name. John Johnson. Why not Smith or Brown or Jones?
You know, Mr. Holliday, it could just be that name is genuine.
5 will get you 10. The name is a phony.
Well, maybe. Anyway, there'll be a reservation for you. Oh, do you want me to wait here till you get back?
Susie, how many times have you said that? And how many times have you waited a long, long time?
Lots of times. Oh, Mr. Holliday, I only hope that someday the wait isn't forever.
That makes 2 of us. Okay, Susie, I'm off to the Morris Hotel, thinly disguised in name only as Mr. John Johnson. I registered at the Morris Hotel, signed the card as John Johnson, picked out a nice seat in the lobby and waited. 10 minutes went by, then 15.
And it was easily a half hour before I became aware that a name was being called by a bellhop.
Mr. John Johnson. Paging Mr. John Johnson. Mr. John Johnson, please.
Here you are, boy.
Mr. Johnson?
Yes. That's the name I registered under, son.
Thank you, sir. A message for you.
Oh, thank you. Here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Want me to wait for an answer, sir?
I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute. No, there's no answer.
Very good, sir. And thank you again, Mr. Johnson.
I was about to ask the boy who sent the message, but I figured that would be useless. What good would it do me? So I did what the note said, went to the 5th floor and knocked on the door of room 502.
Yes? Who is it?
John Johnson. It's Mr. Johnson.
I heard you the first time. Come in. You didn't waste any time, did you? Punctual to the second.
I always try to be prompt. It pays.
Yes, especially in your profession.
My profession?
What you want is on the dresser. Take it and get out before I change my mind.
On the dresser? This?
Yes. Well, aren't you going to open it?
Should I?
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
To tell you the truth, I'm not at all sure of anything at the moment. However, since we've apparently concluded our business, I may as well go.
Yes, please do. No. Wait. Don't go out that door.
Oh, the lady carries a Luger. Isn't that rather large for your handbag?
I'm not going to let you get away with it, no matter what the result.
Well, look, maybe we'd better get something straight.
I've just straightened things out in my own mind.
Oh, how nice. Now let's get around to my mind. What'll we do about it?
You're so sure of yourself, but I'm not going to let you do it. You wouldn't stop with the necklace. You'd hold me up again and again. Well, I'm not going to let you. I'm going to kill you.
Maybe you'd better listen first.
There's nothing you can say.
Lady, look, with a Luger muzzle putting a period right between my eyes, there's a lot I can say. I'd like to filibuster a little.
You're insane. How can you stand there and speak like that?
It's easy.
Now stay away.
Please, lower the gun just a little.
Don't come any closer. You filthy...
Don't go after it. Let it lie on the floor.
I should have killed you right away.
Please, sit down.
Get out.
Sit down. Now, here, take this package.
You're giving it back?
Yes, I'm giving it back.
Who are you?
Here, take a look at this letter. While you're reading it, I'll get out a few proofs of who I am. Driver's license, auto club card, a couple of letters.
I don't understand this.
Obviously you don't. Here, now take the gun. Still want to use it?
Who sent this letter to you?
Apparently someone who wanted me to collect this package from you. Someone who didn't want to pick it up himself or herself.
But why?
I don't know. Maybe we'll pick up an answer to that after you've explained a few things. For example, what's in the package?
A diamond necklace.
Yours?
My husband's. It was his mother's. He gave it to me for a wedding present.
Okay. Now, who are you?
Mrs. Therese Clemens. That doesn't mean anything to you, does it?
No. But go on with your explanation.
The necklace was blackmail payment. I have no money of my own.
Blackmail, huh? And you thought I was the black sheep in the case?
Yes, the last letter I received said I was to come here and wait, then deliver the necklace to a Mr. John Johnson.
And I was to wait until someone asked me for the package.
I don't understand why there are all of these elaborate precautions.
Do you have any idea who's blackmailing you?
Of course not.
And a little delicate subject. Why?
Does that matter?
No, I suppose not. It's your business.
Mr. Holliday, I have a 16-year-old daughter. I was willing to pay for her sake.
Oh? You were also willing to kill me for her sake?
I wouldn't have done it. I was trying to frighten you into letting me alone.
Mm-hmm. Look, Mrs. Clements, I've got an idea.
An idea? What do you mean?
No one knows what has happened in this room but you and me. Now, suppose I were to walk out of here with this package. The blackmailer would assume I had the necklace. He'd come after me, wouldn't he?
You'd do that?
Why not? I don't like blackmailers. They remind me of leeches and things that crawl.
Why would you do this for me?
Let's say it's the Luger.
The Luke?
Uh-huh. I also hate pearl-handled revolvers. This one is very businesslike.
What will you do?
Walk out of here and out of the hotel without waiting for further instructions from our mysterious letter writer. Oh, meanwhile, give me your address.
Yes, here. Here's my card.
Okay. Now we'll see who puts his dirty little neck into our trap. So I walked out of the Morris Hotel with a fake package tucked under my arm. I hurried away, jumped into a cab, and had the driver double back and forth through the streets while I kept looking back. Yes, there was someone following in another cab. And whoever it was thought I was trying the old trick of shaking a shadow. Well, that was fine with me because I was going to let him keep right on me. So I got out of my cab, ducked into a coffee shop, and sat at a table, waiting. Not for long, though. My boy got out of his cab and walked in. I waited until he passed my table and... Sorry. I guess I stuck my feet out too far. Did you hurt yourself?
No, not at all. It's okay. Forget it.
But I don't want to forget it. I'm fully covered by insurance. You might have to be treated for shock.
Look, mister, I said it was okay. Let's forget the whole thing.
Have some coffee with me.
No, thanks.
But I insist. Coffee's a good stimulant. You look a little pale. Maybe you're hurt worse than you think.
What are you, a wise guy?
No, you can think of something better than that. That crack went out with high-button shoes.
Let go of my arm.
Sit down.
I'll call the cops.
Please do. Right out the window, there's a large blue policeman. Tap on the window, get his attention.
Okay, you're a lunatic. I'll sit down.
Oh, good. Cream and sugar?
What's the idea?
I was going to ask you the same thing. This what you're looking for?
I don't know what you're talking about.
This package for Mrs. Clements.
You're nuts. I gotta go now.
No, I think I'll call a cop.
Okay, mister, call a cop. That one right outside.
You wouldn't mind?
Not at all. Here, take a look at these.
What are they?
Credentials. I'm a licensed operative for a private detective agency.
Are these on the level?
Why don't you check and find out?
I will.
Okay. Now, if you don't mind, I'll take off.
With me?
Why don't you get lost?
With you. Come on, lead me to your private detective agency. I'm a very curious man.
This way, Holliday. We'll see the boss.
What's his name?
Barrett. Mr. Barrett. In here. Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, Phil. Who's that?
The guy you wanted me to pick up at the Morris Hotel.
Well, why bring him here? All you had to do is pick up a package from him.
Maybe you better ask him all about it.
Okay, I'll take it from here.
That suits me. See you later.
You. Close the door and come in.
I assume you meant me.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me have the package.
First, did you write this letter to me?
Yeah, I did. Now you want your $500.
No, you keep it.
What?
I said you keep it. As payment for giving me an answer to something.
Like what?
Did you know what was going to be in this package?
Going to be.
This one is nice and empty.
What's the double cross for?
For blackmail.
What are you yammering about?
Aren't you the nice, innocent boy?
Cut it out. I was willing to pay you for a job.
And I want to know why you had me pick up the package instead of one of your own men.
Client's instructions. Confidential.
You mean your client requested you to have the package picked up by me?
Yeah.
Who's your client?
Sure. I'd tell you, just like that. Look, I didn't like the deal in the first place. But I was getting paid and I didn't ask questions.
Can you prove what you're saying?
To you?
Yes.
I don't have to.
Yeah, that's true. But you might have to prove it to the police.
Look, I've got a license to run this agency, and I run it straight. So far, I've had no trouble with the force.
So far? So far.
What's that crack for?
I don't believe you're telling the truth.
No? Yeah, take a look at these, and then say that again. Here. A letter telling me to get you to pick up the package at the Morris Hotel. Your ad cut out of the Star Times.
And you won't tell me who your client is?
No.
Not even if I told you that package is worth about $100,000?
Not even then.
Aren't you even curious?
I never get curious.
Not even about blackmail?
What?
Now you're going to tell me you didn't know your client was set up to squeeze a blackmail payment.
No, I didn't know.
Well, it's true. There was a diamond necklace. It was blackmail payment. Or it was to be.
Oh,
now you get hysterical. Is blackmail so funny?
No, it's not. But, brother, it's going to be.
What do you mean by that?
None of your business. Look, you got in this on a rain check. Well, the rain's over.
Meaning I'm out?
Exactly. I'll take it from here.
On what?
On what my client pays me. And something tells me the ante's going up.
Now back to Round Robin, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
This was getting to be a round robin, with me chasing the robin and getting nowhere. It was obvious that Barrett's client didn't want to come out in the open. Barrett told me he had never seen the client but worked through mailed instructions. Well, there was another way to go at this. See Mrs. Teresa Clements and try to find a lead from there. And if there was none, to bow out and let the police take over. So later that evening, I sat with Mrs. Clements in the library of her home.
No, I don't know who it is. I've no idea who's doing it, Mr. Holliday.
Look, why don't you go to the police?
I can't. For a few moments in the hotel, I've had a little courage.
We'll have some more. Don't you see, Mrs. Clements, a blackmailer never stops. Once he gets his hooks in, he keeps them in.
What will I do?
Go to the police, I told you.
And have the whole nasty thing come out? My daughter, my husband? I can't.
It's the only way. You'll have to risk it.
Mr. Holliday, I want to tell you something. I don't love my husband, but I do love my daughter. It's only for her sake.
All right, but you're making a mistake. And I don't want to be in a...
Shh. Wait.
Who's that?
Charles, my husband.
How will you explain me here?
I'll take care of it. Now, please don't say anything, please.
All right.
Therese, what are you doing?
We're in here, the library, Charles.
Therese, I want you to... Oh,
Charles, this is Mr. Holliday. Mr. Holliday, my husband, Charles.
how do you do?
My pleasure, Mr. Clements.
Am I intruding?
No, Mr. Holliday's an old friend.
Oh, of course. By the way, Therese, there was a letter for you on the table in the hallway. I brought it for you.
Thank you.
Here you are. Will you stay for dinner, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Clements. I dropped in for only a few minutes, just to say hello.
Well, if you'll excuse me. Glad to meet you, Holliday.
Thank you. I hope to see you again. Mrs. Clements, what's the matter?
Look, this letter, it's from...
The blackmailer.
Yes, my last chance, he says.
Mail the necklace to general delivery, box 18. Your last chance.
I've got to do it.
The envelope's postmarked 2:30 this afternoon. Sent special delivery.
What will I do?
Mail the necklace if you want to.
Is there anything left for me?
Okay, if that's the way you feel about it.
It has to be.
All right, Mrs. Clements. Goodbye. Things were beginning to get a little clearer, but there was still a lot of muddy water in the way, and quite a bit of it was being stirred up by Mr. Barrett. I called his office, found out he was in, and went over to see him.
What do you want now, Holliday?
Can't you guess, Barrett?
Look, I was just getting set to leave here when you called. I'm still set to leave, get it?
Yeah, I get it. You said you ran this agency straight, didn't you?
Yeah, why?
Why don't you keep running it that way?
What are you talking about?
I think you know.
You just think. Now, look. Your part in this business is finished, over. Why don't you back out and forget all about it?
I'm only trying to keep you honest, Barrett.
Meaning?
I'll give you one more chance to tell me who your client is.
That is confidential.
That's good for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
It gives you the chance to do a little squeezing yourself.
Beat it, Holliday.
Barrett, you guessed who your client was, didn't you?
Look, I'm closing the office now, Holliday. If you want to stick around here and twiddle your thumbs, okay, but I'm going.
All right. Mind if I use your phone?
Help yourself.
Mind handing me your phone directory?
You want to split the rent for this place with me. Here. Is this a private call? You want me to leave my own office?
No, stick around. Mm-hmm. Here we are.
Are you sure you don't want me to leave? After all, a man has to have some privacy, or don't you know that?
No, it's okay, Barrett. You'll enjoy this.
Hello?
Mrs. Clements, please.
Hey, what are you doing?
You'll find out.
This is Mrs. Clemens speaking.
Oh, Mrs. Clements, this is Dan Holliday. Did you put that in the mail?
Yes,
When?
just a few minutes ago.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Is something wrong?
Oh, no. Everything's all right. Goodbye.
Well, you've made your phone call. Now will you get out?
Yeah. Now I'll get out. And Barrett.
Yes?
Here's hoping you don't end up in the red.
Well, good morning, Mr. Holliday. This is the first time you've been to the office early in weeks.
Mm-hmm. I had to make a trip to the post office, an early one.
Oh, I could have done it for you.
I don't think so, Susie. I wanted to watch for someone.
Watch for someone? Who?
Nobody.
Didn't you get up a little too early?
Thank you, Susie.
What did you mean? You watch for nobody.
Just what I said. I watched a little box at general delivery, box 18. There was nothing in it, and no one went to it.
And why'd you watch it?
For what I knew I wasn't going to see.
I'll go out and get some coffee. It is early.
Just hand me the phone book.
Oh, which one?
The yellow one.
Does all this have to do with Mr. John Johnson?
Here we are. Susie, I want you to do something for me.
What, Mr. Holliday?
Find out all you can about Mr. and Mrs. Charles Clements. Here's their card and their address.
Well, how'll I do it?
Call Lieutenant Kling at headquarters. Also these numbers.
Oh, what are they?
Places where you can lose money heavily.
Hello?
Hello, Barrett.
Yeah, who's this?
This is Holliday.
What do you want now?
Look, Barrett, you can lay off now.
I told you to keep your nose out of this.
You'd better do as I say, or that little private agency of yours will do the most beautiful and complete fold in the history of mankind.
What kind of a bluff do you think you're pulling?
It's no bluff. Just see that you lay off. Goodbye.
Want me to start calling these numbers, Mr. Holliday?
Start calling them. And if they don't want to give you any information, get Kling to do it. He owes me a couple of favors.
Where are you going now?
I'll be at the number and address on that card.
The Clements?
The Clements. I don't like what I've got to do, but maybe it'll turn out for the best. Maybe I was wrong, but I was almost sure I was right. It all depended on what Susie found out. And if she found out what I had a hunch about she would, then I'd have the whole thing wrapped up neatly. So I went to the Clements place and again sat with Mrs. Clements in the library.
But I don't understand, Mr. Holliday. I sent the package. It should have been there.
But it wasn't. I watched that box for nearly an hour. Every other box around it had mail in it. Number 18 didn't.
Well, someone got there before you did.
Oh, no. I got there before the post office opened.
Well, then what happened?
Where's your husband?
Charles? He's upstairs. What do you want with him? You're not going to tell him.
Will you get him down here?
But why?
Please do it.
No, I won't.
Then I'll go up to him.
Wait. I'll get him down here.
That's better. Oh, incidentally, don't worry about Mr. Barrett anymore. That's all cleaned up.
Barrett?
Yes, that's right. Now, you go get your husband. Oh, if the phone rings, I'll answer it because it'll be for me.
All right. I'll be back in just a moment.
Please do. Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yeah. Oh, Susie?
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's have it.
How did you know I'd find out all this?
Just a hunch? What'd you learn?
Well, there was a lot of money lost. Gambling.
Then it was suddenly paid off.
That's right.
Okay, Susie, thanks. That's all.
Oh, when will you be back?
In a little while. Goodbye.
Mr. Holliday.
Oh, hello. Good morning, Mr. Clements.
Therese said you wanted to see me.
I do. And I hope you don't mind my coming here so early in the morning.
No, of course not. What's this about, Holliday?
A diamond necklace.
What? Yours, Therese?
Yes.
Oh. What about it, Holliday?
Have you still got it?
Why, of course. Why shouldn't we have it?
Because you just don't. That's all.
What the devil are you talking about? Therese, who is this man?
Let him talk, Charles.
About what?
Mr. Clements, the diamond necklace isn't here anymore.
It's in the safe.
You want to bet?
Show you?
No, Charles. It's not there. The box is empty.
Empty?
But you can get it back.
From whom? Why is it gone?
Do you want to tell him, Mrs. Clemens?
Yes, I'll tell him. Charles, I sold it to pay gambling debts.
You? What? What, Therese, you little fool.
I was afraid to come to you for money.
Yes, that's right. And what you said about your not loving your husband. It isn't true, Mrs. Clemens.
Of course not.
You mind if I sit down? I seem to have lost track of things.
Mrs. Clemens, you had a beautiful thing worked out. Your husband is very much in love with you, and you with him. But you were afraid to ask him for money to pay your gambling losses. So you were going to pretend the necklace was taken by a blackmailer.
A what? Oh, good heavens, let's have some sense.
All right. I don't know what story Mrs. Clemens was going to tell you about the blackmail. But she'd written herself letters. Isn't that right, Mrs. Clemens?
Yes.
The blackmail gimmick would explain the loss of the necklace. And in your panic and confusion, you felt that explaining a silly, harmless, and fake indiscretion would have been more agreeable to your husband than hearing about your gambling losses.
Therese, for the love of heaven, why didn't you come to me?
I was afraid.
I think I'll leave you two to settle this. I think you will. How about it?
It's up to you, Charles.
Yes, I guess it is. Let's talk it over, Therese.
Good. Well, I'll see you around.
Mr. Holliday, how did you find out?
Mrs. Clemens, I always save the explanations for my secretary.
But how'd you find out, Mr. Holliday?
Mrs. Clemens told me herself.
She didn't do anything of the kind.
Well, not in so many words, Susie, but the business of getting me to pick up the necklace, that was phony.
Why?
Well, she was afraid of one of Barrett's men would recognize her. So she was going to have me pick up the package and then one of Barrett's men pick it up for me.
Oh, and the package would be returned to her.
Sure. And she'd have a witness that the necklace was picked up and taken from her.
But she stopped you with a gun before you even got out the door.
Sure. But she wouldn't have used that gun. She had to make the whole thing look real. She's a pretty good actress. Only she didn't count on my coming back into the room and offering to help her.
That must have surprised her.
Uh-huh. She had to think fast.
And you guessed about the gambling thing?
Yes, it was just a hunch. But I was sure of it when she got that special delivery letter. You see, it was postmarked 2:30, almost immediately after I'd seen her.
Oh. What about Barrett?
Oh, he guessed, too. And he was going to hold Mrs. Clemens up for a little deal of his own. So that's that, Susie. A nice, round robin.
Oh, yeah. I wonder how it'll all come out.
Well, unless I miss my guess, Mrs. Clemens will be very, very sorry. Mr. Clemens will be very, very stern. You'll get the necklace back, she'll get it back. And I'll get back to some sleep. Good night, Susie.
Listen in again next week when, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, and this week's original story was written by Arthur Bullen. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager, and the part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Filmed in the Soviet Union.
History is repeating itself.
The lover who made a peasant woman a queen.
You're my strength.
The conqueror betrayed by his own son. The legend of Russia's greatest hero.
Let them go to hell!
A world premiere event. Peter the Great next Sunday.
There's a special offer coming in your mail. It's another Bank AmeriCard breakthrough. Now, every new Bank AmeriCard Visa and MasterCard is 100% guaranteed, period. Bank of America is the only bank that unconditionally guarantees its credit cards. No questions asked. So look for this special offer from California's leading bank. It's another Bank AmeriCard breakthrough.
Bank on the leader, Bank of America.
Cable TV, man.
Temperatures rising, starting to glow. It's a red hot winter on HBO. The Empire Strikes Back, Cotton Club. Feel the heat like never before. Passage to India, Starman. Cable's hot, there's never been more.
of the lottery. Find a nugget, and your instant prize could double, up to $50,000. But there's something even bigger, the multi-million-dollar growing grand prize, the California Lottery. It's richer than ever.
The chase is on, tonight after the Super Bowl.
Where you're going, it's Rick-a-roll. There's a style in your life no one could ever deny. You're on your way to the top, and along the way, you've always known just who you are. Where you're going, you've always known it.
No other beer is brewed and aged like exceptionally smooth Michelob.
Where you're going, it's Michelob.
When you're dealing with higher volumes of information and need answers fast, you search everywhere for solutions, but find it hard to get on top of things. That's why IBM created the personal computer AT, with the power to push high performance even higher. With the AT, fast becomes faster, and the capacity to handle data becomes greater, all to help put your business on solid ground. The IBM personal computer AT for advanced technology.
Let me get this straight. I buy a new Volkswagen GTI and they give me back up to a year's interest on my car loan? Yeah, and the Patriots are going to be in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, you know something? The Japanese really know cars. They build and export more cars than anyone. But did you know they also import cars? And guess which one they import most? Like I said, the Japanese really know cars.
And here's big life insurance news.
Hey, John, your competition.
Now,
snack time.
Outstanding coverage
John,
that you can
just
afford.
move over.
Introducing Comp Life from Northwestern Mutual Life, a revolutionary new policy series that combines the low cost of term with cash value buildup, and you choose the premiums. Comp Life, an even tougher act to follow from the leader in whole life, the Quiet Company.
John, can you sell that? No.
Only a Northwestern Mutual agent can do that.
Meldrick Taylor. Out of the fighting city of Philadelphia comes one of the most exciting of all the 84 gold medalists. He's impressive. Taylor throws stinging jabs with crisp right crosses. Meldrick Taylor battles Rockin' Robin Blake live next Sunday on NBC Sports World.
Effort. It's what separates one company from another. Effort. It's what it takes to stay ahead. Effort. It's the difference between a job and a job well done. Effort. It's what makes Hilton America's business address.
Don't worry about me. I go through floods to bring you this offer.
What a day that was. We wanted to sell our house fast and for the right price, but Kim from our Century 21 office kept saying, don't worry, and she just wouldn't give up.
And then on the worst day ever, she brought us the best offer of all. How do you find people like that?
All you gotta do is pick up the phone.
The Century 21 Real Estate Corporation, a member of the Metropolitan Life family of companies.
Even if you can't get to Super Bowl 20 in New Orleans, you can still get the official game program. This big 182-page magazine about the Super Bowl is a collector's item. You'll relive Super Bowl's past, enjoy a week-by-week review of the season, scouting reports of the contenders, and much more. The authentic Super Bowl program. Send your check for $5 plus 95 cents postage and handling to Super Bowl 20, Post Office Box 20, Trenton, New Jersey, 08651.
I'm Howie Long of the Los Angeles Raiders. My wife Diane and I are new parents. This is our new baby Christopher, and we want the best for Christopher and for all children. That's why we're United Way volunteers. There are 3,300,000 problem drinkers in the age group from 14 to 17. If we've gotten even one child not to use alcohol, then we've succeeded. Through your support of the United Way, we can all be winners.
This message furnished by the National Football League.
It's their first TV movie together.
One was enough.
Bob Hope and Donna Magee up to their necks in bodies and beauties. A masterpiece of murder. Then, world terrorism. What has it done to Americans living and traveling in Europe?
Has it made vacations too dangerous? Roger Mudd reports from Rome tomorrow on American Almanac.
Before an athlete puts his professional life into my hands, he needs to know me, and I want to know him. Take Warren Moon.
I'd say we talked on the phone about 40 times before we negotiated my first contract, and most of it wasn't business.
I'm on the phone a lot, working out a deal or just keeping in touch. I get to know a client or a general manager, and it means we can deal person to person in good faith. The phone makes that possible.
I think that personal approach to business helped us work out the best contract in league history, and everyone walked away happy.
The way I really feel about this is that behind every title and position, there's a human being.
Yeah, with the possible exception of linebacker.
Pacific Bell would like to thank Lee Steinberg and Warren Moon for showing why the most successful business calls are personal.
So Warren, how are the kids?
Good. Josh is really getting into soccer.
A kicker, huh? When's he graduate?
Josh, it's for you.
I swear we've been through everything there is. Can't imagine anything the two of us can't do. Through the years, you've never let me down.
Volvo, the car built to get you through the years.
And I'm so glad I stayed right here with you through the years.
Super Sunday, an American celebration, is brought to you by light beer from Miller, everything you've always wanted in a beer, and less. By Hilton, America's business address. And by Michelin. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Presenting the Volkswagen GTI. Car and Driver calls it one of the 10 best cars of 1986.
What you say?
Celebrate. Buy a new GTI by February 28th, and Volkswagen will give you back up to a full year's interest. Get the deal of the year on one of Car and Driver's 10 best cars of 1986.
What you say?
Ambition. It's the fuel that drives American business. Ambition. It's the energy to go the distance. Ambition. It's the will to win. Ambition. It's the force that makes Hilton America's business address.
The gathering of the world's great figure skaters, Olympic gold medalist Scott Hamilton, Robin Cousins, and dance sensation Torville and Dean. The World Professional Figure Skating Championships, Sunday, February 9th on NBC Sports World. America loves its sports, NBC style.
Thank you.